Welcome, duelists from around the world! We are live in Seattle, Washington, USA for the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship. Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links Speed Duel. For the first time ever, Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links Rush Duel. Returning for its second year, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, and of course, Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG and OCG. All with championship titles on the line and duelists with the heart to claim them. I am Steve Kangas, and I'm honored to be on the player stage to kick things off for WCS 2024, where the best duelists from around the world will compete for a world championship title. Now, we all share in the language of dueling, though we may speak in different tongues, but we are not alone this weekend, as we have the English broadcast as well as the Japanese broadcast concurrently. So, without further ado, it's time to pass it over to the casters to get it.
Hello everybody, my name is Ibriz, joined by Dezif.
Hello, I'm a content creator that plays a lot of Master Duel.
That's always a good start, as we do have a lot of Master Duel to talk about this weekend.
Yes, we are at the 3v3, that is how Master Duel works. This is the second time it has been at the World Championship, and we're excited to be here today. It's a very unique format that's different from any other tournament that's happening here this weekend, and we got a lot of fun decks to take a look at with a lot of great players.
Indeed we do, with another great host joining us shortly. Kangas will be sneaking on from the side of the stage
here he is, right now.
Yeah, really excited to see which decks we see, how the players shine, and very happy to see Kangas.
It's like I was here the whole time.
You were?
The seat was never empty, everybody. Happy to be on for the first cast as well. I know I'm running around a little bit there, but this is WCS. This is the second year ever that Master Duel is here, and I'm so happy that I get to cast the first match.
Yeah, really happy to be here with you guys to talk about Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, to celebrate the players, and to see exactly just how they will play off against each other. We'll take a look at the format right now. So, as Doug kindly mentioned, Master Duel at this level is a team competition, and it is one of the 4 categories that we'll be showing this weekend.
Yeah, we have a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Everybody, so strap in. We have multiple streams going on, but to start off, we have a lot of games to cover. Of course, the TCG. That's where a lot of folks have their history in Yu-Gi-Oh! But of course, Dueling's Speed Duel, along with Rush Duel for the first year ever. Also to have Rush Duel joining WCS. And then on this stream, if you're here for Master Duel, you're in the right place, everybody. But that is what we will be covering.
Indeed it will be, and the team format of the competition here, Doug, why don't you take us through it?
Yeah, so we have teams of 3. There are 12 total teams, so 36 players, and it's going to be pretty interesting. So in these matches, it's a round-robin situation. All of the different team players will play against the opponents and all their different team players, and it's the first to 5 total wins. So while your individual record obviously does matter, it really is down to that team dynamic, and you want your teammates to be getting wins as well. What's also unique about this, if you've played any TCG 3v3 events, is that you get to talk to each other. You know, normally Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a very solo endeavor, but now you actually get to communicate to your teammates here, which is a big deal. We're going to take a look at the specifics of the sort of card pool situation with Master Duel in a moment, and the communication is going to be a big deal with that.
Indeed, and that card pool will contribute to the decks that each of these players will be bringing to the table. 2 decks per team member here. So, regular main deck, 40 to 60 cards, following the most recent Forbidden Limited list, and having 15 cards in the extra deck. However, with the pool of cards being shared, it means that there's a maximum of 3 copies of each card per team.
And that's, Doug, you were talking about this. That's where the deck building really comes into play, and the communication comes into play, because you can only run 3 copies of a card. So if you see your opponent playing a card, you can communicate that to the rest of your team, and then they can play their duels accordingly.
Exactly, and you'll see here with the shared cards, each team gets to choose 3 different cards that they're allowed to use as many copies as they want between all 6 decks. Now, if it is a limited card, of course, you only get to play 1 or semi-limited or 2, but this is a pretty big deal. We saw last year most people picked interaction cards such as Ash Blossom and Maxi, but what else do you guys think could come up as the 3rd card?
So typically you'll see Called by the Grave as an insurance policy against those disruptions that will, of course, run interference on a lot of the combo starters.
Yep.
and just kind of act as deterrence against any kind of setup.
And it's a card that's at semi-limited in
Yep.
Master Duel, so you can actually get a lot of mileage out of a card like that. We saw last year Triple Tactics Talent being a huge one that was even in a lot of the championship-winning decks. So I think that there's a lot of creative decision-making there, and that's where we see the separation from the top duelists in the world, is the decisions that they make there. I mean, even Infinite Impermanence is another one I know that's cropped up in a lot of conversations. I want to play a game, actually. Let's pretend that we're a team.
Okay.
And we're picking our shared card pool. I'm going Max C every time. So, Doug, what are you going for?
Yeah, I think Maxi and Ash are kind of a given.
Okay.
Personally, I think the difference between Called By and Infinite Impermanence is pretty interesting. Called By is a much more aggressive card when you're going first. Not bad going second, and in this format especially, there's a lot of graveyard effects going around, even outside of things like Ash Blossom and Maxi. But I think Infinite Impermanence in particular, it's such a good card right now. Specifically, also because it can't be called by the grave, which is a pretty big deal.
True.
Also just a really good going second card. So to have access to Infinite Impermanence in all the decks, that's going to be pretty good.
Well, Doug just picked 3. Ibris, what would
He
you
did pick 3, however, none of them were Dimension Shifter, which I think
Oh!
is really potent, especially in this format.
You're a popular guy at parties, aren't you? Yeah. Well, okay. Not every deck can play it, though. So do you still think it's worth it to have in the shared card pool?
I believe so, just to, again, run interference on your opponent's strategies,
Okay.
and given the fact that we see so many graveyard-reliant strategies come through in the recent Master Duel metagame.
Yeah.
So you have the likes of your Yubel, you have the Fire King, Snake Eye Fire King, Tailorments even, still very, very graveyard-reliant strategies.
All right, you are, Briz. Well, we'll see what the players decide to do throughout the day, but they're all here not only to celebrate a full year of competition, but also for the opportunity to grab some really cool swag.
So this right here that we're looking at, this is something that all the players that enter are going to be able to get. A ton of cool stuff here. We got some OCG products, we got some tokens, we got a couple, that Time Wizard, I love that Time Wizard. The Rescue Rabbit, of course, and sleeves, the World Championship sleeves are always nice to have, and that beautiful map.
Yeah, and of course you have that envelope that does contain the Swords of Revealing Light and the Doom Caliber Knight.
Yeah, beautiful cards. Have you gotten to see them yet?
Not yet?
They're gorgeous, let me tell you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it.
But,
And you also get that
not
pot
only-
of greed right there too.
There you go, yeah. The golden ingot. But also on top of that, they're of course the champion walking away with a much bigger prize here. We got them in front of us,
Yeah.
actually. Are we allowed to touch
I
these?
assume so.
I think
they're
so.
a little, covered
Doug,
by
you do
the
it first in case. Yeah, pick that up.
So here
These
we have
beautiful cards that
the
they're walking home
winning
with.
prize, I believe. Actually, this is the semifinalists and runners-up prize, and then I think we have
the big prize right there. Show that one off. Shout out to
is very
Cubase as well
nice.
for making these amazing trophies. There's a globe inside of there. The shine's not really showing it off. There'll be a lot of photos that you can check out later on socials,
yeah,
I'm sure. But that's a beautiful prize.
Should we continue to show off the cards?
I get to
show
touch
the
one
final-
too. Let's
show the
go.
winner.
Ibers, you grab it.
Okay, okay.
This is the coolest part of our day right here, is pretending like we're nearly as cool as the players that are about to take to that stage, walking home with these. So
Dragon of Illumination, Sanctuary Shield
that's great.
for the winner.
Great stuff.
World Champion.
So, yeah, obviously we know that these are some of the best duelists in the world, if not just the best duelists this year in the world. But only one of them gets to walk away with that big prize, or at least the team. So let's talk about the teams now that we will be seeing throughout the event this weekend.
So, looking at this, we will look at Group A first. So let's talk a little bit about Thank Love. Thank Love, of course, being Stella's team, representing the area of Japan from the Road to Worlds qualifier. Generally, all of these players play Fire King decks from what I've researched. And yeah, just really exciting to see how they perform. BOTB?
We got BOTB, a North American team, and we got multiple North American teams at this. Obviously, this is one of them, and they're just, I'm hoping they're going to do pretty well today as someone from North America.
No
of course.
bias.
No
Unbiased
bias at
caster
all.
stuff.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
we've identified that Thank Love are from Japan and that BOTB are from North America. Where is Team Brazil from?
Oh, that's a great question. I'm actually unsure. Do you have the notes on that one? I would imagine Brazil, most likely.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, there we have it. Latin American representatives from Brazil repping their region with their title as well.
And one of their players, Judo Yu-Gi-Oh, he is one of the most prolific players within the region for Master Duel. So really exciting to see how that goes. CER as well now coming in here. A lot of returning players to the world stage across this group, actually.
And also at the bottom there, real quick, before moving on to Group B, Snipe Hunters. You know, one of the finalists from last year, so that's going to be exciting. Yeah, the returning champions. There we go. But now it's time for Group B because we'll see the other finalists.
So there are 2 brackets there, so 6 teams on each side. So pretty interesting that some of the teams won't see each other until possibly tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the way this works, I believe, is that the first seed coming out of Group A and the first seed coming out of Group B will face off against the second seed from the opposing group.
Yes, the reseeding once we get into the bracket. But for now, Group B, from Asia, we have My YGO.
We also have Max Yi representing North America. We have Rogue Rulers from Europe and other regions. Team 7, the other finalists from last year.
Yep.
Heroes Future and Double Noir.
Yep. No, we got a lot of different teams here. And do you think Rogue Rulers will have some rogue strategies in their arsenal?
I believe so, if only because their players have a reputation for really bringing some crazy stuff.
What if it's mental games, though? What if they're anticipating if we name ourselves Rogue Rulers, then everyone's going to assume that we're not playing the Snake Eyes, the U-Bells, and then the switcheroo, they're right back in it.
You know, one thing that we'll notice as we go through here is that you might actually see some decks that you wouldn't necessarily expect, because while Snake Eyes and U-Bell are obviously very strong, that's 2 out of your 6 decks.
Yeah.
You got to find 4 other things to play. What other decks do you guys think people are going to be trying out?
So I do also want to note that a lot of the decks that we're expecting to see will have to compete for shared cards.
Yes. Yeah,
So
especially extra deck cards.
The likes of the teams that do kind of keep to their own pool of cards should see a lot of success. The recently released Voiceless Voice, for example.
I'm happy you bring that one up. I've been playing a lot of Voiceless Voice lately on the ranked ladder, and I feel like that's the perfect type of deck that I expect to see as that kind of third option for a starting deck. 'Cause the way that last year worked, the way that I expect a lot of this year to work, is that a lot of duels will have their primary deck and then a secondary deck that they'll play depending on who they're matching up against in the round robin. But I think Voiceless Voice is one of those decks that's strong enough that it could be that starting deck for a lot of duels because it doesn't share a lot of that same card pool, especially with the extra deck. You're using a lot of things like Dynamundo rather than going for traditional like Appaloosa and Fields.
I would also like to note that a lot of these players across a lot of these teams actually made a name for themselves using Labyrinth.
Labyrinth is a big
disproportionate amount of these players play Labyrinth.
Disproportionate? That's a very popular deck.
Labyrinth is really cool because it plays all trap cards that you're not going to see Karma Cannon in your U-Bell deck. You're not going to see, all those trap cards in a lot of these other decks. So it's very unique in that spot where you can play a whole bunch of cards that your teammates aren't even going to think about playing.
And interestingly enough, it wasn't as popular last year, but I think it raises Infinite Impermanence as one of those shared cards for a lot of the duels that would be opting for that Labyrinth style play.
Yeah, Labyrinth, of course.
Very good
normal traps.
Yeah.
2 different versions of it too, if we are talking about Labyrinth for 1 second. You have the heavy trap version that's going to play like 30 traps. And you also have the furniture version, and the butler, is in there as well as sort of a better going second than the all trap version. Not that the all trap version is bad going second. You can just set 5 and pass, but it's a couple different versions.
More kind of susceptible to disruption in the furniture builds. I do believe, actually, we're going to be highlighting some of the players, whether or not they're Labyrinth players. We'll take a look.
I love talking about Labyrinth decks, but yes, it is good to get back on track here, as there he is,
Joshua
team
Schmidt.
Captain from the reigning World Champions, the first ever WCS champion for Master Duel.
Yeah, I asked for a Labyrinth player and got given a Runic player, but very happy with that. Josh making his 6th appearance here, World Champion, and
Unreal.
big fan of Colossal Fighter.
Classic card. One of the first synchros ever printed.
Yep.
Yeah.
You think he's going for that Colossal Fighter Armory Arm, sort of one turn?
It's still good. It's still good to this day. It can pull off wins.
time will tell. And this is
sixth
Snipe
time at
Hunters
WCS.
ready for their first game.
They are ready for first game, but shot 6 times at WCS. What a career that this duelist has had at this level. It's insane to see the consistency of a player. It's hard to make it to WCS. Like, a lot of duelists are happy if they ever make it to this stage. But Doug, the fact that he was able to get there 6 times?
It's crazy. And I'm sure they're hungry for another win. To be back-to-back Master Duel champions, that would be a big deal. That would just be crazy.
Yeah. And while we are presenting WCS 2024 to you, let's take a look at some of the sponsors that are helping us present it.
Absolutely. We could not do it without all of these partners that you're going to see on your screen. Alienware providing the PCs up on stage, and they are beautiful up there. The duelists are getting spoiled in Master Duel and Duel Links. It is great equipment that they're working on, so thank you so much, Alienware.
We also have Logitech providing, I believe, keyboards and the mice. Logitech is actually great. I use them for pretty much all my own setup stuff, so that's great to see it here as well at the World Championship.
Yeah. Are you thirsty for victory in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel? Because I have a refreshing drink here, courtesy of Calpico.
Do we get to open these? I see them on the desk in front
Sure.
of us.
Crack
Am
it
I
open.
here?
Yeah, go for
we
it.
can do a live taste
taste
test.
test.
Do you want
Yeah.
lychee or do you want mango?
I'm going lychee. This sounds delicious.
I think it's pronounced leche, but you know.
Well,
that's what it is.
Thank you for correcting me live on broadcast. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
That is very refreshing. That is delicious right there.
Nice. Thank you, Calpico.
Yeah.
Thank you, Calpico.
And thank you, everybody, for helping us put on this show. Again, WCS is always a group effort from everyone involved, from the duelists themselves to the Konami employees, it was included, to the judges that come as well, to just everybody that's involved in creating the WCS throughout the entire year. And, of course, sponsors, big part of that, too.
It's a huge operation. I think people maybe when they're watching from home don't realize, but there are tons of people here all doing important jobs, and the sponsorships really help make this possible.
You're seeing like 1% of what's happening right now with us on screen.
Yeah, and hopefully soon you'll see some gameplay because we have some really exciting matchups coming your way.
I can't wait because the first duel is always, it's for me one of the most exciting, outside of maybe the finals, because it's the first look into the decisions that the players made. I'm a big deck building fan. That's one of my favorite parts of Yu-Gi-Oh! And when you have the shared card pool and everyone has to bring 2 decks, it just means that there's so much creativity that we get to see from the best duelists in the world.
Yeah, it gives a really good indication as to what the kind of popular read on the format will be, and could also offer us some insight into the shared cards that we debated so much earlier.
You might see, as we go through here, I'm pretty sure we will see this kind of going along. There's going to be some cards that you might not normally expect, some board breakers, some tech options.
Sure.
And the reason is that shared card pool. Not everyone can play Lightning Storm, not everyone can play Heavy Storm, but there's a number of sort of off-meta choices that you might not be expecting that I'm really excited to see throughout the day.
At the same time, you have to consider that all of these decks would be assembled with the thought process that this has to stand up against Fire King, this has to stand up against Yubel.
And that's, I mean, we talked about that a little bit, but I'm fully expecting we will see Yubel decks. We will see Fire King, Snake Eye decks. Those are so strong. But it's the fact that they're sharing cards with other things, so we won't necessarily get the exact same hand interaction cards across every deck. You know, you can only share things like Maxi Ash Blossom, maybe that Infinite Impermanence, but then a lot of, the Snake Eyes decks would also be playing things like even Ghost Mourner or, Ghost Bell. But if that's on the shared card pool, you're taking that away from a teammate who could also be playing that.
So I really liked that you referenced last year's Triple Tactics talent.
Yeah.
Called by the Grave as well, being used to facilitate plays for Exorcister, for other decks.
For a lot of decks that utilize that one. So we'll see if that's in the shared card pool. But we are actually hearing word that our first matchup is getting ready. So let's announce who our first matchup will actually be.
Who else could it be but
one.
Snipe Hunters? And they will be facing off against...
Who do we got?
They are facing off against CER2
You have the note cards. There you go.
FCG.
So the returning
I love the
champions,
commitment, though.
I'm all in.
I was
I'm all
like,
in.
does he... Time to shine.
But yeah, we have the returning champions. I mean, of course, that's going to be an epic opening here. And I think we're going to see some pretty interesting strategies. I think one deck that we haven't covered, just real quick, I want to mention, Centurion uses synchro monsters that pretty much no other deck is going to play. I expect to see some of that throughout the day.
And I have to raise the question, because if we're seeing seeing Joshua Schmidt today, we're going to see Runic, presumably, right? Like, at this point, everyone just knows.
So I think last year he ran
Runic Naturia.
Runic
Runic
Naturia,
Naturia, and also the Dragon Link deck as well.
I believe so, yeah.
Things have changed quite a lot since then. Telements meta has left as well.
It has, yeah.
Could still see that though. It is viable when combined with some other cards.
I
This
think
is
we will see some Telements,
CR2 X FCG on your screen.
So we're seeing these players that will be taken to the stage here in their player area.
So actually, I can go into a bit of detail here. So
Okay.
Sana played in WCS last year using Tri-Brigade Sprite and Adamantipator, and basically plays every kind of popular deck except for Branded. You also have RJ, who is a prominent player within that region, and actually hosted our recent EU versus Asia Challenger Cup tournament with Joshua Schmidt.
Oh, that's fantastic.
So there is
a
some
little history
rivalry
there,
here.
yeah.
He really likes Vanquish Soul. He plays Telements, Snake Eye, Rescue Ace. A lot of depth to this card pool.
I love the Rescue Ace deck.
And
I hope we get to see at least one of those this weekend. I don't think it's going to be as popular, but maybe this is the guy.
And I will also just touch on Tyrus, who was very close to qualifying for Dueling's World Championship. Yeah. While also playing Branded, by the way. So
Got
it
the
doesn't matter
cheating, yeah.
that the other player doesn't like Branded. You can just play Branded. Now, on the other side, you have Snipe Hunters.
Yes, Snipe Hunters, the reigning world champions. Joshua Schmidt, team captain, in the middle. Emre as well. Very, very decorated duelist. I mean, this team just performed so well across the board last
Quantal
year.
there as well,
Quantal,
yes.
yeah. And I'm trying to remember who was the one to actually get the last win. Was it Quantal or was it Emery? I remember Josh was still in his duel. We didn't get the actual finish of his versus Jesse's mirror match. But either way, that was a team effort to get them across the finish line there. It's a team captain that picks the team, but it's the team that has to perform together.
It definitely is, and Josh, of course, needs no introduction to Yu-Gi-Oh! Fans, being a really prominent player, content creator.
Yep.
But his teammates, they're quiet, but they are consistent. Emre played Exorcister. He's played Labyrinth in the past. He really loves his Flunderies in his TCG events.
Yeah,
and Quantal, on the other hand, was one of the best players in the world last year, unsurprisingly, because he won the World Championship. But
True.
honestly, he could contest Jesse Cotton in the Telements mirror match.
Yeah, and I think one thing that I wanted to mention, and I don't know how you guys feel about this, you know, a lot of these players are known for their specific decks, and a lot of the players post their deck lists after, you know, doing well in the Duelist Cup. What do you make out of, what if you play decks that you're not known for to throw people off guard? You know, if you're known, you know, Joshua Schmidt we talk about a lot with the Runic deck, what if he just doesn't play Runic?
I think he's going to lose a lot of YouTube subscribers if he
So-
doesn't play Runic.
I thought where you were going with that was referencing when Quantal played Maxilus Manadium to a top 10 Duelist Cup finish.
Well, there you go. So,
Yeah.
you know, maybe he's not bringing Maxi back here.
Maybe.
I'd be surprised.
Just to prove you could do it, really.
Yeah. But I think it's an interesting dynamic. You know, a lot of players will kind of talk through as we go throughout the day, but they are known, you know, if they topped with the Duelist Cup and a certain strategy, and especially if they played in multiple Duelist Cups with the same strategy, do they run that back here? Or, I mean, all these players have done so much research on each other, it might be good to just play something else, but you have to learn something else too.
Well, let's think about it then, if we're theorizing, because we're giving the players some time to get ready up on stage to get into game number one. If we're playing a Runic build right now in Master Duel, I'm thinking maybe things like the Horus engine alongside of it. I'm trying to think of what the other popular builds are
Stun.
right now. Yeah, okay, I wasn't going to say it.
Yeah, I mean, it was decently popular last year. It's kind of interesting to see decks that were popular last year coming back. You know, we talked about tier limits a little bit, but I think that Runic is a deck that has a lot of different variants that you can try out.
So I do want to touch on Telements in particular because, as you've mentioned, it is an entirely different beast compared to last year when it was so dominant. But players are finding a way to make it work with your Horus cards that you mentioned.
Those
actually
really change a lot of the metagame.
They did. They
Yeah,
offered a lot of consistency and an additional draw package to a lot of decks that did need it.
And anything that you need to get into the graveyard, Mseti's ability to discard that is invaluable.
And the
so.
sarcophagus, you know,
Yeah.
it's really good for getting cards out of your hand.
Yeah, Imseti, Glory of Horus, and the King Sarcophagus really fundamental to that strategy.
Yeah. Haven't picked them up in TCG yet, but I'm going to get my hands on them eventually. In Master Duel, I'm playing them with Tri-Brigades.
Yeah, now one thing I wanted to ask you guys, how many cards do you expect the Tier Limits players to be playing? We have, obviously, 40 is an option. I feel like they almost always go a little bit over 40. You have 50 potentially with Grass, and you also have 60 with Grass. What would you guys think is going to be the more popular one?
So my concern with the Grass builds is that it takes the Grass away from the likes of the branded decks as well. And I think you really have to prioritize between the two, whether you want to run one at full power or one at maybe 80%
Well,
power.
shared card pool Grass, you know? Just get 3 across.
Good luck with that, Kagus.
Yeah.
It is limited.
Just try to high roll a little bit. And I think it's kind of interesting. We might see some teams here where they're either playing branded or tier limits, you know, because of that overlapping issue. But also, I bet we're going to see some teams that are playing both because they don't necessarily use the same extra deck cards, and the main deck cards you can kind of shuffle around.
I do think, though, there's enough good decks and enough good strategies that you can play at this level that you don't need to play both across your 6 decks. So I could see a world where it comes down to the comfort. We talk about what are players known for playing, what are they comfortable playing. It could come down to, do you have somebody on your team that understands a branded deck at an intricate level or the tier deck at an intricate level? Because the tier limit cards, they can be quite confusing and get convoluted in these complex game states.
Yeah, and you know, we mentioned, do you have someone that knows tier limits inside and out?
Yeah.
Quantal definitely is that player.
Yeah.
Conversely, we did see that it did take a while for Josh to adapt to the Fire King Snake Eye kind of environment relative to his previous dominance.
Yeah.
So that could present some
Well, that's why
some hurdles.
We're happy with Joshua on his runics, right? Assuming he's playing them, we'll see.
Well, I mean, he is very prominent with Fire King Snake Eye too. Just the level of success that he had last year. Well, to be fair, he got a world title last year. So,
and I think it's kind of interesting too for the players like Josh, but for pretty much all these players that are also playing the TCG. A lot of these decks are still good in the TCG, but they look very different. And I think Tier Limits is a great example where in Master Duel, Kit Kalos is around, but in the TCG, she's not, and that's a pretty big deal.
So I do also want to talk about the difference in that Fire King deck as well,
sure,
with Courtier Volcanics actually being available in Master Duel, but not
the
in
TCG. A great starter card that really gets your combos going. And in the TCG, you just don't have that. You do have access to more Snake Eyes cards to maybe make up for that, but it's a really strong card, and it might be one of the better arguments for playing the Fire King Snake Eyes over Rescue Ace. I think we will see some Rescue Ace, but you're not going to see both on the same team. We'll probably not see both on the same team unless Snake Eyes Ash is their overlapping card. But I think that it's going to be interesting to see which Fire decks people actually bring. I think Fire King is looking at the top, though.
Yeah. What are the odds? Every time we say the word Exosister, DZEVE gets very excited. What do you think the odds are we see an Exosister
If
deck?
there's an Exosister player in this tournament, I will lose my mind.
Okay.
I will tell you that right now.
Will you get an autograph?
Yeah,
Do you have your cards on you for the?
Yeah, real quick.
I believe Ray made kind of a reputation for himself with his success in the TCG with Exosister. Emre played it last year, I think, as well, using Called by the Grave for the playmaking facilitation. Rather
one of those decks that had a lot of staying power. I think it was underappreciated in terms of how it would evolve. I mean, Martha in particular just really allowing the deck to do a lot of things. But yeah, I mean, so many decks move things out of the graveyard. So just your ability to interact with your opponent on their turn is very, very high with that deck. And some of the most powerful traps that I've ever seen.
I maintain that when you resolve Vadis, you win the game every single time. That card is unreal. You also have the Spirit cards in that deck as well, which we could see potentially popping up. You know, there are other decks out there. Mathmech is one that I think a lot of people are going to have on their mind. Mathmech has a lot of their cards unhit in Master Duel, and I think that that's a pretty good going first and going second deck. Their ability to find 8,000 damage is not unparalleled, but it is very good. The Cybers cards in general, their extra deck is just extremely good at beating the opponent.
Very interesting that you mentioned Mathmech, because Enzo of BOTB actually got top 8 at WCS last year running Mathmech.
Yeah. No, it's a popular deck, and it's incredibly versatile as well.
Yeah, Mathmech Circular just does so much.
It's a heck of a card.
That
yeah.
card's crazy. But yeah, and also still playable in Master Duel. So yeah, like, that's why I said I think there's enough decks and enough strategies viable that we could see. I mean, this all stemmed from the grass looks greener conversation. I don't think that you're locked into choosing, okay, which of our 2 decks is going to use it. It's, okay, do we need to play both decks? Because I think every deck we've talked about has an argument for why it could be at least a secondary deck. It doesn't share a lot of that extra deck. It doesn't share a lot of that main deck necessity, especially like Exosister and the
You know,
Cyber
speaking of the
strategies.
extra deck there, I don't think we've talked about Fluander Rees yet. They do, you know, they're not unhit in Master Duel, but they are very good, and it's kind of an off-meta choice, and that's a deck that obviously is going to play Dimension Shifter, which is going to be one of the better counters in the format right now.
That was Ibriz's 5th pick for a shared card for us.
Because he took 3.
Because he took
Yeah,
3.
yeah,
I got
Wow.
1. But, you know, we're casters, so we need the buff to have a few extra.
Yeah,
So, again, just to contextualize the matchup that we will hopefully see shortly, CER2 x FCG versus Snipe Hunters, your returning world champions on one side versus a really powerful opponent on the other.
Yeah, well, that is the matchup that we will have for round 1, hopefully. But while we give players more time to get ready, we're going to be taking a look at a quick video here and then throwing it to a short break before you're back for that round 1 feature match. So stick with us. We'll be right back after this.
There once was a monster so powerful, it was split into 5 pieces and sealed away.
game state like this where you are pretty sure your opponent doesn't have too many interruptions, because we probably would have seen them there.
Yeah, Fire King Skyburn as well now being added does mean that there is the opportunity to run further disruption on the next turn once Emre tries to re-establish some presence on the field. I do want to take a step back from the featured game here just to say you can see on the overlay the stars corresponding to the wins of the individual teams. Just to again highlight that this is first team to 5 wins will take that overall victory.
Technically, CER to FCD could win this entire series here, but they would have to win all 3 duels concurrently at the same time in order to get to 5 stars total. And that would be against the defending world champs. Tough thing to do.
So we see Emery draw another card for his turn, but are we finding? I mean, the M pen in hand can't really do anything by itself. It seems pretty clear that we didn't have a field spell or another searcher last turn. I'm sure it would have been played. So, okay. Slash Steel coming down.
This will kind of force the Skyburn. You don't want to give up control. Oh, we're actually not even going to go for the Snatch Steal. We're going for the Trap.
It was the Dreaming Town. So maybe we did draw, a starter here. Maybe Rabina. We do see the Rabina. So Rabina 6 card off the top. You hate to see it, but here we go. I mean,
I really like that sequence of plays, though, because the Snatch Steal makes Sana more pressure to use the interactions available as opposed to normal summon the Rabina straight up.
Okay, now we can actually start doing things. Okay, we're adding the Spree and the Eaglin.
What else does Sana have set? I mean, other cards, again, I mean, anytime a card is set, I expect it could be infinite impermanence. Maybe things like Called by the Grave as well are going to be, popular cards that even the Fire King Snake guys would play, because I don't believe we have information on what that is.
No. Taking out the Ponyx in the Grave, that's pretty good.
Nice.
That's some recursion that you're getting rid of.
It's very good.
And while also offering disruption on that recursion, as you mentioned, it's also an extender into the Flunderies and M-Pen that has now come out.
Yes.
Royal Rare M-Pen.
Ooh. And notable now, even if Sana is able to play another turn and gets out something like a Snake Eyes Oak, you're only able to bring back either the Ash or Ponyx.
I really like seeing the kind of pet deck actually be able to match up against what is again considered to be the strongest current deck.
Grabbing the field spell here, so we are going to set up, this is what we want to be doing in Fluanderies. We don't want to be summoning Eagle and passing. That Rabina has made all of this possible. I mean, we had the Snatch Steal and the Trap as well, but really drawing that starter card to get things going, that's what you want to see.
Absolutely. And, I mean, at this point, I know you called it a pet deck, but the thing about Fluanderies is it's still scary to play through it, but from my understanding, the way that I've seen it interact with decks like Snake Eyes, it can be difficult for it to assemble a full 8,000 points of damage through only one initial normal summon. So we'll see if Emre's actually able to go for a game push, or Sana will get at least the opportunity to try and answer. Yeah,
magnificent map now resolving as well does mean that we do have further extension for the Flunderies. And I do just want to contextualize again, we highlighted this is a personal favorite deck of Emre's that we wouldn't really consider to be a standard one. And honestly, if this manages to take another game off of the Fire King Snake Eye deck, it really hampers Team CER2 x FCG's chances at kind of establishing themselves as one of the more dominant Fire King Snake Eye wielders of this tournament.
If you are entrusted with the Fire King Snake Eyes deck, we talked about this last year as well, when you're given that deck that a lot of duelists will consider the best deck, you have to, there's pressure, right? If you're not winning the duels, then it feels like the team will have to really step it up alongside you to try and get you across that finish line. But Fluanderies from this field position is so hard to deal with.
So we're going to see the Toucan come down there after adding the Apex Avian. So we have access to every single Fluanderies monster, which is going to be really good because not only are they good here, now that we have set up a negation and kind of 2 negations here with the M-Pen, but also keep in mind that with all those birds banished, they're going to come back in their interruptions. The Stree especially, if you think about that, it's the DD Crow on the opponent's turn. That's good.
Yeah, being able to banish from the graveyard on a whim versus the likes of your Fire King Snake Eye. Really, really valuable. Going to be dealing a lot of damage here as we do have one of our duels already concluding in the bottom left.
Ooh, we do see that finish down there. We'll wait to see the stars update to see who's actually the one to take it. It looks like blue side actually got that one.
Hitting for 27 and 27 here. Too bad.
Poplar does go back into the Spell and Trap card zone for its own effect after hitting the graveyard. Now let's see. I think we will get another turn for Asana here. Just going to be a question of, can you play through the disruption of M-Pen, which will negate the effect of special summon monsters in attack position. Very hard for Snake Eyes to deal with.
Yeah, so the negation of the effect plus the ability to return something to the hand from the Mist Valley Apex Avian. We have a lot of disruption on the field now facing down Sana.
And don't forget, with the Apex Avian, it is not once per turn. So if you bounce it back to the hand and then you're able to set up another tribute summon, you can get that double negate, and that is pretty annoying to play against, and it might be able to secure this win. We do see the Diabell Star get summoned.
In defense position, of course.
Defense position. Yeah, we want
Otherwise
to resolve the effect. But it cuts off all the Link monsters, and that is like a problem, because if you look at the Snake Eye extra deck, I mean, it's primarily, I mean, it has everything, but primarily Link monsters. Won't be able to Hida, won't be able to do all this kind of stuff, Promethean Princess.
So some of the Snake Eyes decks are still holding on to Synchro monsters. So we'll see. I think that may be a way for Sana to get out of this if they are playing something like an extra deck that includes cards like Baronne de Fleur that sometimes will still sneak their way into Fire King Snake Eyes builds.
Trying
but
to
other
hang
than
on
that,
here.
I can't really think of like cards that really get you out of this.
Okay, we see the original coming down, sending the Poplar. Now the Poplar won't be able to go back to the back row because we already used that effect this turn. Looks like getting negated. Okay. And we're in a spot here where if Sana does normal summon anything, that Apex Avian can come down immediately, or potentially, because there's an Eaglin in rotation, we could also go for Ryza and really disrupt the board and sort of the graveyard there.
Magnificent map the field spells effect. When you're playing normal summons,
looks
allows
like
you to just normal summon immediately after.
CER2 FCG did win
there we go.
their game, so we are up to 3 stars for them.
Well, I mean, that's fantastic. This game state seems difficult, but the rest of the duelists so far give a big lead here in set 2 to CER2.
Okay,
CG.
Here we go with another normal summon during the opponent's turn. Emre.
Yeah, the field spell triggering here, so let's see what they go for.
And what's so crazy about Fluandereeze in this position is that you just get all the cards you used on your turn back to your hand, and their summoning is just such a strong sequence of plays.
Really notable as well, we're highlighting just how powerful the Fluandereeze in-theme field spell is. No Fire King Island so far for Sana does mean that a lot of the extension is unavailable.
Yeah.
We did see the Sanctuary get added there, but kind of in a rough spot.
Stree is actually targeting the original Sinful Spoils to banish, I think I saw there.
Trying to dodge that.
Fantastic card to hit,
Yeah, the additional draw really helpful at re-establishing, especially when you're behind in a position such as this. Sana really going to struggle to break this field.
Yeah, and I mean, Doug, you even said it. We don't have to go back to the Apex Avian. You could search for a different target. Typically, this deck would play something like Rise of the Mega Monarch.
Oh,
and there it is. Yeah, we see it on our screen. So
maybe
confirmed.
summoned, maybe not summoned. I think maybe in this board state, you might just be trying to take out things on the field. Oh, we go for the Apex Avian. Okay. Another negation. And I mean, the Apex Avian prevents the M-Pen, you know, it protects it. That's pretty good. Gonna see the Dreaming Town and the Grave effect.
When you summon a level 7 or higher monster while it's in the graveyard, you can banish it to change all opponent's monsters to face down.
So that prevents any sort of, you know, I mean, the Link summons would have been a little bit rough anyway because of the M-Pen on the field, but this really shuts off Sana's ability to go into the extra deck at all.
At all. There's really very low chance that we see
Gonna see the Apex Avian on the Sanctuary here.
Actually, we have CL2 XFCG pushing this to a match point.
So this is a big game right here.
If Sana, in a very difficult field state, can somehow come back from this would be a 5-1, but it's not looking likely. And we see the rest of the team communicating with Emre.
I would say, you know, we got 7 cards in hand. The field spell activating. I think that this would be pretty difficult for Fluandereeze to lose from this position, but we'll see. We don't know what those face down cards are.
A lot of pressure on Emre now, keeping the first round dream alive. Last year, though, we mentioned how quietly consistent both Emre and Quantor were, and this is a guy that you can rely on when it's down to the wire, and this is his deck that you can rely on when things are really getting rough.
It keeps the team in the game. It keeps Snipe Hunters fighting, but it means that they'll have to 3-0 their next set in order to advance this round with a victory.
And that is a ton of pressure because, you know, you're playing a new opponent. There's 2 possible decks that you could be going against. Yeah, you don't want to be in this spot as Snipe Hunters. This is going to be a tough potential set 3 if we can win the Fluandereeze here. I think it looks, you know, we got the Ryza taking out the field.
Yeah.
It's interesting to see Sana playing, again, the deck, Fire King, Snake Eye, and like standard cards, because last year, Tri-Brigade Sprite and Adamancipator being the options of choice.
Okay.
Seeing him actually struggle to claim a victory so far on a regular deck, just interesting to note.
It is interesting to note, and this would unfortunately, hate to bring it up, be the second loss for CR2 with that Fire King's deck, because we know that the mirror match against Josh in the first round was the win that Snipe Hunters picked up there.
It is also difficult when you are playing the quote-unquote best deck or one of the best decks because you know every single opponent is prepared to play against it. And we do see Fluandereeze picking up a game here, so we are going to go to the 3rd set.
Congratulations, Emre, keeping Snipe Hunters in this, but CR2 are in a fantastic position to close out this round 1 with a victory. They just need to win 1 of their next 3 duels, and they will get those 5 stars. And yeah, this is, I don't know how much of an upset we want to call this, but it is important to remind people that this is the defending champions from last year.
Yeah, defending world champions now being pushed to match point in the first round is pretty scary for them, you have to imagine, but also it's good practice at the same time.
Yeah, you know, I'm sure there's a lot going through their heads right now. There's a ton of pressure just being the returning champions, but also, like, you don't want to lose round 1. Of course, half the teams are going to lose round 1, and you can lose round 1 and still make it to the second day, but it's kind of scary.
So my notes on Tiras are basically amounting to really loves the branded deck. I'm curious to see if we ever see this player delve into something else, but so far the branded cards have been working out really well. I'm going to assume he was playing branded in that game too, just because I saw Mirror Jade in the corner of my eye hit the field. So
yeah, I mean, it's tough to pay attention to the bottom ones when the big ones
distracted by Fluandereeze.
But I'm happy that you were able to capture some of that information down there, because that's where we'll get to maybe see more of the unique styles come out for the deck builds, because we expect a lot of the Fire King Snake Eyes. We've seen now, at least in the off-stream set 1 and now on-stream set 2, the Fire Kings was played in both, but I wonder, the Fluandereeze is still throwing me for a loop. I just didn't fully expect a team to really commit to that.
Do you think we're sticking with that for the 3rd set? I mean, it has the shifter that's so powerful. It might be powerful against all 6 decks that your opponents are playing, or are we switching it up?
So you lose the surprise factor, and also going into that, it was almost 100% that Emre was going to face off against Fire King Snake Eye.
Right.
Just because he knew who his opponent would be.
That's where that teammate communication comes in.
Yes. And typically, we saw this happen a lot last year, so I'm assuming that it could be the same case this year. Whoever's piloting that #1 deck, their secondary deck, they never really need to use. Usually, you're just going to be playing the Fire King Snake Eye, so if you know that you're up against Sana, you can expect, okay, that's probably what they're going to be playing.
So Emre has now played against RJ and Sana, so that does leave him facing off against Tiras in this final one.
Ooh.
So what we can infer from that is that it could very well be the matchup of the Fluandereeze versus Branded.
That would be very interesting. That would be very interesting. I'm here that we're hopping into that
the
next
set 3.
set, the deciding set, determining if the defending world champions will walk away victors or not here. The back's against the wall.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard for them to pull off 3 victories, but we have seen it before. Maybe it can happen again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's always a chance to win. You got to take it 1 game at a time. These competitors are all very level-headed. They've, been here, especially Snipe Hunters. They've been here before. They know what they're doing. I got full faith that they're staying, locked in. but it is a lot of pressure.
What do you think? I mean, obviously I'd love to chat with them at some point if we can get them on broadcast, but what do you think, Doug? Is it more pressure or less pressure that it's their second WCS and they're defending world champs? Do you think that they have less pressure because they're like, oh, we've already been here, we've done this, or is it more because they're like, oh, we have to defend that title now?
I think every single Master Duel player here wants to win that title.
Yeah.
And I think that from their perspective, they're probably thinking that all the other teams, like, I don't know if they're the the #1 target for a lot of the teams, but you got to be thinking about that.
At least in Group A.
Yeah, at least in Group A, I think a lot of people are they're maybe worried about playing against them because they're already champions. But from the perspective of champions, you kind of got to keep that up, and I think that it's tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've spoken about Sana quite a bit with the Fire King Snake Eye. Josh as well, we highlighted as being able to get that win in the first round.
Yep.
RJ and Emre as well. However, I do want to highlight Quantal at the moment seems to be struggling against this team.
Yet to pick up a win, the only one on the team that hasn't. But again, it's tough to know the power level, the strength of each team coming into events like this and how prepared they are, because the deck build and did you have the right read of what the shared card was meant to be, and did we have the right read of what our opponents would be playing and what we need to prepare for? Sometimes that can really throw the favorites in an event like this off a loop if they had the wrong read at any point.
True enough, and actually just thinking about Quantal as a player, he's been in hyper situations before with the previous World Championship. He, going into 2023, was considered one of the best players within Europe because he almost qualified himself, and then he slightly lost out to Josh in terms of the qualifying points, and then joined Josh's team.
Yeah.
Since then, he's really established himself as a Tillemans player. He's played loads of other decks. We mentioned the Maxilus Monadium build as well, really bringing a lot of success for him. This guy definitely has a lot of versatility on his side, and it'll be really exciting to see just how Snipe Hunters approach this now that they find themselves at match point.
Yeah, and I think it's important to remember, we're talking about Snipe Hunters kind of struggling here. Yu-Gi-Oh! Does have some form of luck. The matchups definitely matter. What you draw matters. While there is a lot of practice that goes into it, sometimes games are just out of your control. And it's hard to see because we have not seen Quantal on stream yet. Maybe he just got shifted. Who knows?
I mean, that Team Snipe Hunters, and 2 out of 6 times you do miss.
Yeah, you know what? That's actually a good point. I hadn't thought of it that way. Did they factor that into the name? Because still, they should win the majority, though.
Yeah.
We'll get to the math later. I do want to go back to a point that we had brought up much earlier, though, as we're giving the players time to get into set 3. We got to see it was Sana and Josh that did the Duelist Cup cast together, right?
No, sorry, it was RJ.
RJ,
and
okay.
Josh.
Have we seen that matchup, or is that matchup still coming?
So
is that going to be the final matchup between the teams there?
I'm not sure if we saw it in that previous.
In the set 1 or set 2? Because if that
we
one's
didn't see it
up,
in set 1.
We didn't see it in set 1, okay.
We maybe had it in.
Tough to see with the smaller screens down there.
Yeah.
But that's going to be a fun one to keep our eyes on because, again, we don't know if there's a rivalry there, but at least a little history,
rivalry.
right?
Yeah.
Maybe a friendly rivalry, yeah. But, Doug, you've also done a lot of the Duelist Cups, too, or at least a couple of them.
Top-level players that also happen to be content creators.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Not me, but yeah.
No, you're our expert correspondent now, Doug. You must realize this.
Yeah, I mean, the Duelist Cup, it's a grind. You're playing a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! For 3 days. I remember watching Josh stream it last year, and I mean, he was live for 20 hours. I mean, it's just the dedication that it takes not only to play Yu-Gi-Oh! That long, but to play it well for that long. That's why we're seeing the best of the best here. If you went to the Duelist Cup and you played through it and you got the top spot, you know that you're a good player. You should be confident in your abilities, as I'm sure all these players are. They're at the World Championship. But, that kind of grind, I think, prepares you for this type of situation where you got to keep a cool head. You can't tilt off of just a couple losses, and there's always another chance to win.
The stamina that was required to qualify through the Duelist Cups, the amount of duels, the amount of hours that you had to grind is just impressive that the duelists were willing to go through that to chase this opportunity at the WCS. And I agree with that. You have to have a strong mental to do it, and you have to have a strong mental in situations like this as well when your backs are against the wall as Team Snipe Hunters.
Yeah, and speaking of that Duelist Cup for the Road to Worlds especially, this year it was all about Fire King Snake Eye.
Yep.
And it seems to be the case here so far, at least.
Yeah, what we've learned about the decks, the little that we've seen so far on stream, is that surprise Fire King Snake Eyes is in fact a popular deck that we will expect to see going forward.
On the other hand, though, you know, we've spoken a little bit about RJ, but the UBEL deck as well being something that is considered a dominant force in this current format.
Yeah, we haven't seen it yet, but I mean, we have to keep it in mind. This next match, we might actually see it. And also, I think the big thing about these two top decks, I know we've been talking about the format a lot. Of the 6 decks, you know there's only one Fire King Snake Eyes, and you know there's only one UBEL, so you know it's not going to be necessarily a bunch of mirror matches all day here. You're only going to, I mean, really, you're only going to potentially see a mirror match once the entire match.
That's the best part.
Yeah.
Best part of the format is the fact that the matches never feel like they're getting predictable in terms of, oh, yep, we've seen this matchup before. We will get a lot of unique decks against each other.
I mean, were you predicting Flunderies?
I was not. I can tell you that for certainty. And you mentioned the UBEL deck. I think there's also a lot of cool ways that you can build that deck, too. So even if we do get some of these mirror matches, I don't think it's necessarily going to be the exact same game plan. We've seen the Nightmare Ibli popping up more and more on the Master Duel ranked ladders. So I'm wondering if anyone's going to bring that version of the deck here as opposed to just the pure UBEL with
There's
the
all
Unchained
sorts of
cards.
tech options that you can look for. I mean, especially because this is a World Championship and you're trying to catch your opponents off guard. If you can find like the one tech option that really lets you win, that can really help you out.
But I'm hearing that we're getting ready to hop into game any moment now. So that means we will have Yu-Gi-Oh! Gameplay in front of us. Again, thank you everybody for bearing with us here at the start of WCS 2024. The best duelists in the world are in this building across Master Duel, Duel Links, TCG, OCG. But with that said, we are getting ready for Master Duel yet again to watch the best of the best in our game take
set 3
to set 3.
Here we go. Snipe Hunters versus CR2 x FCG.
And a reminder, a single duel win for CER x FCG will get them a victory for the entire match. Snipe Hunters need to win all 3 duels.
And I think that if you are sitting down to play from Snipe Hunter's perspective, you got to not think about that. You just got to think about your game winning, you know, that one game, that one duel. Oh, we do see... Okay, Josh went first there, set 4 cards. That could be a number of different decks. I would expect, you know, either a stun deck or possibly Labyrinth at that point. Yeah.
And it's
Steelman's
against RJ.
Heartbeat.
Okay, so
Oh, crazy discard there, too.
I really like that, actually.
And the Heavy Storm with the, I mean, newly unforbidden Heavy Storm. In
No
Master Duel.
response. And Josh, you can see it on his face. Dejection.
Oh, and the friend. I mean, this might. I don't want to say it's over because there's always a chance, and you know.
They needed 1 win.
Wow. And it might happen instantly here. I mean,
This hand is so good.
what did we even see destroyed on Josh's side? I thought I saw Labyrinth cards, but I wasn't quite sure.
Well,
Probably not a Welcome Labyrinth or a
Yeah.
yeah,
Welcome
because you
Labyrinth.
would have used the Welcome Labyrinth
Yeah.
in the standby
It
phase.
might have
I
just
guess
been like
I-
all interaction cards, perhaps Karma
Yeah.
Cannon with no monsters on field, perhaps D-Barrier. I mean, I guess D-Barrier would have been chained. Perhaps, I think people are trying out Ice Dragon's Prison. That's a pretty good card in the format against UBEL and, I mean, against a lot of things, so.
A lot of traps that would be in the Labyrinth deck, even if we don't see the Labyrinth cards themselves. And RJ is just...
Josh is not looking happy about
I
it.
So-
think Josh realizes what's about to happen here.
I guess Josh approached this with a change in decks, understanding that he would be playing against RJ's UBEL deck. And I think RJ also changed out the UBEL for the Telements, thinking, oh, I'm going to be playing against Snake Eye Fire King. So we see both of these players on their secondary deck.
I mean, that's an interesting read if that is the case from each duelist. At the end of the day, though, Draw Heavy Storm is Draw Heavy Storm.
Yeah.
Against a back row focused deck. It is just that powerful of a card and can seal the deal here. Now it's just, can RJ, with a level head, assemble 8,000 points of damage? I mean,
Easily.
we're already
we're
like
almost
right there. Yeah, we are just barely
I think
off.
that from Josh's perspective, unless he has exactly Nibiru, this might just be over. That heavy storm was just unbelievably strong.
And not only would you need Nibiru, you would need an insane draw after the fact.
That's already 8,000.
Yeah.
And
Well
honestly,
over.
even Nibiru at this point, it would just trigger all these effects anyway. So we're gonna probably see the game here.
And reminder that CRFCG only needed a single duel win. This could be that duel win instantly, which would trigger the end of the series. And we're battle phase, we're attacking. No response from the defending world champion Joshua Schmidt. And a victory to CRFCG as RJ takes the duel win.
And RJ going 3-0, I believe, in his games
So strong.
against Snipe Hunters.
That's incredible. That was over in a flash right there as you see the victorious duelists on screen. They crushed this series.
Took down every member of the defending world championship team.
You gotta be feeling good after
Wow.
that. I mean,
Yeah.
like, okay, so we're switching to Quantal.
Yeah, we'll get a look at the other
Tiras?
duels as they will still finish out here. Even though we do have 5 stars picked up by CRFCG, we can at least watch what everyone else is playing. Oh, okay. It looks like we saw a Centura Ion card from Quantal there.
From Emre.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So it looks like, yeah, Emre on screen in the game. Again, wave to Quantal, everybody.
Oh,
Happy
looks
to have
like
you on screen,
Quantal
too.
actually lost his duel as well.
Oh.
That is unfortunate.
Wow.
This is maybe they're going back and they're going to think about how these next rounds are going to look at, but rough first round for Snipe Hunters.
Tira's still just playing branded, by the way.
You know, I think branded players, they are all the most dedicated players I've ever seen. They love those branded cards.
Actually, funny that we're talking about dedicated branded players because Tira's not the only one this tournament that has a reputation for being a big fan of that team.
Yeah.
A lot of people are big fans of
I see
this
the
team,
Albion
and it's
the
part of
same.
why the deck has just had this much staying power.
So, Albion is interesting to me because both Gimmick Puppet Nightmare and Edo the Supreme Magical Being were recently made forbidden in Hospital.
There are other options, though.
There are,
Disciple.
such as, Raz Disciple, Jaugen the Spiritualist as well being very viable. So, really curious to see what this chooses to be the next step.
Let's see what we're going for here.
And it looks like we do still have a duel going on. So maybe that was the Joshua Schmidt one that we saw in the lower screen. Because I do still see action down there. But we'll keep everybody updated as we see the decks and duels actually finish out here.
So the Emblema Oath is typically used to protect your field spell from the Centurion. I guess in this case it's just used to actually create some kind of play with the Primera. Primera is a good starter to gradually access the higher level synchros later on. So we'll see where Emre goes with it. There's the field spell, stand up Centurion.
Royal Rare, by the way. Always
Nice.
got to point it out.
Gorgeous. You're on Royal Rare Watch over there.
Oh, you gotta be. I mean, it's so cool looking. So we see the Send right there. We're gonna put a Centurion on the back row.
Now the Centurion deck, notable for its ability to synchro climb, as they can get towards, typically level 10 synchros if they're using the Bestial cards. Otherwise, you're mostly going for level 12, level 8 and 12 synchros.
Yeah, so primarily this wants to get out the Centurion Legacia, and then climb further into your Crimson Dragon, the, was it Cosmic Quasar?
Blazar.
Cosmic
Blazar
Blazar
Yeah,
Dragon.
got
Very
a
strong.
new one.
Because there's no Hot Red Dragon Arching Abyss.
King Calamity.
King
Calamity.
Calamity.
Yep.
How many, Red Dragon.
We like
Archings are
words.
there? Yeah, it's tough. They got, once the card name goes past 4 words, it's tough.
So the biggest thing that I like about the Centurion deck is that it can play through Nibiru the Primal Being really confidently because of its innate ability to split up the special summons between your turn and your opponent's turn.
Yes, you can special summon your monsters are counted as traps on your opponent's turn, and then the field spell allows you to synchro summon on their turn. So you're right, you don't have to play into that necessarily. But we see a Book of Eclipse here.
Yep.
As the initial turn.
Honestly, I mean, Book of Eclipse is really interesting because it's not only good going second as sort of a board breaker. I mean, you still have to deal with the board, but it's also good just as if you do draw it going first, you can just set it and wait until the very end, kind of like we saw here, and especially against a synchro deck, flipping everything face down is huge.
Yeah, stops their ability to synchro into that level 12.
So the field spell is actually what allows the Centurion to have further access to the ability to synchro summon on the opponent's turn. And with that still available for Emre, we could see some disruption here.
Oh, this will stop that, though.
Very strong non-targeting fusion summon.
Yes.
Let's see what we go into.
Fantastic normal summon, but infinite impermanence.
And we're also in main phase 2, so there's no way to really put pressure on the current board. But, I mean, it is what it is.
And as we see in the bottom left corner, even though there is still a duel happening, it's looking pretty good for blue side. As we see the link climbing continue there. Yeah, Ambler Whale hitting the field. So, I mean, depending on how Emre is able to do here, it would be a crazy world, but we could see a 3-0 for
the branded deck. The branded deck would go 3-0 if it wins.
Yeah. True.
I was thinking on this set for the team, but yes, for the deck itself.
So Legacia is usually the one you want to run Disruption on because it will place so many more Centurion cards in the Spell and Trap card zone to facilitate further plays with them.
And the on-summon effect is good too. You draw and you pop. I mean, that's great.
Destruction effect's always fantastic, but we are chaining our own Sanctifier Dragon.
Bringing back the Blazing Cartesia.
Okay.
Summoning Maxi. Fair enough.
XC jump scare. Is that our first of WCS?
Yeah, this was the first.
The first
Maxi
on
action.
stream. It's Maxi summoned to the field.
Oh, summon to the field, yeah.
No, that is true. Oh, we're seeing Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit on the Blazing Cartesia.
Ghost Ogre is really interesting to me because typically it is the go-to response into the Centurion player to disrupt the field spell.
Very strong.
But yeah, actually being used by Emre here.
Also good just in general against almost every field spell out there. It is a very, and especially in this type of format where you have to, where you can't all use the same cards, I think Ghost Ogre is really good.
So it's funny that we're seeing Centurion versus Branded in particular because these are traditionally your two decks that will compete for the Bestial cards in the main deck.
We haven't seen any Bestials yet, but yeah, for different reasons, you know?
Yeah, the Centurion player likes to use it for the extension into more synchros. Really easy to access the higher levels with those.
Level 6 is great.
Especially Baronne de Fleur, which we see hit the field right now.
And for Branded?
Getting a big push.
Yeah, I mean, for Branded, they actually get to, you know, really take advantage of the continuous spell. Sorry, the name is escaping me at the moment with the Lubellion. But we do see Centurion taking that.
Yep, there we have it.
Pretty handedly, actually.
Emre picks up a victory for Snipe Hunters.
Let's move over to we got Quantal versus Sana. We kind of see a situation here. Interesting, the Horus cards in the Fire King deck.
Yeah.
Oh, that is interesting. And it's not looking great for Quantal as we get him back on stream here.
Old Garunix? That's
again looking a little dejected, but Sana having a very powerful field.
This is reminiscent of Josh's complete field getting Heavy Storm.
Yes.
Just empty zones.
Oh, and we're passing. Oh, yeah, this is, I mean, that's game on board way more than, you don't even need to play in anything.
That was Quantal's turn.
You see Sana in the camera, he's like, I won one game.
Yeah,
one game.
I got one. Guys, the Fire King Snake Eyes, we did it. And unfortunately, Quantal not picking one up for the team yet, but Snipe Hunters will continue on in the round robin, but congratulations to CER FCG for picking up a victory yet again over the defending world champions.
Very intriguing, by the way, that we have, the team captain is running Fire King Snake Eye, the super-powered deck, but also integrating the Horus cards into that to further reinforce it. More pressure to perform but Sana did manage to do so in that last game.
And that means that the Horus cards aren't available for, I mean, we don't know if they're playing tier elements, we didn't see that, but it means they're not available for tier elements, it means they're not available for all sorts of decks. The Horus cards, I mean, you can almost splash them into anything. They are just so strong at discarding and providing extra special summons, and rank 8s are great.
I wonder if that was a 40-card deck? I feel like it has to be more. Like, to fit the Horus cards into
I feel
a
like
Fire
branded
King
players
Snake
never play 40 cards.
'Cause
they play 50, 60.
So the thing is, you have branded on your team, and we saw RJ, I think, take the tier elements against Josh. So both of those decks would rather have access to the higher numbers with the Grasslet
So
Screener.
the tier element deck didn't have access to the Horus cards.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, because we saw them with at the very end there. Interesting. Unless there was some weird going on if you took... No, you wouldn't run the...
Oh,
Horus
like
with-
one King Star. Yeah, I mean, you could.
I don't know. We
think
came
so.
into that duel a little late. Either way, it's fun to see that already we have what I think we could call an upset, because it is the defending world champions dropping their first series.
Yeah, absolutely.
But with that said, we also do have to give another quick shout out and thank you to those helping us put together the WCS. Up first, Alienware, the PCs powering all the players on stage and in all of their matches. Again, the PCs look gorgeous, and the players are just spoiled that they get to play on these setups. It's incredible.
Not only Master Duel, but also Duelings.
And we also have Fnatic now as well, being a really great sponsor, creating the ingots that you saw earlier, the Pot of Greed.
We saw the Pot of Greed. We've seen Karibo as well, 24 karat gold ingots. So shout out to Fnatic there. As now it is going to be back to us here shortly as we're getting ready for the second series.
And I do want to note, too, that they actually make, if you guys have ever gone to a YCS, you get those coins. They're the ones that make those. And those coins are so cool. You can get silver ones, and then also they come as gold if you get really lucky.
I got a Jinzo.
You got a Jinzo.
Lucky.
There you go. I think the coolest one I've ever gotten was a gold Gourds. I think that's cool because, you know, I play some of the Time Wizard formats where Gourds is actually still played, and you can use that for your Gourds token. It's fantastic.
Speaking of Time Wizard, we saw that fantastic plush as part of the player package. Going to every player. But something that not every player will get are these fantastic trophies.
Yes, we showed those off earlier, but in case you missed the beginning of the stream, beautiful cards. I can't believe that they trust us to actually just have these in front of us. I'm not going to touch that one because I don't trust myself.
Beautiful trophy.
As I'm swinging this around, I'm going to put that
Cubist.
back down. Yep. I'm not gonna break anything.
And I think in particular for us, I mean, it's not the top prize card here, but one of them, you know, does have Master Duel in the name, and it's capitalized just like the game is. I think that's a really cool touch.
That is cool. I haven't actually seen that one yet.
That is
the Master of Duels.
the Master of Duels.
I mean, what's more fitting than that? I mean, I kind of like that. That's not even the first card that's done that, because we also had the Duel Links Dragon as a prize card a few years back in the TCG. I think it's very funny when they, you know, do that. When are we going to get a card that says TCG in the name?
Well, yeah, I was going to say we got the TGs already. Can we get, like, just an expanded lore card or something? That'd be great.
Shout out to TG Hyper Librarian.
Yes. One of the coolest synchros.
Yeah, great extender for synchro decks. Speaking of synchro decks with great extenders, Centurion.
Yes, let's do a recap of the other decks that we saw in that first round, because now we got to at least watch 2 of the sets. Second set, I mean, yeah, Centurion's cool, but I'm still scratching my head on the Horus being seen in the Fire King Snake Eyes. Do we think that that was some kind of like a triple tactics talent or something that took it at that point? No, because there was a turn pass that happened there, so it was just on the field, right?
There was no snatch steal. I mean, maybe it was like dark or whatever, but no, I mean that's pretty interesting. Is the I don't actually know. Is the Fire King rank 8? Is that generic?
So Garunix Eternity Hyang of the Fire Kings.
Yep, that's the one.
I'm not sure.
Well, we can take a look at that actually. Let's try and find that
could be a reason to
information.
play the Horus. I mean, there's other rank 8s as well that are really strong, but I think that the one thing that is kind of curious about that last set there is that we have not seen Bell at this moment.
That's a good point, actually. No
So
Yubel
I
as yet.
think RJ played it in the round 1 that we didn't quite catch on the broadcast. But yeah, definitely we'll be excited to see just which other decks we end up
And I think we are headed to a break right now after an awesome round 1. We will see you guys back for round 2.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, as we are getting ready for not only our second feature match here for Match Duel at WCS 2024, but also to welcome a new broadcaster to the desk. First time joining us. Welcome.
Thank
Chilled
you
Chaos.
very much. I saw I was Doug for a little bit, but I'm okay with being Doug. Doug did a great job, so it's going to be a hard shoes to step in.
If anybody can do it, it's the man with a bigger mustache than myself.
Oh.
That's what I can say confidently.
When
So happy to have you.
I'm letting the side down.
What do you mean?
Our team of 3 for Master Duel.
You know, if we combine us, we kind of make up for it, you know?
That's true.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you remember what the lady said when we were checking in? She was like, "Where's your mustache?"
She did actually.
She did say, "Where's your mustache?"
Literally when we checked into the hotel, and Ibris was very self-conscious about it. So,
Thank you.
It's coming in. You're going to do great.
Moving
You're gonna do
swiftly
great.
onwards,
Oh,
we did
sorry.
have a lot of fantastic games so far in round 1, and it will be another fantastic
Yes.
series that we bring to you in round 2.
We do have our matchup determined for round 2. It will be Heroes Future versus Max Yi. Now, Ibris, what information can you tell us about these teams?
So, for Heroes Future, I can tell you quite a bit, in fact, because Tasuku, the team captain, is so consistent and just good at the game, as well as being such a prominent figurehead in the community, that this guy is literally Master Duel celebrity, especially in his native Japan.
So we're in the essence of royalty, essentially.
Yes.
Oh, very cool.
That being said, last year's World Championship did not go as planned for him. Obviously, revisiting the stage with Heroes Future.
Yeah.
Not the only returning team, as we have seen previously, and will continue to see throughout the weekend's games. He ran a Bestial Punk deck that had really weird use of the shared pool of cards. It really didn't work out, and ultimately, because of the matchup dependency of the deck, it meant that a lot of the cards that they dedicated to it were actually left underutilized.
Oh.
So I think it ate a lot of the Earth Fairies that the Tailormans deck did favor
Yes.
during a time that was the deck to beat. Now, that's a lot about Tasuku, but he's teamed up with Maguro, who plays a lot of Fire King and Centurion, and Goryoku, who is one of the best Pearly and Labyrinth players.
Ooh, those are two very, I'd say offbeat strategies. Maybe not the most common that we would expect to see. Labyrinth more so than Pearly, but do you think we'll actually get a chance to see a Pearly at this tournament then?
Potentially, I think a lot of the players in this tournament that have experience playing Pearly were playing it during the Ghost Trick Pearly era towards the end of last year with the earlier Duelist Cups. So definitely remains a pet deck for a lot of these teams.
Yeah.
Get it? Because Pearly mostly like pet.
They're cats.
Yeah.
That's great.
And
That's why you're a shoutcaster.
that Pearly deck, it has pretty memory, delicious memory, happy memory, so many memories, and yet if you forget what the ideal end field state is for this deck, fortunately we have another team coming up for you later called Double Noir.
Before we get
That
into
was
that, though,
just an illusion that I
was
wanted to throw
great.
in.
Yeah,
Honestly,
no,
I've been holding that.
Chilled, what's your favorite memory? Is it delicious? Is it happy?
Oh, from life or from Yu-Gi-Oh?
Let's go Yu-Gi-Oh! Actually.
Oh,
How
from
about
Yu-Gi-Oh!
that?
Oh my God.
It doesn't involve Pearlies or not.
No.
No.
This is 2004, a Toys R Us tournament where I took my dad and like, Dad, you gotta check out this cool card game, Yu-Gi-Oh! And he takes me to Toys R Us. Didn't understand anything that was going on, but he saw the smile Yu-Gi-Oh! Put on my face, and I was swamped, quickly eliminated, and then we went home. But for that's 10 minutes, it was bliss. And it
Yeah.
was like that father-son bonding moment.
All right, well, I can promise you this. These games are going to last a little bit longer than I'm expecting your tournament results did. But I am hearing actually an update from production that the match is changing here on the fly. So we actually will have Rogue Rulers. I didn't catch who the second
So
team
it
was.
will still be Heroes Future, but taking on Rogue Rulers here, and I'm actually quite excited because Rogue Rulers, being from Europe, playing against Snipe Hunters players historically across TCG events, across Master Duel events, really excited to see this team actually and how they adapt because
Did his entire tone just changed?
It did, because I'm really excited
very
actually
excited
because I prepared
Go ahead.
extensively for this team because Eric, team captain, really loves Branded. And we saw in the previous round just how good Branded decks can be. He's paired with Benki, who is one of the most phenomenal deck builders, so much innovation that we can expect to see here that I'm just really excited to see what decks come out.
Yeah, and I believe that the star count, I'm not sure if that's correct. I was told that we are going into set 2 for this match, if I heard that correctly from production end, so we might get that updated here. But either way, let's just start talking about the games that are in front of us and are happening, because this is a deck we haven't seen yet on stream, but one that I was very excited to have bear witness to, and that is Voiceless Voice. It's one of the ones I felt should be on every duelist's radar.
Yeah, so I'm very excited to see Voiceless Voice actually make a statement here, because it's so good at getting an established field off of just one card, off of that low, the prayers of the Voiceless Voice. By having that on the field, it does unlock the Skull Guardian to its fullest potential, and actually a Diviner of the Herald suggests this could be a Voiceless Voice mirror match.
Oh! That would be fascinating. And now, notably here, we did not go into a... When I play Voiceless Voice, oftentimes I'll go into a Dynamundo before passing, because then in your opponent's draw phase, you're able to get at least your continuous trap rating to the Voiceless Voice, which makes me think maybe that's actually the set.
So the disruption on the Diviner of the Herald does mean that the combo start is a little bit more difficult. The normal summon no longer available means low will have difficulty hitting the field. And it does mean you can save that negation on the Skull Guardian for whatever comes next. Chilled, I know you've played a little bit of Voiceless Voice yourself.
All I was going to say is you got 2 Voiceless Voice. This is a Voiceless Choir, and I am excited to see who comes out on top. You got that normal summon already used. I'm going to let you guys take it away. I'm enjoying this as a fan.
And there we go. So my read makes sense now. Radiance of the Voiceless Voice was already available here for Eric, which is why we just opt to maintain our current field state. That way you're playing around things like Called by the Grave, which can really mess up the Dynamundo line. Now let's see what else Heroes Futures representative is going to have to play.
I like how it's like, this team is really full of innovation and will truly bring something strange. And then it's just a mirror match of a pretty standard deck. But still, cool to see.
I will still say this is, in my expectation coming into WCS 2024, what I kind of considered the third string deck. I expected...
Third string.
I expected things like the Snake Eyes Fire King and Yubel to be higher priority, but then this to be up there as well. And yeah, it is cool, though. We get to see the mirror match. Saphira Dragon Queen of Voiceless Voice has been activated, and now we will actually negate that with our Skull Guardian.
Can you guys fill me in so far, and how has the coaching been for the team so far? Have you seen a good bit of coaching of the players helping their fellow compatriots?
Yeah.
We've seen a little bit of it, especially when as players get eliminated, then they'll immediately start talking with the players to the left and the right. What I really want to keep an eye on going forward is how quickly they start communicating with their teammates as they start playing. Now, obviously, they have headsets, so that it's hard to tell what they're communicating to each other. But now both teams will have information. There's a Voiceless Voice duelist on the enemy team.
Yeah, and you can infer from what we're seeing on the other screens here, actually the red team are taking a lead in the other 2 duels with Yubel and Fire King Snake Eye being very potent indeed.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious because it looks like I'm not saying we hit a stalemate in the first duel, but the boards are looking almost identical as they're resolving their effects. But going down on the bottom, mirror match.
Critically, there's a low on the field.
That is true.
Oh, actually, is the opposing Skull Guardian getting the bonus of low being on the field from the opposing low?
I have never seen that interaction, but I have it here.
Oh no, in the graveyard.
Yeah,
it's the one
you have
in
a
the graveyard.
low on the field or in the graveyard, but you have to be the one in possession of it, which says that there is a low in the graveyard, which I actually didn't notice.
I didn't notice it was in the
graveyard. But clearly there is one, as the attack gain is there, but notably the disruption is not. We're going to go for Saravis, Dragon Sage of the Voiceless Voice, and now we do have the low resummoning.
That is some insurance against further disruption, so could be interesting to see. Really well done to actually manage to come back in this Voiceless Voice mirror match.
Now, one of the strongest parts about the Voiceless Voice deck is that if you are not eliminated in one turn, you have incredible ways to get back into the game. Barrier of the Voiceless Voice, being able to add low or just add any of your Voiceless Voice or Skull Guardian ritual monsters from your deck to your hand once per turn. Means that they not only have to clear out the monsters that you have present, but they also have to eliminate that, because otherwise that will get you right back into the duel.
It's almost like never-ending recursion.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, any deck wants that. Literally any deck.
So, both these other games, by the way, looked pretty one-sided, but now looking at the fact they're still going on and that things seem to have changed in at least one of them, this could be anyone's set to take.
Are we able to get a closer look at Duel C as an Access Code Talker just hit the board, and that looks like that is way over 8K.
I imagine that we will see the duel ending down there very shortly, as we see currently the Voiceless Voice combos just continue to play through here. Here's Future's representative has a lot of very strong cards to see on your turn 1. It's turn 2 in the entire game, but turn 1 for them. And yes, you are right there, Chilled, that round 2 in the bottom right of your screen is a game win for one of the players.
My God. And I think Duel B might be suffering the same effect, as they are probably swinging for game right there. I see you got the Ambler Whale on the screen. You got a few other cards down there. I think Apo just swung into him.
So, yep, that should be it, with another win for Heroes Future. Rogue Rulers, despite Eric being off to such a phenomenal start, actually dropping the other 2 games. And this is not a one game for Eric by any means either.
Yeah, I actually think that I favor Heroes Future's representative more from this field state, and it's going to be very difficult. Yes, you do have both continuous spells. Blessing of the Voiceless Voice will let you grab a Voiceless Voice card that's banished or in the graveyard, whereas Barrier will allow you to grab one from your deck. But even with those 2, you're going to have to play through the Interruption of Skull Guardian, Protector of the Voiceless Voice, alongside now that Seravis, the Dragon Sage, which will tag out for the Ritual Dragon Seravis, and then have more ways to stop you from trying to actually play the game.
No, please.
No, I was going to say, at this moment, with you already had the 2 red wins on the board, and obviously there's going to be more matches. If I was in Eric's position, I would want my teammates behind me, massaging my back, pumping me up, getting ready for the hype game, because you need that. You got a team of 3. It's the one time where you get a team of 3 and you can actually all play together in that essence. But it's going to go back and forth. We're going to get another turn out of it, looks.
Yeah, interestingly, here's Future's representative not able to eliminate the Skull Guardian of the Voiceless Voice outside of just attacking his own into it. So that means that they crash. They both go to the graveyard, destroyed by battle. And now if we cannot reestablish our own Skull Guardian, suddenly, I think Eric might be back into this duel.
Absolutely. Negates on the board, nothing.
They're always a good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And when you don't have them, it means you're
I'd stake my non-Yu-Gi-Oh reputation on it.
Oh, your non-Yu-Gi-Oh reputation.
I'd stake my cooking reputation on it. I'd put my cooking reputation on it.
Well, we'll have to ask members of your household what that's actually amounts to. But for now, we'll at least catch up on what the decisions of these players
Second
are.
Skull Guardian now coming out.
This is how you make the big push for 8,000 damage with this deck, is that you are running 2 of this card, and this, just as 2 monsters, will represent over 8,000 points of damage. We just got to get through the Typhon now.
Yeah, and your negate is still live, so that is going to be something that,
And we also, I'm just realizing, I've already done a decent chunk of damage, so this is just enough. Look at that, a 3-0 for Heroes Futures here in set 1.
Very well played to come back into that one, despite almost an ideal voiceless voice field established by Eric.
Yes.
Did you see that little fist bump at the end? I like to see that. I like when the players can have fun. A little fist bump after going 3-0 in the first 3 matches.
I mean, if Tusku is playing a standard deck, then you have to consider him to be a threat for the title, for the people aiming for the title.
That's what we were expecting even last year, and this year already a roaring start. As we also just saw the defending world champs, sputter at the start in their round 1 match. So already, I think expectations may be shifting here a bit for the second ever world championship for Master Duel.
Which I like to see, because sometimes when you go in with those underdogs, you're not really sure how it's going to play out. Just from a narrative, seeing a team that you're just like, okay, we don't know too much about them, but coming in and then just asserting themselves immediately, playing off your back foot is not something I'd want to be doing when everyone here is capable of winning.
So I would also like to just contextualize what we've seen now in terms of what it means for Heroes Future, because having, I think we saw the Snake Eye Fire King in the bottom left, we maybe saw Yubel as well. Branded and Voiceless Voice being 2 of the most competent individual decks now coming together does mean they have one less option for an actual viable strategy amongst their 6 decks.
And that information will now be public as well to all competitors, as that was on stream, right? So you should know now, you shouldn't expect the branded fusion in any other decks outside of just that one Voiceless Voice. But
unless it's a shared card, that would be ambitious.
Shared card branded fusion.
Well, we saw at least...
I don't know about that one.
It's like Called by the Grave for Ash Blossom.
True.
Well.
We saw the Ashes, we saw the Max C, so what didn't we see that could potentially be that 3rd shared card?
I don't know if we saw much of that game, because it was mostly actual Voiceless Voice cards.
It was the engine, which was exciting,
Yeah, and again, I think both players played it pretty well. Eric established the ideal field state. When you already have your continuous trap, you don't need to go into, like I said, the Dynamondo play, because that's weaker to called by that can stop it if you try and do it during their draw phase.
Yeah, the Radiance of the Voiceless Voice really helping, and that, again, just kind of reinforces how much of a tall order it was for Tusku to bounce back there, but the fact he was able to is really impressive.
I feel like a big part of it was that the opposition had so many of the cards that they needed. They had the Saphira Dragon in hand. They had the ideal normal summon. I would say like low can be the ideal normal summon, but I still feel like if your secondary one, getting Triarchia into the mix is fantastic as well. But then we also even saw the Advanced Ritual Art on top of all that. So like you just had every card that you want to see in that opening hand for Voiceless Voice.
I will take a step back and just tell you, look, we've seen very standard decks so far in this round. However, Ben from Rogue Rulers did get 2nd place at a regional in TCG earlier this year with Sky Striker Orcust. So I think there is the potential for
last list, I suppose. That there's potential for that. We'll see. Also, I apologize for that. It was pre-preparation of rights as the other starter that they had. But do you think that we might pivot and see something funky here now?
I think we could. I think that is definitely a strength of this team, especially because while they are renowned within Europe, they are relative unknowns on the international stage. So I think that there is the capacity to surprise. There is the capacity to bring something interesting to the table. Though I am all for just seeing Voiceless Voice do Voiceless Voice things. Again.
I have been enjoying that deck. One of the strongest parts about it is that it plays under things like the Nibiru, but I think in an event like this, if you know that you're against Voiceless Voice, I actually think it's got a bit of a target on its back.
Yeah.
Because not many decks I don't expect that to be the shared card, so you probably aren't expecting to play against Nibiru anyway. And I think the Voiceless Voice does still have its weaknesses, one being that you're really only setting up about 2 to 3 interactions if you can go first.
Must be kind of sad for Eric to lose to Branded as well, as like a component of the opponent's deck. Just because when I say he really loves Branded, I really mean it. Like, he has played so much Branded in the past year or two that it's really going to be interesting.
That's his baby?
I guess so. Speaking of Eric, by the way, returning Dragon Duelist to the world stage. Yeah.
That's cool. So he's been playing for quite a while then. Yeah.
Definitely a lifelong Yu-Gi-Oh fan, just like chilled with his 2004 tournament story.
I don't know if that counts as Dragon Dueling.
Not quite.
No, I mean, look, they had definitely Konami signs there, and there were mascots. I think it was more of a they were Toys R Us mascots. They weren't really Konami mascots, but I had fun. And the great thing about that is, like, back in the day when you would play, I was able to I felt like I was the best of all my friend groups, which, you know, that feels good. But the minute you actually go into a tournament like that, and this is, I mean, you obviously had the internet and stuff, you really get humbled.
Big fish in a small pond.
Yeah, you get humbled fast.
I was going to say, who do you think wins then, Shield? You or Eric? Do you think you can take him?
No, definitely can't.
Well, I'm happy that you're at least honest, if not humble. But we are getting ready for our second round here, or second game in our second round. So as the duelists are ready, we'll hop into gameplay here. So what we can see, it was a sweep, 3-0. They just need to get 2 more duel wins.
I want an upset. I want to see that. I want to see a 3v3 reverse sweep.
Oh,
yeah.
Bring us to a
And
tie?
something weird.
Yes,
and something weird.
And something weird.
That's what we're requesting on the caster desk, at least. Let's see if Heroes Future are able to bring it to us, or if Rogue Rulers can bring us to that match point, bring us to that 3-3. I think it's going to be tough based on the level that we just saw Heroes Future actually play at.
Do you guys remember money orders from a bank?
Yes.
Back, okay,
do that.
Well, you can, but back, like, you know, all the way back. I bought my first Yu-Gi-Oh card online through, like, some shady website, and I had to go to the bank with my mom to get a money order, because that's the only way they would accept it. So you had to mail them a money order, and then they
didn't
would
have just like a local OTS store you could, or OTS. No?
No.
Okay.
No, living where I lived, he was lucky you even found people to play Yu-Gi-Oh with.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I'm just in the middle here, like, yeah, Rogue Rulers.
Oh,
Shield's just going
Engrossing
down,
story, though.
I'm going down the style. No, you had to get a bank order. You had to get it approved by your mom. I remember when, because it was like one of my first times going to the bank, and they were asking, how do you want your change back? And I was like, cash. And they're like, yeah, of course cash. But, like, you know, the denominations of bills. And then I didn't know what was going on, but I remember getting that, and I ordered myself, what was it? It might have been a Gemini Elf.
That's a good one.
Yeah, 1900 attack.
Yeah?
Oh, my God. You summon that, nobody gets around it.
That was the premier card for a short window in Yu-Gi-Oh history, but a window nonetheless.
I was like,
It beats Mechanical Chaser.
It does beat Mechanical.
Yeah.
And Bistro Butcher, right? He's at 1800, I think.
Yes, he was. You got that one right. I haven't heard the name Bistro Butcher probably since I was about 10 years old.
I could take you back. I have so many just locked up in here.
Right. Well, we'll take a look at your binder maybe at some point later
you want
on.
to trade?
That'd be pretty funny. Oh, yeah, you got
Yeah,
trade?
I got some secrets.
When I asked for weird things, I didn't mean like Goblin Attack Force.
Yeah. What are the odds we get Bistro Butcher in our next match? Again, we're just waiting for the duelists to be ready, but as soon as they are, we'll hop into that duel, as I just unfortunately lost my pen. I feel so much less powerful now not holding that.
Lost your pen or threw it at me?
It kind of spun when
Would you like another one to throw?
Either way.
Another pen?
Yeah, to throw
I
at him
can
if you
throw
want.
more at Ibris. Let's go.
Okay. Rogue Rulers, we've waxed poetic about, but shall we
I
talk
was
a bit
say
about
if you knew a little bit more about the other team.
Heroes Future?
Yes,
Yeah.
I'd
So,
love to.
as we mentioned, Tasku, one of the best Master Duel players in the world, most accomplished, really popular, really respected by the other players here. We saw in their in-game surveys during the Cheer for Your Champion campaign. Everyone respects Tasku. He's such a prominent player and figurehead within the competitive environment that honestly it'll be super intriguing to see just how this plays out. You see Maguro on the left, you see Goryoku, and you see Tasku.
And here we go. We are getting ready to hop into our next game. It looks like Heroes Future, smiles on their faces. Joy that they are bringing to the stream. They are ready for their round 2 match 2, as now it is Rogue Rulers with their backs heavily against the wall. They're going to have to bounce back in a fantastic fashion if they want to keep playing.
That is actually Maxi.
It does. I was noticing something there, yes. So that was our previous, what we thought the match might be, but not Rogue Rulers. So we'll get Rogue Rulers on stream at some point here, as it looks like the duelists are getting ready to hop into the game. Now with that in mind, again, just reestablishing kind of after round 1 where the standings currently lie. We see the defending world champions with a loss. We see Heroes Future off to a roaring start, putting a big question mark over the head of expectations at this event. And Shield, I asked Doug this.
Yeah.
As we're actually getting into, oh, no, it's coming back to us. Never mind. So I asked Doug this. It looks like we're giving the players a little bit more time, so I'll ask you this as well. What do you think is more pressure? Do you think it's more pressure to be at your first ever Worlds, for like the first ever Worlds for a game, or to be the defending world champions at year 2 for the game?
I would say anytime expectations are involved, that's always got to be a bit more pressure. Just because you have proven...
Even though you've been there, you've experienced it before, you've reached that high already?
But now you got, I don't want to say people have a target on their back, but like, you're the king, and everybody wants to be able to chance to take down the king.
So conversely, on that note, I do just want to also highlight again those player surveys where we asked them who you most excited to play against, who you most excited to see on the world stage. They didn't say Chill Chaos, sadly. But they did say Tasku and Ryan Yu are the 2 players that everybody seems to be looking out for.
I love
and
it.
You have Eric, Tiger Shark 92, and Benki W. I can actually confirm those are the players.
Those are the players as we are in to our round 2 match 2. Opponents have shuffled and duelists are ready to go. Only 2 duels necessary for Heroes Future to advance with a victory here, as their opponents in the Road Rulers will need to win 3 in a row, or at least 2 in a row, and then another 2 after.
We see a Dark Beckoning Beast here and an Opening Spirit Gate, so yeah, please feel free. Talk about Ubel, Chilled.
Oh my god, the minute you see that the Dark Beckoning Beast comes out and it's not getting ashed at this point, and you're getting free reign on Nightmare Throne, you're getting free reign on...
Nightmare Pain?
No, Nightmare Throne's on the board.
Oh, Throne and Pain.
Yeah, oh, it's got both on the board, and you got Opening the Spirit Gates, so I'm hoping Tiger Shark's got something in his hand to combat that, because at this point, he's going to go full combat.
Yeah, we haven't seen any interaction yet from Tiger Shark, so expect a very powerful field established here by Ubel deck.
So regarding the expectations for that, Chilled, I know, again, you're a big fan of the Ubel deck.
Love it.
So can you tell me a bit about the ideal end field for this? I mean, I guess we'll see it materialize now as Phantom of Ubel already comes out.
Well, there's a couple of things. You definitely have your Appaloosa that you want to end on, but it depends on the package that he's running. So if he has a bit of the Unchained package in there, you could see a couple of set cards where you're going to see Abominable Chamber of the Unchained, which brings back the Rage, allowing you to tribute essentially 1 monster off your opponent's side of the field.
The link, it lets you link with them, right?
Yes, the link too.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, my apologies.
No, you're good. I know you love tributing your opponent's monsters with your Kaiju fixation.
I do.
So
we will talk about the Sphere mode later. So you can essentially go into that build, and then you could link him off into a 2 or 3 mat Appaloosa, depending on what's on the board. You're going to be also finishing with, I mean, what you were telling me, Kangas, the idea of finishing with the Nightmare Corruptor Ibli on the opponent's side of the field and doing like a Nightmare Ibli lock?
Yeah, this is something that we've seen in
you only see it in Master Duel.
A lot in ranked on the ladder, but I hadn't expected, I didn't know if people would be pulling it up to WCS, but the idea being that you can actually summon the Ibli to your opponent's field by utilizing cards like the Gigantic Sprite and Sprite Elf. And it's quite devastating when you see that Gigantic Sprite hit the field and search for the Ibli. You're like, oh no. I understand what's happening, and it's not going to be fun.
At this point, he's going off. He's got his Cross Sheep. He's bringing back his card that's under level 4. He's going to keep building from there. I mean, we're going to have what are we popping up now? Oh, we are going to have the Unchained package. Excellent.
Yep.
Searching out Shervana, which then he will be able to destroy at this point. He might bring Ubel back on the board by banishing Squirmer. We'll see if he already did that.
So the ideal climb here is eventually into Appaloosa Bow the Goddess, correct?
Yes.
And it looks like we can just do that right now. Or, yeah, link for Appaloosa Bow the Goddess with 2 monster effect negates and 1600 attack. And now we'll use the Gruesome Gravescormer from the graveyard to go back into another Spirit of Yubel.
Popping it with Shyvana, you will get your Yubel back on the board, Shyvana back on the board, and then he's, I would imagine, Unchained Rage will be coming out shortly. This is the ideal build. Oh, and you even have your Nightmare Throne, which they were holding off on using, is proccing as well.
Which is interesting time to do it.
Yeah.
As, we're going to grab Terra Incarnate to hand. Are we going to... Yeah, we're not going to summon the Terra Incarnate because we're already using the Spirit.
We already locked it, yeah.
Yeah, we didn't have enough zones. We're suffering from success right now.
Has to be like 5, 6 disruptions.
At a minimum, we're talking about.
Yeah.
At a minimum.
And so, reminder that the concept of the Ibli lock is present in our minds because there's the potential of it happening, but it's not guaranteed to happen. We'll see if they actually want to go for more here. But actually, as I say it, there we go.
It's happening.
So Gigantic Sprite has now hit the field. We will expect this to go into Nightmare Corruptor Ibli. It has hit the field.
I mean, once you have Apo on the board, if you still have more materials to either link away or to XD summon, you know something big's happening.
And you talk about how much are the teams communicating. Tiger Shark immediately looks to his right and says, he's playing the Ibli.
Yeah.
This is the Ibli version of the deck, and now, when it comes back to Tiger Shark, going to be only able to special summon a Link monster while Ibli's on the field.
Which isn't bad. There are a lot of generic links. You can do it, but you're going to be wasting potentially your normal summon unless you're running something that can link away Ibli immediately.
I mean, yeah, that is really, really difficult.
2 monster effect negates with the Appaloosa. We have the two Phantom of Yubels, by the way, in case one gets dealt with, as well as Unchained Soul of Rage with the disruption of an Escape of the Unchained. This is a fierce field to play through.
You could see Tiger Shark shrugging because it's kind of like the, what do you want me to do? What am I doing here?
Yeah. What are my options at this point? Because again, when that Ibli's on the field, you cannot special summon monsters except Link monsters. You have to normal summon something and then try and go into a Link. And then as soon as that hits the field, well, guess what? Unchained Soul of Rage can deal with that immediately. Or again, the Escape of the Unchained. So you just have good options.
Tearlament's build now coming through for the side of Tiger Shark 92. It is one of his most prolific decks. It is something he's super comfortable with, but how comfortable can you be when facing down such a field from a Yubel deck?
You're kind of locked down at the moment, but I do notice when he is talking to his teammates, it kind of makes me think like, I have a hand, I can do something, I'm locked down, what is the best way to approach this? I feel like if you were just completely locked out, you'd be like, I got nothing, but there's a line here that's going to work. I can sense it.
You can sense it.
These people are the best.
That is a good point. Again, best duelists in the world on stage at WCS this week in Seattle.
The Scream, I believe, has in turn protected the Rhino Heart's initial appearance on the field. So, okay, the resolution of the effects is coming through now.
I'm looking at just catching the corner of my eye. We are hitting like chain 3s and chain 4s in the other duels too, so we got some competitive games going back and forth.
Metanoid is going to be the addition here, so I do wonder if it's the more trap-focused Tearlament's build.
For those of us that are maybe unfamiliar exactly which with that one, because there's like 8 Tearlament cards, which is that one?
That is the one that runs transaction rollback.
Oh no! Beautiful card, by the way. Beautiful card.
Yeah, what's wrong with transaction rollback?
Nothing.
Have you ever been locked out of a duel with transaction
yes, I have, actually. Now that you remind me. But here we go. Escape from the Unchained has been activated. That is the option here, and we're going to deal with the Tearlament's Rhino Hearts.
I like it, though. He's putting up a fight.
So the trap-focused Tearlament's build is actually probably the second most popular after the Horse tier, but I assume that even if Tiger Shark were running the Horse cards, because of the sheer amount of monster effect negation specifically, it becomes really difficult to actually execute on that.
If you activate Mseti Glory of Horus, it will just be dealt with either with the Phantom or the Appaloosa.
I think that minus 500 attack may have reduced the Appaloosa to only one negate.
Good point.
That's
Very
a
good point.
I love those little interactions, dealing with the Appaloosa negates in a non-conventional way.
And seeing that minus 500 also affected the Phantom of Yubel as well, taking it down to a resounding still 0.
Still 0. Well, fun fact, Chilled, you can't get lower than 0. Negative numbers are made up.
That is true. Imaginary numbers, which they tried to tell me all the time were real. How do you teach a kid in school imaginary numbers
I
are
don't
real?
think they're technically imaginary.
Wouldn't they call them imaginary in math?
It's been too long since I've taken math classes. I think we should get off this topic before we make fools of ourselves.
We play Yu-Gi-Oh! Reading and math is important.
Yeah, we make fools of ourselves enough just talking about this game, as is Sprite Elf effect will now activate. You target level 2 monster in your graveyard, but if your opponent controls a monster, you can just bring right back that Unchained Soul Rage, and there is a Max C activated.
And we're going to get hit with that negate. So there was a Max C, and it was gone and got itself eaten. I have a little Max C tracker for the games I'm partaking in. I want to see, would you draw more cards from Max C or TTT?
Oh.
Haven't seen either. I'm curious about the
talents.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, could always choose to take a control of monsters. That's a bold
true.
move to make that call.
I think by the end, I'm going to give the TTT's going to end up drawing more cards.
All right, well, we'll check in with that as the day goes on. Currently, though, we do see Tiger Shark still struggling, trying to play through. What is it actually? Oh, interesting. We didn't bring back the Unchained Soul of Rage, it looks like.
We got Lord of Yama to add another Soul of Shavara.
Ah.
That's the access.
Looks like the Ibli did enough damage right there. Heroes Future need to win 2 more duels. If they can win this one, that means that out of the 2 remaining, they only need to win 1. And based on what we see happening, I do expect this. It could just end on this turn, based on what's on the field.
The really cool thing about running the way that the Heroes Future is running this deck is when you look at the graveyard for the Link monsters that are sent away, different attributes. Normally, if you're looking at a Yubel, or even if it's combined with Fiendsmith and the TCG, it's going to be all dark for the most part, maybe 1 light. But he's got Earth, he's got Fire, he's got Dark. He can pop as much as he wants to.
Access Code Tool can now offering some removal and can then actually start to attack for a good amount of damage. Sulliot going to the graveyard by card effect does mean we do have a search, but I don't know if that will be enough to actually do anything for Tiger Shark 92.
I feel like, I believe I already saw Tearlament's Kashtira utilized, and also, I mean, Ibli's on field, so we can't use it yet, but once it hits the graveyard, theoretically we could. Although no, because Kashtira Tearlament's is also during the main phase, so we would be locked out of that effect once we are in battle phase if that Ibli is ran over in battle.
But we're going to have another search from Nightmare Throne. Is he going for the Dark Beckoning Beast? He is.
Really all that Heroes Future's representative needs to do here is assemble 3,700 damage, because we already have 4,300 from the access code, and we can run over the Ibli with our Appaloosa. So if we can just get 3,700 through other means, that is really the test. And I will say the Yubel deck, one of the weaknesses is it can struggle to actually assemble that much damage on the field, because a lot of the damage you do, it tends to be through your Nightmare Pain.
Yeah,
attacking into
self-inflicted.
things.
Yeah.
I don't usually see Access Code Talker.
I love it in the Yubel decks when I play, because it is a way to end the game, and
There's
this is
your
another
damage.
way.
Yep, there's your
Chaos
damage.
Angel.
What a beautiful card.
Banishing the Primeval Planet Pelorino.
Not enough damage on its own, though. We will have to continue going into more, and we're actually going to link it away into Muckraker.
All right, what did we bring him back?
And we see both of the bottom duels finished.
Yeah.
It's a split 1-1. So
Bringing back the Chaos Angel?
This is going to be it. That is enough damage from Heroes Future. Another special summon, and we're keeping that Ibli because we want to remove it in the battle phase so that there is no way for the Kashtira, or the Tearlament Rhino, or sorry, Tearlament Kashtira to even interact here. Tiger Shark shaking his head. I think that he realizes.
God, so smart by Heroes Future. That's incredible, because you saw the Havness that was drawn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there would be a potential chance, but you're right, keeping them locked out of it. That interaction was crazy. Use the Chaos Angel effect, bring back the Chaos Angel, use the Chaos Angel effect again.
Shavara as well here.
Yeah, there is so much damage. So all we need to do is now not activate a monster effect in the battle phase, so that Havness isn't able to come out. And even if they do, we still have a Phantom.
Yeah.
And we still have the Appaloosa. So 1 attack, 2 attack, 3 attacks, and 1 more to seal it here for Heroes Future. Direct attack, lethal damage. Congratulations. to Heroes Future for the match win.
Heroes Future, led by Tusku, does manage to take that victory over Rogue Rulers, and it was a really great showing for that team.
Yes, and now, like I had said, even going into that set two, question marks above expectations now in this tournament. This seems like one of the teams to beat at this point. That was a dominating performance.
What I like to see right there, that was a picture-perfect-esque of how would you play UBEL in Master Duel. Like, with if you just had a chance to pop off and build the board that you wanted to board, you're going to watch that video back over and over and over.
Yeah, and it highlights as well the power of the Nightmare Corruptor Ibli card in the UBEL deck. I remember playing traditional UBEL on Master Duel actually because Chilled Chaos, you were such a fan of it. I was like, you know what, I'm going to try this out. Let's see what it's all about.
Right? It's good.
And then realizing, okay, this deck is also strong. It's very powerful. And then I switched to Voiceless Voice. And then I play against the UBEL deck. I'm like, I know what's going on. I understand what's happening. And then Ibli hits the field. You're like,
the surprise tech out of
what
nowhere.
do I do?
Oh,
like,
I love it.
How do you play out of this position? It's so much harder.
So tell me more about what Ibli does for the UBEL deck compared to your traditional builds.
For the traditional builds. So for the traditional builds, you're... I might be the wrong guy to answer this, because I'll play a lot in the TCG, and there's Verudus, which is a level 10 Exe card, which isn't in the game yet. So there's different ways to kind of handle that. So having Sprite Alpha and then bringing back Ibli is very exciting.
It's a creative solution to give more options to the UBEL deck build in Master Duel, because like you said, there are cards in TCG, OCG that you don't have access to in Master Duel yet. So it's a pivot, and we do have Sprite Elf, which is not playable in TCG, and the ability for the Dark Beckoning Beast as a level 2. You're also going into a lot of Link 2s in your combos, so it's very easy to access that specific card.
It's something you kind of see with that Sprite Alpha, knowing that that secondary engine, the Dark Beckoning Beast and the Spirit Gates, that like, wow, this was meant for each other. They were built without even being played with each other. They are meant for each other. So I love to see that. I used to do Nightmare Corruptor Ibli when you would do the Chaos Max engine, the Chaos Max Dragon, and you would just crush into Nightmare Ibli. That was always a fun one.
No, we have different definitions of fun.
Oh, well, 8K on your opponent's turn is always fun.
Well, with Heroes Future actually taking that one, we're in a pretty good position overall.
Yeah.
I think we can do a bit of a stand-ins check-in soon and give you an update during the third round.
Would love to see where everybody's at in the brackets. Or not bracket, we're not in the bracket stage yet, but in the round robin stage with both groups. So if we have the opportunity to do that. But before that, another thank you to those that are helping us put together the WCS 2024. We would not be able to do this without them. Shout out to Alienware in particular for providing all of the gear that is used on the stage, and it looks incredible. It's been running smooth, so thank you so much, Alienware, for helping us out put together this event for these duelists.
And of course, not only can you play with the Alienwares, but we have the Logitech, which all of our duelists are using for Master Duel. You're going to need peripherals. Logitech's the way to go.
Juroku Cha as well, being a delicious drink with caffeine-free, sugar-free, low-calorie, 16 ingredients, and one unforgettable taste.
And we have one of these on the desk as well. Can I do a taste test of this one too?
Yeah.
Chill, do you want to do one?
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's do one together. Let's crack these open.
Why do you keep taking the ones that are in front of me, by the way?
I do have one over here, but it's a little further from me.
Much like Yu-Gi-Oh, it's our turn. These are our drinks.
Oh, that is delightful.
I
do like that very much.
Very glad to hear that.
Yeah,
Ooh,
there we
it's
go.
Sweet. It's a little sweet.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting that. A little sweet and salty.
I'm going to be sipping on that later.
Sugar-free, but still sweet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Very good.
Excellent.
I should definitely take these away with me so that later on when the casters swap around, nobody takes it. Yeah. If they have the same idea that I do to
don't.
take a swig.
Anyway.
Abrams is quickly realizing the chaos that he signed up for, having me and Chilled Chaos, on the desk.
Well, I actually have a question if we're still got a little time.
We do have a little bit of time now.
Oh, okay. I got a question for you.
Okay.
All right. I got 2 words on here. I got, well.
They're a little small.
They're a little small.
I see tomato, potato.
Okay. How do you pronounce the first word?
This is good.
Come on, you can tell me.
I approve of this bit.
Tomato.
And how do you pronounce the second word?
Tillerman's, Ubel, Snake Eye Fire King. Please talk to me about Yu-Gi-Oh instead.
We could say that instead, but we're gonna say it after a quick break here while we get ready and the duels get ready for our round 3 feature match. Thank you, Chilled Chaos, for coming out and providing some for us.
Most welcome.
On the desk, but we'll be right back, everybody, after this short break.
Why won't you say potato?
And welcome back, everybody, to the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2024. You are watching the Master Duel category and hopefully having a great time of it. I know that I am, and I'm joined by Chilled Chaos.
Hello.
And Dazif.
Hello.
How lucky I am. I'm Ibruz, by the way. Okay, so had a few pretty excellent games so far. We've seen quite a few on stream as well, so yeah, really excited to see where this one goes. Why don't we start things off by just recapping what has happened prior to this?
Yeah, absolutely.
And yeah, let's take a look at how the groups are playing out.
Because we are in round 3 now, so there's already been 2 rounds. Let's take a look at the records.
Yep, so this will be Group A that we see at the moment, and you see CER actually going undefeated so far in the overall rounds. It's 2 round victories, but still undefeated nonetheless.
Did you see the Snipe Hunters after their first game or the round 1 loss? They came back 8-1.
Yeah,
Am I right?
very,
That's
very
pretty
dominant.
good, yeah.
Yeah.
They wanted it.
Yeah. Wow.
I will also just raise that with those two being first and second, we do have Brazil actually coming in at 3rd in the group, which is similar to last year, where they came, I think, 3rd or 4th at the overall WCS. Yeah, looking pretty good so far, but of course it is anyone's group, as we're only 2 rounds in to the 5 rounds.
Well, something I want to point out, as you see, when we watched a little bit of the Snipe Hunter, and we saw that they were beaten that first round, that second round win, 8-1, that puts them all the way to 2nd place. And then, if there's a tiebreaker, they got a lot of W's.
Yeah, and on the topic of 8-1 victories, Heroes Future, that team spearheaded by Tusku, has done so well in a victory here against Maigo. Was it against
Well,
Maigo?
it's Heroes Future versus...
Oh no, sorry, it's Rogue Rulers. It was against Rogue Rulers, yeah.
Doing well as
Max Yi, 8-1 against Maigo, I guess, yeah. Okay, no, that is really promising, and actually Heroes Future coming in at the 1st ranking, with Max Yi following closely behind.
There's some good games there. Where you either see an 8-1 blowout, or you have a lot of 5-4s in there. Those are some good games.
There's been some close games, yeah, absolutely.
And things will hopefully continue to be close as we navigate throughout the rest of the day. Still have more than half of today's games left waiting for you, and again, really happy to be able to bring those your way.
One thing I wanted to mention that I was thinking about on the lunch break actually was that we didn't touch upon earlier with the shared cards that I was going to ask you guys about. It's pretty interesting because I don't think people are really choosing Nibiru as their shared card. So when you're entering a game knowing that pretty much only one opponent in one deck has access to Nibiru, does that change how you play? Do you just go all in every single time?
Absolutely, right? I mean, aggression. If they're not maxing you, if they're not ashing you, if you're not getting shifted, and after the 5th summon, you know that this opponent doesn't have Nibiru, I'm going to build a board. Now, granted, could you run into board breakers? As we discussed before, the second deck could be a little bit...
I mean, we saw Heavy Storm against 4 subtle traps.
So you feel like you're safe, but maybe instead of running into hand traps, you're kind of running into a bit of evenly matches or lightning storms and all that good jazz. Book of Eclipse can pop up too. So maybe you don't go full all out, but it's something to think about.
Yeah, Nibiru really good at punishing overextensions, but when you know for a fact that that isn't a threat, that's where we start to see the really formidable field states. Like you've seen the Yubel just run out of monster zones with how successful they've been.
Can we say unbreakable? Is that allowed to be said?
I don't know if it is unbreakable though.
Felt unbreakable.
Everything's breakable.
That's
Raw
true.
Sphere mode.
Thank you, Dazif.
But I think that
that's
it is
his
pretty...
call.
Yeah.
Someone mentioned Raw Sphere mode. That's
I
jotted down.
think that it is pretty interesting because a lot of the decks do inherently have a way to deal with Nibiru because they just are, prepared for that. If we think of Phantom of Yubel, for example, but not every deck does, and I think it is kind of interesting because if you saw any opponent activate a Nibiru in that specific deck, you're talking to your teammates and saying, okay, none of the other decks have this.
Yeah, that's true. Can I give a prediction?
Go for it.
What I think is going to happen that I love to see. I want to see an Imperm on the Phantom of Yubel, followed up by Nibiru then. Because normally you could dodge the Imperm with Phantom of Yubel, but if you do it the unusual order of the Imperm first and then Nibiru,
that's the classic.
You can see something fun.
You can Nibiru and then Imperm.
Well, you can't.
Yeah. Infinite Impermanence, of course, being super, super potent and actually probably a candidate for a shared card amongst a lot of these teams.
Oh, yeah, I think so.
Or Raw Sphere mode, which I still think is popping up somewhere on
Or
this list.
Gamma CL, the Sea Turtle Kaiju.
Oh, come on, now you just...
Possibly. I mean, we've seen a lot of Called by the Grave so far. I think Called by the Grave is a huge choice. We kind of talked about that at the very beginning, that Called by the Grave is a more aggressive choice than Infinite Impermanence, but it's hard to say. You know, in Master Duel, you don't necessarily decide if you're going first or second, so do you try to build your decks to be as well-rounded as possible, or do you hope that you get a little bit lucky? And Call by the Grave isn't terrible going second. It certainly has its applications. What do you guys think now that we've seen 2 rounds? Which one are you going with, or are you going with something else?
I think the Infinite Impermanence is still the play here. Obviously going hand in hand with the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring and the Max C. But again, we're 2 rounds in. It's anyone's group, anyone's tournament. I don't know if we've seen enough to make a clear-cut decision as to what that third shared card could be for every team.
Well, sometimes it feels like they're definitely just cards that seem better. Like, you can do funny things. Like, I was just thinking, okay, what if you shared some of the Horus cards, right? And you decide to have, okay, we want those to pop up in a lot of decks.
Only Imseti.
Yeah,
Yes, only Imseti,
Yeah.
because it's quite the engine. And then you have 9 of those, or I mean, essentially you're going to have 18 of those between 6 different decks you could potentially have. Nobody's going to be expecting something like that, and then you all have access to an engine.
You got to make the tough call. I mean, Infinite Impermanence, Call by the Grave, Imseti. I mean, we're talking about a lot of good cards here. I think that you really have to look at which 6 decks your team wants to play.
That's true.
And try to find what you think makes the most sense. I mean, I'm sure that there were a lot of discussions there. From a deck building standpoint, I think that this is one of the hardest things to prepare for, having to make that many different decks.
And you know, I keep saying we're only less than halfway through the day, but we do have a somewhat clear indication of some of the players, some of the teams we really need to watch. Heroes Future with Tusku looking so dominant in that featured game. Really impressive, but on the other hand, you have CER showing up big as well.
And don't count anyone out of it. I mean, we saw Snipe Hunters kind of struggle in that first round, and then 8-1 the next round. They, you know, you can be hungry after a loss, and you can come back. And I think I saw, or I think I remembered that last year at the World Championship, I believe they lost round 1 as well, and then went on to win it. So never count anyone out. I mean, we have YCS winners, WCQ winners that lost the first round, and that doesn't mean necessarily anything as long as you keep winning from that point on.
So that's the narrative. Drop the first game and then go under the radar and 8-1 the next 4.
People call that submarining sometimes.
I like
you just
that.
kind of, you know, go against different decks. Maybe at the World Championship doesn't work quite
A little
as well.
risky, yeah.
Yeah, but, you know, don't count anyone out.
You know, I will say, though, Ebreeze, you didn't comment on my tie. I changed ties while we were getting some lunch.
It is very nice, to be fair.
Thank you. I thought, like, I saw you guys all have nice ties, and I'm like, you know what? I want to enjoy the tie. It's not even my tie. This is Kangus's tie. He's gone.
Thank you, Kangus.
Thank you, Kangus, for the tie.
I like the roses, much like Heroes Future rose through the rankings of Group B.
Do we know what our next matchup is going to be?
Do we know what our next matchup is going to be? It will actually be Team CER versus BOTB, and CER, of course, being undefeated at present, does mean that that will potentially be a clearer indication as to whether or not they're actually a favorite team and legitimate title
I'd say
contender.
if they can get this round, they are in a great position for making the second day.
Yeah.
From looking at some of those decks that we've seen them kind of play so far, every time I see combo decks, I'm thinking, big brain. Big brain. I sometimes, when I play, I like a linear path, but some of these guys, they can just combo off from nothing. So.
Okay.
What are you looking forward to seeing?
What am I looking forward to
tell
seeing?
me, what are you looking forward to seeing? Right now, next 10 seconds, what do you want to see?
Snake Eye Fire King.
You want to see Snake Eye Fire King?
Yeah.
I kind of want to see Rescue Ace. Have we seen that yet? I mean, I think the thing about Rescue Ace is that Rescue Ace Turbulence, when it resolves, is one of the I mean, how many
so
cards in the
satisfying.
game say get 4 cards on the field for free? And I think that the Rescue Ace deck does have some advantages over the Fire King. You know, I think it's an off-meta choice, but I still think it's very good. I think that, you know, Preventer is very strong. I think that Emergency is very strong. There's so many good cards, and I think that in a grind game especially, they do well. Obviously, the Fire King deck does good too.
Yeah, the thing with the Rescue Ace is that it takes the Snake Eye cards typically away from the
Snake Eye players and
the Fire King players. And also, I do want to point out that Bonfire has legitimate use cases in Centurion as well. When we saw Centurion earlier, I thought, okay, maybe that would potentially happen.
Is it searching one of their starters?
I think so. I think Bonfire is just super versatile.
It's the Rhoda of the Pyro world. Sorry, it's reinforcement of the army of the Pyro world.
Yeah, and we are in the year of fire, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
Next year, we might be in the year of the water. What would you like to see for that?
Mermail support.
Mermail support?
What kind of rogue decks are we expecting in these sort of 2-0 situations? I mean, do you think we're going to see rogue decks this next round? Do you think we're going to see anything crazy?
I was very excited to see Flunderies so early into the tournament.
Destiny Heroes. Maybe.
Maybe.
No? I mean, come on, just a surprise one? Plasma comes out on the board.
Anaconda is legal in Master Duel. That is true.
You could have Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer, Plasma.
You never know.
What a fun archetype they are.
I think that so far, I feel like we haven't seen too much Yubel. I don't know if those just aren't getting selected for the feature matches. I think we've only seen like one full game with the Yubel cards. I'd like to see more of that, see some tech options. I know that it can seem like these deck lists are standardized, and I think it, at a quick glance, if you look at the board, it's like, oh, I know what's going on. But you'd be surprised looking at some of these deck lists what is actually teched out, because people are trying some crazy stuff.
They are. They are. What would you pick? You're here right now. You're in someone's shoes. You're coming up, and you're going to be in CER or BOTB. What deck would you play? And what advice would you give me? Because obviously, if we're going to be dueling together...
Well, you know Yubel.
I do know Yubel, but I feel like we kind of funnel all the good cards to you, so if I have to take less tech, I'm okay with that.
I haven't agreed to funnel the good cards to him.
I don't think that's happening. I don't think that's happening.
Well, okay, let's say hypothetically...
Are we qualifying next year?
Me? I don't even think I qualify to be up here. So what I will say is...
I don't think I'm in your region.
Oh, you're not in my region. We could still end up fighting each other if we qualify from different regions.
You gotta move.
I will do my best.
And we are jumping into the game. I think in here just a moment. We've been yapping, but we're going to be watching some games.
CER versus BOTB.
Kangas smells nice. I can smell it off his tie. It's got a nice smell.
Okay.
You can't appreciate someone who smells good? Take it away.
What I can appreciate is fantastic gameplay, which no doubt CER will be showing to us against BOTB. Subaduk, Greed, Nakwall taking on the MD Grinder, Enzo, and Josh Kipp.
Let's see which matchup we are going to start off with here. I think we have some pretty interesting decks in this first round.
I have some interesting narrative for you. So Greed, he qualified back in October during the Pearly themed Duelist Cup.
Okay.
Two Maxis activated at the same time, by the way.
Nice. Oh! Actually, we have Super Heavy Samurai, by the way. Wakaushi coming out to start the combo off. That is very likely to be Nakwall, who really favors pendulum strategies.
Okay, so we're going into a Snake Eyes, well, presumably Snake Eyes Fire King.
Yes, I don't know if you saw
Gamma! We see a Gamma pop out. Have we seen a Gamma this tournament yet?
No, at least not. Well, I've been up here. Also, just to make sure you saw that Maxi did not resolve. Called by had pulled their Maxi.
Hit it with the called by.
I believe the Maxi resolved in the other duel, but it did not resolve in Duel A.
Discard Maxi to summon Diabellstar. Okay, so now we're in sort of we know every single card in the Fire King's situation here, so that is pretty good for the opponent.
Already out of hand.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
2 cards. I mean...
Oh, I mean, literally he's out of cards in his hand. Not that things are getting out of hand for Josh Kipp.
Yeah, literally out of hand and also out of hand. The situation here, I'm curious, we haven't really talked about it too much. Would you ever consider Gamma for the 3rd card?
Potentially, just because of the amount of monster effects that are currently dictating the pace of these games.
But it is limited to 2, correct?
Right. And the thing about it...
Driver needs to be factored in as well.
Oh, okay, you're right. That one's unlimited, though, at the moment, right?
Yes,
Driver?
so theoretically you could have 3.
Game on 3 different decks.
Very cool.
We see the Promethean Princess summon here using the IP Masquerena, little destruction prevention, and we'll see the Flameburge come out, probably placing the IP to the back row. Classic Snake Eyes play. We're going to see the Wanted activate in the graveyard. This is a pretty good setup. I mean, we don't necessarily know what we're going to play into, but when you've used the Maxi, when you've used the Gamma out of your hand, you're kind of in a rough spot. 2 cards, and you're going to draw 3 going into this huge board. How are you feeling?
So, I guess pretty intimidated, but I do want to also mention that Josh Kipp himself also has a reputation for being a big fan of Snake Eye in general, whether that means supporting the Pure deck, the Fire King, or the Rescue Ace.
So we could be running into a mirror match. Okay, so that is the pass there. We have Heat Soul, which gives us, a couple draws. Flame Burge, the Ponix is going to activate to add back to hand.
Greed had nothing in hand. Ooh. Now 5.
5, yeah, from 0 to 5.
Bonfire active though, and it's going through. No ash on Bonfire.
Okay, we see the Snake Eyes components, but what are they supporting? Is it Pure?
Okay.
Is it Fire King? Is it Rescue Ace? Let's see.
This could be kind of interesting because from the Snake Eyes perspective, the interruptions that we have are the IP Masquerena and also the Promethean Princess in the graveyard. But if we didn't draw into a bunch of hand traps, maybe this actually won't be enough depending on what the other 3 cards are in Josh's hand.
I mean, we're looking at Josh right there. Something definitely happened where he is not happy with how this is turning out. I mean, you're banishing the Poplar off the board.
Flamebird is going to summon 2 cards, add even more things to your hand.
That's hard to come back from with starting with just 3 cards.
So Flamebird is so strong. Summon back Poplar, summon back Ash. Both of those are going to trigger the SP. I mean, it quickly gets out of hand when you watch these Snake Eyes matchups, but also, you got to think about if both players are using these cards, it can quickly get out of hand in terms of a comeback, too.
That's true. Well, I like the Fire Charmer, being able to pull out some of your opponent's cards.
He's always grabbing Ash.
Yeah.
0 to 7 cards now, by the way.
Oh my God.
So 3 cards in hand. I mean, this is going to be rough, perhaps. I mean, like I said, you might... Oh, it is Rescue Ace. We see the Airlifter summoned. Semi-limited, I believe, in Master Duel.
How do we get to Turbulence from here?
Ooh.
I don't know. You got to sequence it pretty well. I mean, maybe there's an emergency in hand. That'd be pretty clutch right here. The Promethean Princess is scary, but depending on what those last 2 cards are, I mean, it's so hard to tell. It's so hard to tell. We're going to SP to get rid of the Airlifter. No response to that. Okay. No emergency.
Which means you'll get the effect, but then what are we sending for emergency?
Yeah, it's going to be an issue here. Oh, we're going to go for the rescue. Let's rescue. Okay.
I'm curious. I want to see how he plays this.
We do have the Rescue Ace HQ. Not enough cards to shuffle back at the moment, but potentially, we're going to grind for that. Original Sinful Spoils last card. Okay.
Yeah, Original Sinful Spoils Snake Eye now letting Josh Kipp hopefully start a combo from
Summon
level
the Hydrant. I mean, this probably triggers the Promethean, right?
After a monster special summon.
I guess the Rescue is still... I don't know. We'll see what happens.
There's a lot. There's branching paths with this. So I can see both. I can see both decisions destroying it now. We're just kind of seeing how it plays out. Because, as far as I'm concerned, Turbulence, or as far as I know, that's not a quick effect, correct?
No, it is not.
Yeah.
And, we're in a sort of solved game state here where Creed knows exactly every single card that every single card, all 2 cards that Josh has. So you can really make the best decisions when you know exactly what your opponent has.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just curious. What's Josh thinking? I feel like you don't give that look unless you got something. Unless you know something, you're about to do something big.
I don't know. Creed is thinking about potentially interrupting this Rescue Ace Hydrant. Hydrant being probably one of the most important cards in the Rescue Ace deck for giving you those bonus effects. And we do have that. We have to remember, the Rescue is in hand. So if this Hydrant stays, the Rescue gets even better.
Still thinking, considering the options.
I'm
in
seeing
the meanwhile, by the way, the other 2 games looking pretty good overall.
Something's
super
crazy
heavy
going on in that bottom right one.
Yeah.
Field full. Oh, that's a Super Heavy Samurai.
Yeah, it is. Really impressive to see the consistent synchro climbing.
Can you see what's on the opposing on red side? Is that...
I think we went for...
There's a Typhon. It's a Super Star Slayer Typhon Sky Crisis,
cool.
which basically just bought 1 turn, as we discussed before. It's quite potent against Super Heavy Samurai just because everything has more than 3k attack.
So we are doing the Promethean Princess
Absolutely right,
here.
Doug. You're popping it. Destroying it, yes.
I think you have to. We're going to chain the Rescue to get the bonus effect while the Hydrant is on the board. Let's see what we got.
I mean, waiting for the Promethean effect to resolve before using the Rescue does make sense.
Karibo, tribute the Poplar.
But what is Josh going to grab?
He might. Can he grab that Princess right out
That's what I'm curious.
Yeah. Yep.
He is. Okay,
So now
very
the,
cool.
Promethean Princess will not resolve as Chainlink 1. It will still get the pop, but obviously it's not going to be special summoned to Creed's side of the field. I don't think we're going to count Josh out here.
This is a rough board to look at. We have that. We're going to swing, right? Or what do we have going on here? But coming up with no cards in hand, you're going up against 7. He's going to have to do something fun.
Yeah, Greed really doing a lot, even during Josh Kip's turn.
Okay, we got Turbulence.
Turbulence.
Very cool. And again, unless there's some surprise cards that are sitting in Creed's hand.
Greed. I was getting it wrong.
So sorry.
I was getting it wrong.
I can't read. I play
getting it wrong.
Yu-Gi-Oh. You know what? We're
See
gonna
the Turbulence, it's going to resolve. So we see the power of the Rescue Ace cards pushing through all that. I mean, we do still have to deal with 7 cards in hand, about to be 8 cards in hand with the draw, but we do get the +4. I mean, that's a lot.
Dealing with 7 cards in hand, less intimidating when you have 7 cards on field.
That is true.
Do you think there is a way to game?
Card destruction.
I mean, we got the Preventer to hand. That's going to do even more damage. We have 3,000. We have 2,700. We might have another 2,800 on board. And we're not, I mean, we have to play through the Link Rebo. This is a situation where Link Rebo's on field effect. You know, you might not necessarily think it matters too much. It is good for protecting things, but when it comes down to stopping your opponent from getting that win, it does actually make a pretty big difference here. But we do also have to remember that Greed is only at 6,000 life points, which makes it even harder to stay alive.
Okay, so we are going into the Charmer. Very cool.
Heater, the Fire Charmer, Ablaze, of course, typically, as we mentioned, going to take the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring. But in the Snake Eye Engine versus Snake Eye Engine matchup, we could very well see one of the Snake Eye cards coming through.
Grabbing the Sunlight Wolf.
All that.
Are we going to try to go for a Zealantis play? Possibly? Let's
Okay,
see.
so in your head right now, you're thinking, if I'm Josh, my only method to victory is knowing he's got 7 cards in hand. I got to get the 6K on this battle phase immediately. That's my game plan.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to set up enough interruptions. I mean, we do have both traps set, which are good cards, but you don't want to play against 8 cards. You want to end the game this turn.
If you can
Easier
do
said
it,
than
yeah.
done, but we're going for Heat Soul.
Okay.
That gets you a draw, potentially 2 draws. If it lives.
There we go.
Now we have a monster engraved to banish for the Preventer.
Nice.
Get rid of that Turbulence.
What do we Book of Moon in?
Preventer is very strong. Not only is the on-field disruption effect strong, but also its floating effect when it's sent to the graveyard is very good as well. As we're going to see right here, we're going to go into presumably a Link 4, potentially not, and then the Preventer is going to trigger.
Very cool. Ah, there.
Access code Talker. Okay.
There he is.
One of the big game finishers. This can actually target the Heat Soul. Go up by 3,000 attack. We are at 53. We can pop the board. Is this going to be enough? I feel like it might be.
What attributes do we have engraved right now? Oh, and a special summon of Turbulence.
A lot of fire,
Yes.
I think,
I
is
think this
a
might be
safe
it.
option.
Isn't there? I think there might be a Link Rebo in there as well. This might just be. Okay. Do we have a? Don't we have like a Ponix in here or something that can trigger here potentially? I'm not sure. Let's see.
Oh, with the fire monster being destroyed.
I have to say, if Josh Kip does pull this off, that was really well done to
The
to
sequencing
get
has
through.
been great
Yeah.
so far.
When you start seeing these people actually think through their moves and know, okay, I have something in my hand that I can do, then they put up a board like this.
Ash. Okay, so we
There's
are
the Ponix.
triggering the
Okay.
Ponix. I was wondering. I mean, that makes sense. That will keep you alive a little bit. As a Speller Trap won't really be able to be activated this turn. I mean, looking at the board right now, we can see the Link Rebo actually really does need to be dealt with. I'm sure that we have ways to do that. I mean, I don't think we have another access code pop in the grave.
No,
We
we've gone
banished
for
a fire and a dart.
We've gone to Hida. We've gone to the. No, it's an only. He's been pulling a lot from Greed's grave, so I don't know how many different links are there in there that are different attributes besides fire, because everything's been coming from Greed's grave.
Yeah,
He's
let's
pulled
see
2
what
from there.
happens here. Man, that follow-up though, if we do pass to Greed, is going to be insane.
Has at least 2 from his own Link Karibo plus the Heater, the Fire Charmer.
Okay, he did do a link.
He
Karibo.
did do
okay.
the Link
yeah.
Rebo, yeah. He banished that one.
Then I guess you're in his shoes. Who are you destroying with the link Karibo? Because you know
no,
it's
the
gonna.
Link Rebo was already banished.
Oh, okay, and
yeah,
they didn't do.
He's banished fire. He's banished dark. So it depends on. I don't think there was anything else in Grave. We have a lot of damage on board, but man, that Link Kribo in the Ponix, because we can go Hida to bait the Link Kribo, but then the Ponix is still in defense mode. We only have to do 6,000, so we're 700 off just with if the access code gets direct attack. But sometimes, I mean, every life point counts, right? If you can't find the 700, then it's not game.
Yeah, facing down 8 cards at the start of next turn.
It's scary.
And I think that's exactly what's going through Josh's head right now. It's because it's like, guys, help me find these 700 life points. Help me find the last little bit of damage I have to do to finish this off. And it's good being able to talk to your teammates like, hey, am I missing something? What is it you see that I may not be able to see? Check my graveyard again for me.
And the last card in hand, correct me if I'm wrong, that was the Heat Soul draw, right? So we don't actually know that
It's
one?
an unknown card.
I believe so.
Yes.
Okay, so maybe that could be some sort of extender to help us here. Going for the Zealantis with the access code talker.
XEs.
What's
What are we
that?
hitting? Oh!
Typhon! Oh, because then you can bounce the... This is actually... Oh,
There we go.
well, it's only
5,900?
Typhon is not Zeus, only 29.
You know what, though?
3,000 into 100. Do we have any sort of burn effects available? Not really.
I don't know, but I don't know if you just saw Josh's hand. He made a little hand motion to the camera like he's not done yet. There was one little play that he wants to do.
Airlifter coming back, of course, from the SP in the end phase.
Sadly, no volcanic scatter shot.
Yeah, 8 cards in hand, by the way. Ponix triggered engraved, 9 cards in hand, by the way.
We just checked out on the bottom. We have a 1 red win and 1 blue win.
So this is the match right here.
Yeah, this is going to put someone ahead.
Let's see. Starting with the Fire King
Sanctuary.
Sanctuary.
Fire King Island now coming out as well.
Okay, we're making plays. Snake Eye Oak getting normal summon, very strong. Summoning the Ash. Ash is going to trigger on summon if we let this resolve. Remember, both of those Rescue Ace traps are face down, but at the moment at least, there's not a Rescue Ace Hydrant on the board.
That little guy is so helpful.
Yeah. Let's see what we got. Snake Eye Ash.
This card in hand for Josh could also be another form of disruption.
It would be quite good. Maxi would have been obviously a very crazy draw, but if it's Ash Blossom, that could be pretty strong. Ogre would be, I mean, there's lots of cards, yeah.
You got everyone now, all eyes on who's dueling. Over on Greed's shoulder, they're kind of peeking at his screen. Josh is getting help from his screen. This is what I want to see.
It's a more, it is a hand. Wow, what a draw.
Bought
okay,
him
so
some
we
time.
are going to Mourner. We can chain the SP, banishing the Ash to dodge it. Hitting the Typhon as well. We're going to chain the Contain to that. Okay. Got a Chain Link 4 up here. Do we have any more responses?
Let's see a 5. Let's see a 5.
Ah, no. I think Master Duel, what does it stop at? 15, 16? It does stop you eventually.
There's a limit to how much you can chain?
There is a limit to the chain links. We're going to see an Extinguish when that resolves.
Now, for the board state, it looks great, like Josh has his back under control, but unfortunately, knowing that there are 7 other cards he has to contend with.
It's a little scary because even getting rid of that...
Oh,
it does burn damage, of course!
The burn damage!
Of course it does burn damage. We forgot that.
Well, for everyone else, I forget, explain the burn damage, because that just went over my head. What just happened, Duck?
The trap card just does burn damage.
It just straight up burn damage.
Yeah.
Nice.
I guess we forgot. We're not Rescue Ace experts here. What an excellent sequencing situation from Josh. I mean, he played through all those cards. We saw the Promethean Princess. We saw him expertly dismantle the board and put his opponent to 100, knowing that he had a way to finish it off.
And CER entered that round undefeated in terms of rounds. They could still win this one, but BOTB, you have to say, played that really well and actually take the lead in this round against CER.
It's a good place to start out. I mean, you want that momentum going into it. Obviously not a 3-0. You can't always get that. But even just being 2-1, because this potentially means next round, if they go 3-0, they'll just win without going to the 3rd set.
Good luck going 3-0 against the super heavy samurai.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wakaushi is not the only prodigy here.
This is where we need the board breakers. That's how you get to the Super Heavy Samurai.
Yeah, I mean, we might see some board breakers here. I think it's so interesting going to the 2nd set because, like I've been saying the whole time, you can keep the deck that you've been playing if you want to, or you can pivot. And some players have like really off-meta choices for pivoting and having counters. Some of them just have another kind of standard deck as well, though.
So you're saying there is a chance we might see Ra Sphere Mode. There's a chance.
There's always a chance.
Okay. That's all I want.
It is a card in Master Duel, yeah.
Just want a chance, dang it. But no, I want to talk to Josh after that. Coming back knowing that you have 2 cards in hand, you're drawing 1, you're staring down the barrel of essentially 75% complete Snake Eyes board, and you pull it out. That's gamer.
It's good. And that
gamer.
Mourner draw, I'm just realizing the Mourner was what did the damage, not the trap card. Yeah. Okay. Well.
Very well done either way.
Yeah.
Impressive.
No. The Mourner was on the Ash. Okay. So
You sold us, and we
like,
believed it. And
you know,
that's half the battle.
don't listen to me.
He plays Yu-Gi-Oh! He can't read, I can't read, but no, who can read? He can. What's coming up next for us?
More CER versus BOTB.
Absolutely.
That makes sense.
So let's recap what we just saw.
Yeah.
Greed versus Josh Kipp. Despite a phenomenal start for Greed, Josh Kipp actually managed to take it. We also saw, however, Nakball with the super heavy samurai strategy managing to edge out a win. And it was pretty dominant, by the way, from what we saw.
Yeah, about to say, when I was looking at the board there was, I think I saw the Cosmic Blazar Dragon.
Yeah.
I know that I saw one of the Centurion Synchros, and then I saw a Cyframe Lord Omega get summoned. I really like that. I think the Super Heavy Samurai plus Centurion is really cool. Centurion can kind of remove the spell and traps from the grade if they need to, but Super Heavy Samurai is just so strong with any synchro strategy. You know, I've seen it even played in Sword Soul before.
Yeah, and the Typhon pass from the opponent
That was I like that.
Yeah, it happens.
No, it's just like one of those things where like, yeah, I'm confident. I know what I'm doing. I know what's in my hand. I need to burn 100 life points. Let's just slow you down a little bit.
I think the Typhon is such an interesting card to be added into Master Duel because it's something that if you're comboing off, you always have to be aware of. Even if your opponent just has one normal summon, you got to be looking at your cards saying, okay, how many of my cards have 3,000 or more attack points? Can I, deal with the Typhon? It makes every single summon a lot more threatening.
Well, Doug, you've won a few nationals, right?
In a different timeline, yeah.
You've topped a few YCS. You've won a few locals, right?
He won a
Okay.
tournament in 2004.
Yeah,
Toys R Us toy number doesn't really count, but I will say, how much is confidence when it comes to things like this? Me, in a situation like this where like you need to be clutch, I get a little nervous. But again, like with Josh looking down that Snake Eyes with just 2 cards in hand, how much of it is like I just trust my deck and I trust myself?
Yeah, I mean, you have to just kind of roll with the punches, I think. And one thing that you really have to watch out for is if you make a misplay, if you make a misclick, we've all been there, you can't get tilted. You just have to keep going. And I think that that's one thing that really does separate the, good players from the great players is that they're not affected by their own misplays. Because you're not going to play perfect all the time. That simply can't happen. I mean, maybe someone out there can, but
it's a weakness of some of these great players.
What?
They don't make enough mistakes. So they're not able to learn. Like myself, I make so many mistakes.
I was thinking like myself, I never make mistakes.
No, like myself,
yeah.
I make so many mistakes where I get to learn from them. Okay, when you are perfect all the time, it's hard to not get tilted, because you never get slighted. But I always get slighted. I always get tilted, so I gotta practice that.
To be fair, that's why I play for Noble Knight, because there's so much room for me to learn every game.
Every time I've seen you play that, you've told me, no, it's not my optimal end board. You have not once told me this is the optimal end board. How come? Tell me why.
I was going to ask, how many going second cards do you think the Centurion Super Heavy Samurai deck has room for? Obviously, there's Ash Blossom. Obviously, there's Maxx C. Pretty much every deck's going to have those, but that's a lot. I mean, the Super Heavy Samurai does take up a decent amount of deck space in your deck, and obviously the Centurion cards do as well. How much extra room is there for tech options?
I think it is not as straightforward as it seems for other decks, if only because you can't really run infinite impermanence in the Super Heavy Samurai builds.
Right.
Whatever that number is, it's more than Duel Links, because we got 40 cards in our decks.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't even see, maybe we'll see it if it does get played again in the next set here, but I'm not sure if it was a 40-card deck or perhaps they won even more. We've actually seen, looking through the deck list, a lot of people are not playing 40. We see a lot of 41s, a lot of 42s, and if you think about it, that makes sense because there's so many starter cards in this game and in a lot of these powerful decks. You don't need to worry about, having a playable hand, you just want to see as many different cards as possible. So playing over 40 really does help sometime, especially if you have cards in your deck that you don't want to draw.
Well, yeah, absolutely. If you know you have some one-card starters and you have 9 or 10 of them in the deck, it's okay to play a decent amount of tech cards. You're going to see that one-card starter, and then you can really just go on the defense a little bit with some of your more interactive cards.
And especially if you have hard ones for turn effects.
Yes.
You don't want to draw 2 of the same one.
Tell me about it. As someone who was enjoying my 3 opening of the Spirit Gates, but somehow would always have 3 opening of the Spirit Gates in my hand, it felt like I was playing a 3-card hand.
Well, in the TCG, that won't happen anymore.
That is true.
What were you going to say?
On the topic of... No, you've thrown me now.
Feel me?
It's okay. I'm good.
Your tie. Where'd you get your tie?
Thanks. Not from Kangas.
Not from Kangas. You brought your own tie from home?
Anyway,
this man will not talk to me.
I think we are soon-ish jumping into the games here, the second set. And remember, one thing that I think is kind of interesting is that if you don't go to the third set, there will be, 3 matchups that don't actually happen.
the thing I wanted to talk about, by the way, was that the Centurion deck is typically very reliant on the likes of your Bystials, as we mentioned before, and it takes away that from the potential branded decks.
Yes, the shared cards, yes.
Does that still apply to the Super Heavy Samurai variant?
I don't feel like there's room in there. I mean, it's hard to say because we didn't actually see the match. I feel like there's no room for the Bystials, and that would potentially open up that for a branded player. I feel like on a lot of these teams, they might not necessarily be playing Centurion and branded. I mean, certainly we do see that, but I think that in this situation, if you don't play the Bystials and you instead play the Super Heavy Samurais, that might have really been on their minds thinking about the branded player.
So I still have the same concerns that I raised for the branded Voiceless Voice deck, where you are combining two competent decks,
good engines, yes,
into one pretty good one.
Yeah.
But by doing that, you kind of forego actually having access to a pure Super Heavy Samurai deck, to a pure Centurion deck. Is that the optimal play? Well, they won this first game, so maybe.
True.
Seemed pretty strong.
I mean, a lot of it is in terms of, like, what are you proficient with, right? Sometimes it's not necessarily the best deck, but this is the deck that I'm the best with. And sometimes that can make all the difference. I've won duels with worse decks just because I knew how to play that deck better. And I'm sure all these guys know the ins and outs of their deck, so if they feel like they know a little bit of this interesting tech and they can get it at any problem, maybe they take the chance.
I do wonder if they know all the ins and outs of their decks, because typically when you're playing throughout the remainder of the year, you have access to as many of a certain card as you want.
That's true.
But the nuance that the shared card rule introduces really means that these teams have to kind of reapproach the way that they're sequencing, the way they're playing their combos, exactly what their combos will entail as well.
Yeah, one thing I want to ask you guys, and I haven't looked at all the deck lists, I kind of want to be surprised a little bit. When you look at cards like Ghost Mourner and Ghost Ogre, are you saying that one deck is going to play 2 or 3 copies, or do you think they'll spread it across multiple players?
That gets people guessing, right? If you start spreading it, you don't know who's got it.
Yeah.
Right? Because even, I mean, do I think it's going to happen if they decide to do Nibiru on the shared playlist? But if you, just for fun, dropped one Nibiru in all of your decks, all of a sudden you don't know if someone's running 3 of it or if they're running 0 of it, because you might have only seen it pop up once.
I think that's very clever, and that's an aspect of the Master Duel World Championship that you don't really have anywhere else.
It's cool. Because let me ask you, right? You're playing somebody, you see a nib, you're thinking they got all 3 nibs, right?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Every
So
single
you
time.
could, little mind games you could play.
Yeah, and I think we are jumping into the games right now.
Indeed we are, as we see CER now trying to regain the lead in this match.
God, that intro's so cool every time.
Josh Kipp pulling off the comeback victory. Can he do it again?
All right, we're going to start immediately seeing, what are we seeing? We are seeing the branded. Now, is
The
it...
one of Branded Fusion instantly, followed by Maxi.
Yeah.
Will it resolve? It resolves! Oh, I can't wait.
Okay, Maxi, how many cards are we drawing?
I'm saying 2. I'm going to say he's going to allow for 2.
So Subaduk versus Enzo is very interesting for these two teams in particular, because both of these players were here at WCS 2023.
Really? Do you know how they placed?
Oh, Thrust, real quick. That's why you're looking down.
Enzo was top 8 at WCS last year in the TCG OCG category, running Mathmech.
Oh, okay.
Classic. So we're setting the Branded King trap. So pretty good into Max C here. We only had to give one draw.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not too bad.
And still putting up a pretty competent board because you can start to fusion summon on your opponent's turn. You could pull stuff if you want from the graveyards.
Well, and what I like is that there is that Fairy Tale Snow engraved, so that, you know, as a last resort, even if you have to banish like every single card you have, it does keep you in the game potentially.
So Blazing Cartesia the Virtuous is really intriguing to me because it functions as a bridge towards Grand Guignol.
Absolutely.
Who then is essentially a Foolish Burial that allows you access to countless different
bunch of
opportunities and extenders within your deck.
And especially with Sanctifier sitting on the board too, ready to go at any moment. But
okay, we are doing presumably Voiceless Voice unless they add Chaos Max here. So we're going to activate the pre-preparation of rights. I mean, just an insanely powerful card. Get you access to not only a ritual monster, but the ritual spell too. We're adding that Skull Guardian to our hand.
So it's safe to say that we are not looking in Ash Blossom in Subadok's deck.
I think you would have ashed it every
Okay,
time. And we
all
see
right.
Prayer of the Voiceless Voice as the opener. I think that is resolving. Oh, we got the low in hand too.
I think you can also imagine that Enzo doesn't have Ash Blossom Joy Spring either because of the Branded Fusion. Though it did get responded to, Max C not really the optimal response when you could just deny it outright.
Yeah, so very powerful play here. We got the Skull Guardian Chainlink 2, we got the low Chainlink 1, but the Albion is going to be chained as well.
Is there, Doug, Evers, is there ever a time you wouldn't Ash a Branded Fusion?
When you have Max C and want to draw a card?
That possibly, but just knowing like there's nothing more optimal than ashing that, right?
You know, I always ash it. I think you have to just to make the branded players, you know, scared, right? Like,
Okay.
You played branded, you're going to lose to ash sometime. We see the Max C special. This is like the second or third time we've seen Max C special summoned off
board,
of an Albion.
yeah.
I think that's pretty funny. We're going to resolve the effects here. And I really like the Albion for stealing the low. That is a very powerful play. We're going to activate that Fusion Duplication.
Wow, it's a pseudo Branded Fusion.
Yeah.
And it doesn't get responded to this time around.
You can't stop a good Branded Fusion.
Mirror Jade the Iceblade Dragon, I guess?
Sending Despian Tragedy
Oh, no,
plus Fallen of Elbaz.
Okay,
For the
Rebellion.
Rebellion. So
Yeah.
we still have access to Mirror Jade on the opponent's turn here, and by sealing the low, oh, we see the Fusion Deployment discarded. Tragedy's going to activate. Rebellion's going to activate. I think this really does change everything.
It does, because now our Skull Guardian is no longer a negate anymore.
Yeah.
So I guess you add Aluba, the Jester of Despia?
Oh!
As expected, as expected.
All right, we're getting some follow-up.
Mirror Jade the Iceblade Dragon.
Pretty good with just starting with the Sanctifier and knowing that your Cartesia was going to get Imperm. Pretty good.
Especially against that Max C. I mean, I
Yeah.
think that Subadok really did the correct play into the Max C. No reason to go crazy if you have these interactions to set up on the opponent's turn anyway.
No, I'm just not. You steal the low, they can't use it in the gate. Oh, another low hits the board, allowing the gate to be live.
So Enzo played Mathmech last year, but can he calculate a way to claim victory here?
How long were you sitting on that? That's incredible.
A while.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's see what we got. We're going to activate the Mirror Jade, sending the, I forgot that card's name, but the little Tri-Brigade fusion monster. To the What's that card called? You know, the classic card. Anyway,
Yeah, the classic Tri-Brigade Fusion monster.
Yep.
I know exactly that
Skull
card.
Guardian will negate that, or at least attempt to negate that. Let's see what we have.
Nothing.
No, give him
Thinking about
time. Give him
something.
time.
I mean, we know that there's that Branded King face down, but I don't think that's really going to help us here. So we're going to do that. Now, the Mirror Jade will get its effect in the end phase. That puts a lot of pressure on Enzo, because if you don't manage to break the board and win, you're going to lose the board in the end phase, too.
and not to
There it
distract
is.
you. I don't know.
Rindbrum, that's what it's called.
Oh, Rinbrum, absolutely. Which can also bring back something later and act as in the gate, too. Bring itself back, bring back Albaz.
Yeah, it brings back the Elbaz, which will give you that quick fusion effect on the opponent's turn. So we're really doing quite a bit, even through that Max C. Oh, that is
Called by his
game-crushing.
big-
The call by the really held on to that, too, by the way. We will see the Brightest Blazing Branded King as a follow-up.
So one thing, I don't know if you saw it while they're continuing this, Enzo's one of his teammates to the right of him. Something must have happened because he was getting excited jumping out of his chair.
Yeah.
I don't know what was going on, and that might be like Duel B or Duel C or Duel A, but I'm curious in terms of That's the most excitement I've seen so far today. Someone jumping out of their chair.
Absolutely. So we see the Fawn of Elbaz discarding that Alubra that was added to the hand. What are we going to fuse with? Fawn of Elbaz is so strong, non-targeting. There's so many different cards in the extra deck that we can go for. Using
So
the low.
Once you remove the low, everything becomes less intimidating.
Go for the Albion.
Ooh, that's a shiny card.
And the Voiceless Voice deck is so interesting too. That Skull Guardian is only a negate when the low is on the, like they really go hand in hand. We don't see that with too many other decks. Going for a second Mirror Jade here.
Mm-hmm.
You can only control one, but the other one was removed from the field earlier.
And while the low is not around, actually a lot of opportunities to edge out this Skull Guardian in terms of attack points.
Yeah.
You know what I'm learning right now, guys?
Yeah, what?
Every single one of these players are better than me. That's what I'm seeing here.
Well, they are at the World I mean, we're at the World Championship too, but we're behind the desk. We didn't know why 800 burn damage happened. You know, we're here, they're there.
Seeing some of these plays, like, I love it. I'm just smiling because you're just like, I wouldn't have thought of that. I just wouldn't have thought. It's just, I mean, sure, they might be standard plays, but the way they're just playing it correctly. Imagine going up against a chess computer and every move is right. That's what it's like playing some of these people. Just every move is the correct move. It's awesome to see.
Looks like we're linking off the Maxi. Oh, we're going for the Dynamundo. Very powerful card that pretty much only this deck gets to play. And Chaos Max.
And Chaos Max.
Yeah. So very powerful. You can shuffle back, get rid of that Mirror Jade. See you later. With the Skull Guardian. Okay.
Any response? No cards in hand for Silverduck.
So importantly here, yeah, the Mirror Jade will be able to activate. We're sending the Titaniclad, which will get us a search or a special in the end phase. Mirror Jade's effect is only once while it's face up on the field. So even though that we were able to go through 2 Mirror Jades, we were able to use both the effects.
And since it was balanced back to the extra deck, it does not get that other effect of clearing the board at the end, correct?
Right. I mean, the other one that was engraved did.
Oh, yes. I'm so sorry. Thank you. That's always a nice little surprise at the end. You're like, oh, I cleared their board, and then your whole board just gets wiped.
We do see the Blessing here, which is, you know, that could definitely help. Adding the low back. There we go.
Could we restart the combo again from scratch and get to some kind of meaningful end field
Looks like
for
not.
Voiceless Voice? I guess not.
How much damage do we have on, I mean, with the Titaniclad, I think this is just going to be game. We have 3,045. We have 7,050.
Oh, don't forget about the 50 from low.
Yeah,
Yes.
7,050 on board. With the 1,500, we are over 8,000. Unless there's a Battle Fader in hand, I think this is looking kind of rough.
Now, at this point, when you're at the WCS, you keep building the board, right? You don't take any chances?
No, you don't. I don't think you keep it. I don't know. Like in this case, if you already have more than 8,000 on board,
You think you swing?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of depends. Yeah, we're just going to go right into... Not switching the low to attack mode.
We actually saw a victory for BOTB in the bottom left there.
Okay. So we might see another situation where there's going to be a third game that really it all comes down to with both red and blue getting wins.
They're going back and forth. I like this.
3K for game. Really crazy doing all that through the turn 1 Maxi. I know a lot of people think that Maxi is just game ending every single time it happens and resolves even. There wasn't a call by the grave or a cross out, but not necessarily.
Are we going to find ourselves looking at a Zeus?
Well, there is a 4 material, or can't see how many material, 3 material downward getting popped, destroyed. It is main 2, so that must have been like the big play.
Okay.
You see the old Canix trigger. This looks pretty strong for the Greed. I think Greed is in a very good position.
Yeah, Greed, very formidable Snake Eye player in general. So seeing that reinforce the Fire King strategy should, yeah, really.
Well, and also kind of what I was talking about earlier, we didn't see a deck switch here, just sticking with the Fire King. And what's interesting about that is that Greed could switch it up in the next game and play something completely unknown.
Still have that surprise, yeah. But it's nice that this time we're seeing the Fire King cards. You know, the mirror match back and forth, the Snake Eyes. You're like, okay. But now we get to see the Fire King engine in action.
Triple Tactics talent to draw 2.
Throwback to last year's WCS.
Yep, very powerful card. We've seen it resolve a number of times here today. I think especially with the shared card pool, even if you're not picking that as your shared card, I think a number of decks can take advantage of it.
So that puts, at least for things we've seen, Max C has allowed for 2 drawn cards and triple tactics talent set also allowed for drawing 2 cards.
Yeah, Pot of Greed's pretty strong. I mean, if your opponent activates any monster effect in the main phase, you have access to Pot of Greed, Change of Heart, I mean, Forceful
I love
Sentry.
that. Just classic cards. Classic
We're going to
cards.
see the Pearly Sleepy Memory activated, and we do have the Pearly Field Spell active right now, so remember that the special summon monsters cannot be targeted the turn that they are special summoned.
Very powerful field spell.
Yeah.
And I love what they did with the card art in terms of they get their own special border. I feel like I'd love to see it with more cards.
See, we go for the Perlily here. The more, you know, less RNG one, it's more reliable because you know exactly what you're going for.
Will be really interesting to see if CER can indeed tie up this round. Would be 3-3, and it would all come down to that final set of duels.
And,
I
you know,
mean,
we
will
were,
anyway, but
Yes.
We were talking earlier when we were looking at the standings how many of these matches go to 5-4, and I think we could see that situation happen here too.
It seems like you have just that super competitive nature, or whoops, this is a mismatch of decks that went up against each other.
Oh, we see the My Friend Pearly as well. I wonder, okay. Very strong. It's hard because we're jumping in. I don't know how many Pearly cards are in the graveyard already, but we will see what the My Friend is able to reveal. It's nice if you can reveal 3 of the same card and guarantee it, but if we are a little bit later into the game, or the IP Masquerade is going to get changed to go for SP and kind of mess things up here.
yeah,
SP to definitely the pick there.
almost definitely.
Okay.
You
With
just
2, yeah, it's going to be the
So it's
SP.
Nightmare Unicorn.
removing the
kinda doubt
monster
that.
from the side of the Pearly to deny any kind of Xyz overlay
Now, I
plays.
will
Very
say,
smart.
we've seen a lot of SP Little Knight this tournament, of course, but if people aren't...
Oh, the Ghost Warrior!
We see the Mourner. If people aren't choosing that as their shared card, which I don't think people really are, that means only 3 total copies of SP between all the decks.
You're right, so the second decks, if they're choosing to build a different type of second deck, will not have access unless it's a shared card.
Yeah,
Greed banishing his own card.
interesting.
I think you can even see that on Grinder's face too, because he's definitely rubbing his chin like, what
Ash
just happened?
Blossom on the My Friend Pearly, that is a big deal. We are down to 2 cards in hand. Pearly really wants a lot of cards in hand, so we will see how we're able to extend here. Not really sure. Seems like a lot's going on the board. Not sure if the Arvada has used its effect already. I'm going to assume it did, but we will see.
By turn 2, main 2,
I think
yeah.
Fire King Kirin was the one that got banished there alongside the SP Little Knight.
Yes.
Okay.
So definitely some opportunity for play for Greed next turn.
Arvada
this
has
there we
not
go.
been activated, yes.
Now, will we be popping one hand, or are we destroying our... Oh, one from hand. Oh,
Hit the
they pop
Flame
Flame
Bridge.
Bird!
Okay, so you can kind of take advantage of a bad draw there,
Oh,
triggering the Flame Bridge
you
Dragon.
absolutely love to see that.
Go
Oh,
for the Oak,
man.
go for the Ash. I mean, this is so much advantage. It's going to be tough to break this, especially main phase 2.
Greed's got to be internally smiling right now. Seeing that pop out like that, oh. Knowing on your turn, your opponent's got 2 cards in hand, and you're going to begin your engine?
Get the Poplar on field. I mean, this is what makes Snake Eyes so strong. I mean, there's a lot of things, but the Flame Bridge getting all of these effects, it almost reminds me of the Fluanda Reese cards recycling themselves on the opponent's turn as
Non-stop.
well.
It just keeps going
Being
and
able
going
to
and
do
going.
Snake Eyes, Ash, Oak, and Poplar not only on your turn, but the opponent's turn is
Ah.
so powerful, and we see a pass.
Yeah.
Kirin can't come back. The field is
No
too
more
full.
zones.
Oh,
yeah.
too full. That's a good problem to have.
Ponex activated in Grave. I mean, even without the Kirin coming back, I mean, we're once again seeing a 7-card in hand situation. Tons of monsters on board.
The headset's coming off. I think we're sticking a fork in this one. This is looking
I've
rough.
never heard that phrase before.
You've never heard sticking a fork in it?
Nope.
Stick a fork in it, it's done.
Okay, let's use the SP Little Knight. Is this going to be a Promethean Princess?
Yeah.
It is. Okay. We don't even need to summon too many things to actually win the game here. There is 8,500 life points, though. Pearly have ways to increase life points, of course. Bring back that Flame Bridge Dragon, and then keep in mind, naturally, the Arvada's on the board, so we're insulated from any sort of hand trap.
Exactly.
We're going to go right to the battle phase and clean up, I think.
And Greed taking this does mean we will enter that 3rd set of the 3rd round with a 3-3 score for each team.
And as someone who just likes dueling, seeing a 3-3, that's what I want. I don't. The 8-1s are cool to see after the fact, but it is awesome to see a 5-4, and they're going back and forth, and you know who's going to take it.
How do you guys feel about the Pearly deck? I think it's a very interesting choice. We've been talking a lot about the shared card pool. The Pearly deck is just like 30 Pearly cards. You don't really have to share stuff. And then the extra deck is the same way. It's like 10 Pearly cards. I think that's a very unique choice, and I think it's also not every deck is prepared to deal with a 8 material Noir.
No. I think it really benefit from Zeus actually coming to 3 very recently in Master Duel.
That was a big deal.
And on a personal note, I hate when the cats beat me. So, I mean, that's just a personal note. You know, if a giant guy comes out and he crushes it, no, I like cats, but
personal note.
Yes, okay, it's a personal note. But if a giant monster comes out and crushes me, I could take it. But when those cats come by and they just keep chipping away at my life points,
it's so strong when they get going.
They don't stop.
Potentially 4, a million cards in your Stand My Face is obviously very, very strong. And I think that the Pearly deck also has a lot of good protection effects. The field spell we looked at, they have a lot of good extenders. Almost every single, all those spells can just keep being able to be activated. It's a strong deck, and also I think it's a very cool sort of rogue, I don't know if you can quite call it that, but off-meta choice.
Yes.
So that, you have to imagine, was chosen with the mentality that you would be going into the Fire King Snake Eye deck.
Yes.
Now that you're not, and you've gotten that out of the way, do you still see the Pearly deck as viable, or is it just a pocket pick to deal with that threat in particular?
Yeah, it's hard to say because I'm pretty sure, just remembering back to the first set, I think Pearly was the second choice. That was not the opener deck. So it seems, kind of like a silver bullet there in the sort of Wayne's.
I like that term. No, silver bullet's good. That's a good term because
I think it's a very cool, hard to beat strategy for a lot of decks.
Yeah, especially if you're kind of expecting it to come. If it comes out of left field, if you're not prepped for it, it can just grow out of control.
Yeah, I think that's the only Pearly deck we've seen so far. So a lot of players are not going to be prepared for it.
Someone that was prepared for it, however, CER, Team Captain Greed, prominent Pearly, Snake Eye, Tillerman's player in the past, who actually qualified via the Duelist Cup during the Pearly kind of standard environment. So, very experienced Pearly player, took down the Pearly deck. Are we surprised? Maybe not.
Hey, if you know your enemy, you can beat him.
I'd say Pearly's kind of a weird deck to play against. It has a lot of strange abilities, putting those spell cards onto the monsters. They all have bonus effects, at least in Master Duel, you get all the stat changes done in the game, and in the TC that's sometimes kind of rough, but it's a very hard deck to play against and to play, so having that experience with Pearly definitely helped.
Now, the Duelist Cup, have you guys competed in it? Tell me a little about your experience. Okay.
I don't have the 72-hour marathon, but I think a lot of content creators have given it their all, and I think that there's a good chance of just having fun duels, but there gets to a point when it's like, if you're not committing, you're not gonna make it to the top. You have to be very committed, you have to be very good, you have to have stamina, as we've talked about. It's a hard challenge.
I'm gonna do it. Next time I'm gonna go and I'm gonna do that 72 hour.
And we're gonna go to Worlds.
Yes, this time as a competitor. Well,
I believe it.
I wouldn't say competitive. This time as a, I mean, look, if any teams need like a mascot to cheer them on, I can do that too.
Okay.
I don't know what I dress up as, but I feel like I can really.
You were so committed to qualifying. Now you've already kind of retired.
You've already given up.
What if, I mean, they just +1 me, right? That's all.
Yeah, you just need to know good players.
Exactly.
You don't have to be a good player.
I find 2 of the best players, and they're like, "Hey, Chilled, we need you," and I'm like, "You're dang right, you need me."
Yeah.
I'd go in there. That's what I want to see more. I want to see more hype for the other duelists. I want them to be behind them. I want them shaking them. But again, I play at a level that's probably not to this height. So maybe getting shaken around and hyped up may be a little distracting.
That's fair. What do we think we're going to see in this final set?
Can I say it?
Fire King Snake Eye. I really hope we see the super heavy Samurai Centurion build again.
That'd be very cool. Yeah, I mean, that's a deck that we really... we've seen Centurion already, but that's a very interesting variant.
Yeah. Rescue Ace was also something that I know you were really looking forward to seeing. So
I think it's cool.
Being able to kind of break that down play by play was really cool as well.
I think we're going to see Sphere Mode. And I'm even going to put it on this little card because I know for a fact, and you can call me crazy, it's going to pop up and I'm going to lose my mind. But I'm going to keep this as my Sphere Mode card. And when this pops up, I want all the I told you so's to just spring it in. Just let me have it.
I'm sure chat will be very happy with you if it pops up.
Okay, if not Sphere Mode, will you at least give me Santa Claus?
It's funny that you say that because that actually was kind of played, against Pearly and in Pearly. Like, that was a choice that people thought of.
Because when you summon it to your opponent's side of the field, it's in defense position.
Yes.
So you can then send one of the lower attack point monsters into it and then guarantee a Zeus in the next main phase.
Right. No, that it's crazy that stuff like that does end up mattering so much. There's a lot of cards that are like Santa Claus. You have Kaijus, you have Lava Golem, you have Volcanic Queen, you have Sphere Mode, but they all are slightly different, and we've seen them all played in different decks. So it's pretty interesting to see those. I think in this sort of environment, potentially a hard-going second deck might consider playing Lava Golem, might consider playing those cards. I do think that right now, specifically, things like Lightning Storm and Evenly Matched and Heavy Storm are positioned a little bit better.
They're definitely much, and I mean more versatile too. You can splash that into almost everything. Santa Claus isn't really going to be doing too much, but if we could see retrains of the Santa Claus, you never know.
So just to bring us back to the moment and the stakes of the game we're about to see, the games that we're about to see in this round, if CER can pull it off, they'll be 3-0.
Unbelievable.
And continuing to top the scoreboards. But if BOTB manage to pull it back, then the group is anybody's with 2-1 all around.
Yeah, it's important to remember that there was sort of a pairing up here because the BYOB was 1-1 going against a 2-0 team. So, does that scare you if you're getting matched up, or is it just another team?
I have to ask, you said BYOB. That's bring your own bubblegum, right?
Could be anything.
Okay, could be anything.
CER versus BOTB.
Let's see the game.
Third set of the third round coming up soon.
Still waiting.
All
Still
right,
waiting.
we're back at it. So, tell me about your tie. Where'd you get it?
Come
on. Oh.
And there we are. Getting ready for the duel here. A lot of pressure. This will come down. It could be a 3-0, but all you have to do is get 2 wins. Let's see what happens.
I want to keep it competitive. As long as the games are competitive, that's all I can ask for.
Well, it's competitive so far with 3-3 on the scoreboard.
Absolutely. That's good Yu-Gi-Oh! That's fun Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah.
That's Yu-Gi-Oh!
That is indeed Yu-Gi-Oh!
Wow, is this your Calpico over here, or is that mine? Can I try some?
That is Kangus's Calpico.
Oh, I guess I'll have to wait to try some of this Calpico later.
There's a mango one there.
Oh, it's mango time.
Mango time. And here we are again. Just
Yes.
waiting just a moment to get into these games. I'm sure the third set will be coming around. A little bit of, there is a setup here because you have to all switch opponents, which can be, that can take a set.
Yeah.
This
really,
it's incredible, by the way. I'm so sorry you can't have this. This is incredible.
please enjoy. Just like I'm enjoying watching these fantastic games.
We're all
Absolutely.
enjoying them.
So do you think that this tournament, I mean, you just mentioned it and we talked about it a little bit. How different do you think things would be if Zeus was still limited?
I think the Pearly strategy would definitely be a little more of a commitment from the teams because it means it would eat that single copy of Zeus. Yeah, honestly, not too much because I don't really see Zeus that often anyway these days.
Okay, that's fair.
Typhon kind of replaced it in the extra deck for a lot of these decks that needed to buy an extra turn against a formidable field.
Yeah, I think we used to see Zeus, I mean, not that it doesn't do this anymore, but Zeus, I feel like primarily was a way to wipe the board on the opponent's turn, but because of the existence of Typhon, you can't always rely on that because that means that you really want to use it to wipe their board potentially on your turn, and then if they normal summon any monster...
Boom, Zeus instantly turned off with
it. It's rough. You have to then Zeus one normal summon, and that's not really where you want to be.
No, it's a good counter to it. It makes it, again, Yu-Gi-Oh! Becomes a bit of that... You got to read your opponent, and it's one of the things that I love that we could see everyone in the cameras here, and those at home could see it too. You can read their eyes and how they're feeling. It's like, do they have the out? There's those little cues they give you when you kind of feel like, okay, sure, it looks like you have me on the board state, but I kind of have something in my back pocket. That's what I love about these games.
A lot of things to love about this game. Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel.
What's your favorite thing you love about Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel?
I'm a big fan of just sitting down and like opening 20 packs. I think that's like a good amount of packs to kind of see different things, potentially build some decks with those. And I think that, I just like opening the packs because there's always that chance of a royal rare.
It's satisfying. It really, especially when you can rip 10 at a time. Oh, it's so good.
Yeah.
I like that I can play against all of my friends from all over the world.
Absolutely.
Much like how we have competitors from all over the world.
We do have, and that's what's really cool. It brings like we were saying the other day, Yu-Gi-Oh is a universal language. You don't have to speak their native tongue, but when you play a card, if you recognize that picture, you know what's going on.
All right, jumping into game 3.
Hopefully we know what's going on here, as we do have BOTB taking on CER. 3 games apiece. We'll see who wins. Loading on in here. CER trying to maintain that undefeated record.
So we have Centurion, potentially probably that super heavy samurai Centurion. Getting Ash Blossomed.
Now, look, Doug, I'll be honest. I'm not too good with Centurions. I'm going to need you to walk me through it like this is my first time seeing Centurions. It's not,
Riz
I promise.
is the expert here. What do we think? I mean, this is a pretty classic opening here, but with the Ash Blossom, you're going to need something else.
I wouldn't necessarily call me an expert, but I can talk a little bit about Centurion. So basically, what you want to do for a starter is Primera or Trudea, and eventually access the...
Interesting play here. Yeah, so we make the Artemis, because it is a spellcaster, to summon the Bestial. This is pretty good because you can probably go into an SP. It kind of depends on how many extenders they have in hand, but I feel like SP is not bad here, so we do see that get summoned, and then the you'll get another ad of a Bestial. So while that might look kind of unassuming, we are ending with 2 interactions, potentially an imperm face down.
Yep. So this is really intriguing now, and of course the return to the hand on the Bestial as well means that Nakwal in a pretty good position.
Not bad if you're getting ashed on your main starter.
So without the field spell, less scary to deal with the Centurion because obviously they cannot synchro summon during the opponent's turn.
Yeah.
However, there are still playmaking opportunities, and where we kind of identified the Typhon as an extender to buy a turn, there's still the capacity to do so with the SP Little Knight
We
here.
just saw Pot of Desires. Are we going to see some old school decks popping up?
You know?
Because that excites me. When you do that 10 gamble banish.
If we see a Grand Maju, I'd be pretty surprised, but you never know, right?
Yeah, it's not like anyone's going to ash a Danger, because that just wouldn't make sense here at such a high level World Championship.
So with that Pot of Desires resolving, we can pretty much assume that Nakwal does not have access to Ash Blossom and Joy Spring in your hand. I mean, pot cards are always good to hit.
Nibiru alert on the bottom. I just got to call it out, so sorry.
Nibiru on the bottom right, yep. So we don't know, maybe that was person playing 3.
Pearly again.
Pearly again, we are sticking with the Pearly.
Pearly versus the Centurion Super Heavy Samurai.
Not the matchup you would expect, but let's see what happens.
Guys, I once did ash a Danger live. Sorry.
You live and you learn, right?
No, I'd do it twice.
We see the Delicious Memory and a
Maxi.
Will we have a counter? There's Called By, there's Cross Out, there's Ash Blossom.
The only counter that counts right now is on my card.
Does it resolve?
No!
Does get by the alternate artwork Ash Blossom.
Unless the face down is a Called by the Grave, but
That's
why would
true.
you put that in the... Oh!
What? Centurion Phalanx, okay. Targeting the SP Little Knight.
What does Phalanx do for the unassuming and the unknowing? Oh,
Pull that up so we can read it.
One face-up monster card in the field, banish it, and if you do, during the standby phase next turn, special summon that banished monster is on the field. Okay.
Yep, and then it also has the opportunity to banish itself from the graveyard to further unlock the Super Heavy Samurai again.
Okay, so essentially just a which way do I want to go with this combo type card?
So I think that this is a pretty interesting move here. I'm assuming that we're doing this because the Pearly deck actually has a pretty big problem with actually finishing the game. And one of the ways that they can finish the game is by crashing into your monsters. So by taking an SP off the field, don't really have to worry about that. And let's see what happens here. But the Pearly deck really does struggle to win quickly.
I don't know if you're laughing. I'm laughing at the current board state of 3 cards in hand, 1 on field, 2 cards in hand, 1 on field. We have a TTT. They're going to be...
Triple Tactics Talent.
They're stealing a card and dropping it.
Or are they...
2 Bestials.
Okay.
Oh!
Okay.
What do you take? Do you take the Druce?
I think so, because the Baldrake is basically a vanilla monster by itself.
Yeah, you need the Link on the field, correct?
You just need any
extra deck?
dark or light to
oh, my
tribute
bad.
for
Okay.
the Baldrake. It's kind of like a Solemn Warning.
Got it. Thank you very
Get
much.
that Druis for him.
He's got complete hand knowledge. There's
Got
the
the
Pearly.
Lily. Okay. We're seeing things happening.
Is there disruption opportunity? I think not.
About to say, I mean, the Druid Swarm isn't a bad card, but we're going to get rolling here. We have the field spell set up. We have the My Friend Pearly. We know there's no Ash in the hand. I mean, this is looking pretty good. It really does feel so powerful to triple tactics talent and look at your opponent's hand. That means that you know that you have stuff. You don't have to blind draw. And then having the knowledge, even if you can't take out every interaction, like in this case where the Baldric is still in there, just knowing that they have that is a huge benefit.
It's one of those cards, in my opinion, that just give you that sense of ease and relief. Just knowing that the paranoia is going to be gone. You know it's followed.
And despite Nakwal being in a not great position at the moment, because we know for a fact that he will presumably get another turn, because, you know, you mentioned how difficult it is for Pearly to close games on an instant.
Yep.
If left uninterrupted, it's really easy for Centurion to build a field just off of one card, whether that's the Primera, the Trudea, or indeed the field spell.
It's going to really come down to how many materials can we get on this Noir, because remember, it's not only about the effect to shuffle back. You obviously want to have as many as possible so that you can keep it protected as long as possible. The SP Little Knight is, of course, going to come back in the end phase here, and that's pretty cool. Okay, we do see the Plump. See a pretty memory activated. The Plump's going to get Plump. Let's see what happens.
Okay.
So what would an end board look like here? Assuming there's no more interrupts or
Noir
double
with a million.
That's
yeah.
it, just double. Okay.
I remember that because we have a team called Double Noir.
I wonder.
True. Are they playing Pearly?
They gotta be playing Pearly.
They did in the past. I don't know if they're playing it now.
You know what? What a good idea to name your team after something that you're not even playing.
You think there is a Yeep in the deck? The trap?
Oh.
Or no? Do you think we're just hard making the Noir? You know, the trap was quite powerful because it does give you potential like extra draws, but also it can be a little risky sometimes. It does open you up for interactions. We see the Pearly adding that Sleepy Memory. That's the one that gives you the extra draws, so very good.
Nice.
And I know it's a little small on the screen down there, but you have it in Duel B. Fallen of Alabaz just hit the board, and it's going to be taking its opponent's monster off the board. And can't tell what he's going into, but we're about to see. Oh, that's an Albion down there. So it's looking a little rough down in Duel B.
Activating the Trudea here.
Yep, Trudea, really, really good start here, but not too much else that it can do when it's the only monster on your side of the field.
Right. It is kind of interesting with these Centurion monsters that they're not continuous spells. It's a big deal that they're continuous traps. We don't see that as often with monsters that go in the back row.
With our good friend Enigmaster Packbit as well contributing to that.
Oh yeah, that's that Synchromon. Yep.
It is, and you could Dogmatica Punishment it to turn anything into a continuous trap.
I need your expertise because I cannot tell. Down in Duel B, what card just hit the field in the fusion zone? Or the extra monster zone?
That's the...
I cannot tell what that is.
I mean, the monitor is pretty far away. Who knows? Could be anything.
I'm telling you, that's a game changer right
I bet
down
it
there.
has to do with Fallen of Alabaz.
Is it
we do
Ringvrom?
see...
No,
it
it's not. It's somebody different.
So
Crazy.
we see the X-Pearly Noir get summoned here with 6 material. Not too bad at all. Taking that, going up to 7 material, 3,200 attack. But like I said, not that this is a bad board at all. I don't want to make it sound like it's a bad board. The Noir is incredibly powerful, but that's all that's on the board.
We still have the SP Little Knight coming back as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm telling you, my eyes are fixated on that bottom one. He's in battle phase, main phase 2.
Street activating the end phase, putting even more material. It's so hard playing into the Pearly because, you know, the best Pearly players, and we are at the World Championship, so we're going to see this probably, they're going to hold the shuffle as long as possible. They're going to hold that detaching because you want to keep that protection effect on there. But in this spot, I mean, we're going to be playing against what? 2 cards in hand, the SP on board,
That's
and we
it.
got a million ways to remove things. This is going to be a tough position for the Centurion.
Tension is palpable as we're still at 3-3 on the scoreboard between the two teams. There is no clear victor in any of the games so far.
B does kind of look like they have full control. They have like 6 monsters on board against 2 cards on the field, but we will see here.
I can't
Some
tell.
team has to get 2 wins.
And you know what? We're looking at 2 game states where it's a toss-up between Duel A and Duel C. This is a coin toss at the moment. You do have the Centurion Phalanx is coming back as well. That one just activated, bringing back our SP Little Knight.
SP Little Knight, indeed, being pretty
Oh,
interesting.
there's a
There we
Super
go.
Samurai!
Okay, so we said that there was a one-card starter accessible for the Centurion. This is it for the Super Heavy Samurai. Rather, Super Heavy Samurai Prodigy Waka Ushi is it, but it's now been searched out. Can we see this?
Is this even going to resolve?
Maybe.
I
If it
feel like-
does.
I don't know. I'm
Knuckles
looking
feeling
at
pretty good.
8 material noir, 3 cards. We'll see here. We'll see. Yeah, that's going to go
No,
away
they're activated.
immediately.
But it was nice to have the hope, right?
I was excited.
You never know. And what's so scary from here about Noir is that with only 6 material, if you activate the detaching effect, then you can actually chain to it. It's now affected. So the SP Little Knight actually might be pretty clutch right here.
We do have a winner down in Duel B. It looks like Blue takes it, taking them to
so
4.
CER is at 4.
Yes.
Now having a lead, yeah. One step
Oh,
forward.
Red just
and
won
Red
that
just
one.
took it up in Duel.
Okay.
We're down to the final duel. It's tied 4-4.
Here we go.
At this moment, you got to feel like your teammates are just giving you everything. Give me all of my energy, because you need. It's the final one. Another 5-4 potential.
7 material Noir now, by the way, so we can detach
More
again. And that's
removal
going to be a
opportunity.
pass. There was no way to break through that. I think this is, I mean, like I said, I'm not sure if Pearly can actually win this turn, but do you really need to do damage when you can just have a million material Noir?
No,
Yeah.
death by 1,000 cuts.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
1,000 meows.
I told you, death by 1,000 scratches. They'll get you.
There you go. 3 cards in hand, by the way. I mean,
SP Little Knight can maybe delay the inevitable slightly.
kinda, yeah. We'll see here. I mean, until there's another monster on board, it could be used, to potentially stop another Pearly Exceeds from hitting the board. But the Pearly cards are just so strong because every single spell just gets you to the monsters that you need. And the Pearly, of course, the original one, is not a once per turn either, so you can just keep adding stuff.
So many happy memories there.
And again, my favorite aspect of what we're seeing now, we're in a turn 4, which is long for Yu-Gi-Oh! Where you're getting some advice from the other teammates and they're chiming in, because by the time you hit turn 4, there are so many different branching paths that you could take. There's not a line or anything. It's almost like when they say chess, there's an infinite number of games that you could play in chess. Yu-Gi-Oh! The longer the turns go on, it could be an interaction that just hasn't happened yet.
Going right to the battle phase there, doing 1,600, giving the SP Little Knight no opportunity
Smart.
to banish itself. Going on to 4,200 here. But it just gets so out of hand with the field spell. I mean, everything here is just going to be so much advantage.
It's definitely an uphill battle for Blue, 100%.
I'm not sure if Knackwall is going to be able to come out of this. Let's
And
see, 2 back
if
row.
BOTB indeed take this one, it breaks the group wide open.
Yeah.
And you know what? I love to see that. A lot of 2-1s, that means it's anybody's game.
8 material. I mean, this is... What do you even try to draw here?
The harder the cards, man.
Herald
the
of
harder
the
the
Abyss
cards.
off the top.
You
but that's not
wanna-
even-
Get something that can eat the X-Pearly Noir's negation, and then you want to get another 1-card starter for either the Centurion or Super Heavy Samurai.
Okay.
So we see
Potential
the
negation used.
Wakashi
That's a good one.
again. I don't know.
I'm seeing the excitement on red team.
Okay, interesting. Chaining that to the activation of the card,
Not
not
the effect. Yeah.
Maybe slight misstep, but I don't think it's going to really matter in this situation.
Still one in hand.
Guys, we're seeing a turn 5. This is exciting. I love this. I want to see a turn 12.
I'm not sure if this one's going to go there.
No, it might be
Yeah,
coming.
1 in hand, 0 on field.
We need harder the cards. We can believe. Maybe we'll see a turn 8.
And that's going to be a pass.
Oh, no.
So I think from this position, 4,200 life points, Pearly should be able to clean things up just by summoning another Xyz monster on board. We only need to find 1,000 damage here.
If you had a guess, what's the one card he's holding?
2,000 damage now.
What's the one
Oh.
card he's holding?
What's
I
the-
don't even know. Maybe it's like a super heavy samurai brick. Who knows?
Oh.
Summoning the Pearl Lily. This is all in the end phase, by the way. I mean, this is just...
Yeah,
this
you
is going to
could-
be over pretty much.
You can see it in Nack's face.
Oh, we do see the Yeep. Okay.
Oh, no. He gave it his all. That was a good back and forth. That was a very good back and forth.
Really good back and forth across the whole round between both teams.
BOTB and CER, 100%. They all gave it their all, and that's what you like to see. taking it 5-4. Nobody gives up. Everyone keeps playing it until the bell.
It's not over till it's over.
You know, you're right,
That
though.
with a number of players.
You're absolutely right. Anything could happen.
Not only can you get top decks, but also your opponent could misplay or misclick. You know, it does happen.
I think the only way he misclicks is if he hits surrender.
Yeah, no, not in this case. Not in this case. I don't think we're...
But you're right, though. That's the beautiful thing about Yu-Gi-Oh!
Granted, only 9 cards in deck, so if Nagwell can hold out a further 10 turns.
Yeah, that pot of desires, you know, that really...
Has there ever been a mill out in a World Championship?
If it was, it would be with Runic. I'm not sure if that has happened,
If it
though.
were, it would have happened last year. The first
Did it happen?
Monster. No,
Yeah.
I don't think
Oh,
so.
okay.
So
All right, so
we
maybe
see
this
the
year.
happiness get summoned. This is more than enough damage. And
Straight to battle
BOTB
phase.
is going to take this, I think.
Yeah, the Pearly deck really coming in clutch. That's actually exact damage, by the way. Nice.
Get extra points for that.
Yeah. Oh, wait.
Hey, right, we knew the
Okay.
ball
forgot
drake.
about
We knew
the
ball
ball
drake.
drake.
We knew the ball drake. That's been in hand for,
Since the beginning.
yeah, since the very
Since the beginning. Which feels like aeons ago. Aeons. All right, so bought himself
But
some...
this doesn't even matter because you can just... Okay, let's see.
Don't
let's
break
see.
my heart. Don't. How does it not matter?
I just don't think it's going to...
Oh, he goes to main too.
Not gonna attack with...
Why?
Noir? What are we...
Tell me why.
I don't know.
Doug, you've won every single regional known to man. Tell me why he didn't attack.
Oh, because we can take it?
Oh my God.
Okay.
So smart.
I guess it really is like just maintain control of the board. Don't even worry about it.
And your only hope is a top deck. Yeah, you're
The
absolutely
street's
right.
going to
Yeah.
get it to 9 material.
We will have to see what Knuckle does manage to pull out here. Again, access to so many one-card starting opportunities here, but
Versus 5 Noir.
yeah.
He's going to have to pray.
Let's see.
If anyone could do it, these guys can. Oh, classic Yu-Gi-Oh! He sets and passes. Oh, no.
You know, it's funny because back in the day, setting and passing was a pretty usual thing that people would do. But at this point in Yu-Gi-Oh!, unless you're playing Mimighoul, setting is not really what you want to be doing.
No, we were just doing some old school dueling too. Set pass. And I'm like, I got a good hand, but I'm still set passing. Hey, you know what? Turn 8. That excites me. Turn 8 excites me.
Turn 8, exact lethal still. So it got delayed by 1 turn, but still cleaned it up.
Yep.
Nice work.
And that will be BOTB taking that, going to 2 wins and 1 losses and making sure CER mirror them there.
Good job by both teams. That
Group is anybody's now. Our undefeated team no longer undefeated. Our 1-1 team now back with a positive win-loss.
Yeah.
2-1. So no one's 3-0.
In
Not one
this
team
not-
in this grouping?
And
I
that
don't
bracket,
believe so.
I don't...
Sorry, not to put
Well,
you guys
we'll
in the
have to take
spot.
a
We'll
look
have
at
a
it,
we'll
yeah.
have a check.
Yeah, we'll get a
after
little update.
all the games have
So,
completed.
you know, how are you feeling if you just got that upset? Is that going to give you a ton of momentum?
I think absolutely. When you, I mean, there's a couple of ways to look at it, right? You're 1-1, you're chasing, you're in the middle of the pack, and all of a sudden that one win after going, taking it down to the wire, puts you right back in the hunt again.
Yeah, especially because the prospect of being 1 and 2 is not an attractive one, of
You're
course,
basically
because it
out.
means
Yeah.
But now seeing that, again, this is anybody's group. This is anybody's game, and it goes to show that any of these players could be legitimate contenders
Yeah.
for that World Championship title.
And in the same vein, CER, just because they lost, they took it to game 9, essentially. That's not a bad thing at all. If you're going to lose, you at least picked up 4 points along the way.
Because those
Also-
tiebreakers are going to matter.
Yes.
Yeah, and shout out to the Centurion Super Heavy Samurai deck, because
Very
that is
cool.
the most innovation we've seen probably since the branded Voiceless Voice.
That was fun to see when
But-
that popped out.
Yeah, you know, it's still pretty good, and we're actually very happy to be able to showcase that.
Yeah, and remember that while, you know, maybe in the match that we just watched, it did struggle, remember that we did see a game where it just completely dominated. So I think that just because a deck can't beat Pearly Noir with 8 materials doesn't mean it's, you know, counted out.
Yeah.
I don't think we're seeing this fear mode, boys. Not
Probably
yet.
not.
Not yet. You know what? We'll still give it
It
hope.
would have outed the Noir.
You know what? You're right. You're right.
Not a single one, I guess.
Maybe I should go give them some pointers. I'll head over there and tell them like what I would do. I think, how quick until I get kicked out if I start doing that fast?
We'll see. We'll see.
Okay. And with that, we were able to bring you a really exciting round 3, but we can bring you this whole thing thanks to these wonderful wonderful sponsors.
So we have Alienware, of course, providing the computers for not only Master Duel, but also Dueling, Speed Duel, and Dueling's Rush Duel. Of course, there are so many of these around. They're really great to see.
And not only Alienware, but we have kbind.us, Nightbridge Industries. We put brands in motion. You know what? That's why I got to get up a little bit out of this chair. I got to get in motion. Thank you very much to both of our sponsors, but is there one more?
That's it.
That's it.
Okay.
We're going to casters. I'm just saying what I'm hearing in my head. I'm Ron Burgundy.
And there we have it. Really exciting now that we've concluded the third round, and it really does go to show, again, this is anyone's tournament. We'll check in with the individual team records in just a moment ahead of round 4.
Yep.
And yeah, the groups are very much alive on both sides.
Do you know the rest of our schedule? Who our next matchup will be? I tried saying schedule, that way we can be the same, because normally I'd
While
say
you're
schedule.
looking for that, I did just want to mention, now that we're entering the 4th and 5th round, this is where the pressure's on. If anyone is, you know, X1 like we've seen so far, like in that last matchup, you have to be thinking, if I don't win this match, I'm out of this tournament, pretty much.
I
Pretty much
traveled all this
guaranteed.
way, yeah.
And I think that this is where we start to see players where the stamina really comes in play. We've been here all day, you know, we've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh!, we've been watching Yu-Gi-Oh!, and the mental aspect of Yu-Gi-Oh! Really does matter. I think sometimes people undersell that, but you want to make sure you're staying hydrated, you want to make sure all that stuff's good.
There is, I mean, and I'll say this, someone that's gotten the chance to play a little bit with some, not really high stakes, but in front of people, there is that clutch gene. And it matters all the much. I have no problem playing in front of friends, but the minute you know that something's on the line, you're going to have that clutch gene. But I think most of these duelists are accomplished duelists. So when you start to get to this level, they all have that clutch gene. So I think sometimes it might be enticing knowing you got that one loss and you need that other thing to stay in it. You got to win.
Yeah.
Some people perform their best under pressure.
I mean, they were down to the wire all throughout that stage 2 of the Duelist Cup for the Road to Worlds qualifier to get here, or for the other tournaments they participated in. And yeah, again, just everything that they've worked towards throughout the year has come down to this.
Yeah.
So really, really exciting to see just which players managed to perform here on the world stage.
Well, think about Josh earlier, where pretty much down to 2 cards in his hand and was able to come up with 8,000 damage.
Josh Kipp or Josh Schmidt?
Josh Kipp.
Josh Kipp.
Yeah. I was counting out like 2 cards in hand, there's no way. And then he built an incredible board.
Yeah.
What a gamer.
And with that, just ahead of round 4, before we check in with the states of both groups, we will just take a short break.
Have some replays to watch from other matches that happened in the tournament.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2024 Master Duel category. My name is Ibris, joined by Chill Chaos and Dazif.
You killed that intro. That was great.
Thank you.
That was awesome. We've seen some good matches so far.
We definitely have, and we have some really promising ones coming up later as well.
Heading into round 4 here. Now, you guys actually spectated already in round 2 when I wasn't here, one of these teams. Can you walk me through what they were kind of playing?
So, we looked at Tusku's team, the very, very potent Heroes Future, making their return to the world stage. Really dominant results from that team for the most part so far, though they did go to a full 9 games against Double Noir.
So they're sitting 2-1 though at the moment, correct? And are they still 2-1?
So they're actually 3-0 at the moment.
Oh, so we have our only 3-0 it looks like?
Versus Team 7, who is 2-1. And Team 7, of course, being the runners-up from last year's World Championship for Master Duel. They're hungry for a win. I keep saying that. Everyone wants to win.
Yeah,
but,
absolutely.
You know, I think especially... You know, I definitely hear people say second place is sometimes the worst place to get because you're so close to it, you can almost taste it, and then you miss out on
Always the bridesmaid, never the bride.
And I would consider Tusk to be like one of the best players in the world, hence why he's here at the World Championship.
Yeah.
Also, just the amount of support that this guy has from the community as a whole because of how prominent he is. But that is Group B that we're talking about, so we'll talk about Group A first and foremost. Now, coming in at first place so far are returning world champions who actually had a bit of a rough start, dropping the opener against CER2.
They've been doing very good, though.
Yeah. Against FCG. Yep. So really, really well played by them to come back here. And then you have both of the CER teams bringing up that second and third position. BOTB, Brazil, and Thanklove rounding out that group. Thanklove especially surprising given how close all of their matches have been. The fact that they haven't won a single one and they're currently sitting in 6th place, really unfortunate. So
yeah, and I think that the Snipe Hunters is so cool to see that not only, I mean, like we were talking about initially, losing the first round isn't the end of the world, you can come back, but not only are they winning, they are doing quite well. 8-1, of course, round 2, but also 6-3 is great as well. I mean, they are really helping their tiebreakers out here. They are in first place, and like I had mentioned, I believe that at last year's World Championship, they had also lost round 1 and then came back to win the whole thing. So do not count them out just because they have one loss.
So it's crazy when you look at both of the CERs. There's only 1 point dividing them.
Yeah.
They both took a 6-3, a 5-4, and they had the 4-5 loss while CR2 had the 3-6 loss. So 1 game, that is it. So anything that happens here, even though they're both 2-1, 1 game is the deciding factor. So we can see a lot of change in placements, even if you lose, if they just score enough points while they lose.
yeah, but it's still anyone's group as far as the scoreboard is concerned here. When the first place team is at a 2-1 record, it means that we could see a kind of comeback from anyone here. But speaking of a group that is wide open, this one actually has a 3-0 team, which we will be revisiting shortly. Heroes Future. You know, you heard me talk again and again about Tusk and how accomplished he and his teammates are, but that second place within the group is hotly contested between Double Noir, between Team 7. You look also at Max Yi, Mygo, and Rogue Rulers as having that within their sights, but it will be the first and second place team that we actually see matching up here.
I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I believe if we are seeing Team 7 versus Heroes Future, this might be the most critical game that we're going to see today in terms of the development of the scoring ranking, because you have both of them are sitting in first and second place, and they're both sitting on the 8-1 to really give them the point advantage. If Team 7 can come out here and swing 8-1, that whole thing is going to do a flip.
Yep, so Team 7, second place at WCS last year, second place in their group right now, but if they can beat that first place team, then they can maybe make it happen.
Yeah, and also looking at that, you saw third place was just a couple games behind them. So these tiebreakers are really, really important. I want people to remember that because only 2 teams from each bracket are going to go to day 2. The second place is very important to hold on to. Every single game matters. It is a team event, but your individual game matters quite a bit. So you really want to pay attention to each game, make sure you're maximizing your plays and trying your best.
And just to give it some more context, I'm so sorry. I love numbers. I love the way this is adding up. You have Team 7 is only down by 1 game. 1 game. It's not a whole round, just 1 game. If Team 7 happens to take this 5-4, they are both tied. Same score, win-loss record, same amount of points.
Interesting. Okay.
So this is the one. This is gonna be the one to watch, where every game is gonna matter, and I think we're gonna see that on the duel's faces when it comes down to being, hey, is this make or break?
And you see the Team 7 players in front of you there, Jesse Cotton, Ryan, and Ray, all of them superstars in their own right within the English-speaking communities of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel.
Jesse Cotton once crushed my dreams. He did. I played against him and his team in the Master Duel Invitational, and that guy's too good.
Jesse is so good at mirror matches. Like, you saw him during the tournaments environment, and that was just wow. Even with Snake Eye Fire King rising to prominence, he's been really consistent. But speaking of consistency, Ryan Yu is so good, like a prodigy of the game for so many years now, topped 2 of the Duelist Cups this year, and played a lot of Labyrinth among other decks, so very versatile there. And, you know, we didn't speak much about Ray so far, but has been very consistent as well.
These are some of the best players in North America, and I think it's important to remember that not only are they great Master Duel players, these are some of the best TCG players in the game as well. I think we've talked a couple times about the difference between TCG and Master Duel. Obviously, the Forbidden Limited list is different, the card pool is a little different, but your skills are going to translate over, and I think it's pretty cool seeing people, you know, going in here with the Master Duel versus the TCG, even though we've seen them do so well at many, obviously all 3 of those players, we've seen them do so well at so many TCG events.
And you're not even joking in terms of how well they do. If you pull up Jesse's achievements, his Wikipedia is longer than most presidents in terms of things that he's accomplished.
One of the most accomplished players of all time.
Insane.
Rivaled only by our reigning world champion, Joshua Schmidt of the Snipe Hunters.
What can you tell me about Heroes' future? What kind of strategies do they play? What are we expected to see? Do you guys know what their opening decks are?
So, actually, Tusk is, of course, you know, we're talking about him time and time again. He did so well to outplay a really established Voiceless Voice field with
That was a good match.
some Voiceless Voice cards of his own. Despite having the Diviner of the Herald, Ash Blossom Joy Springed, despite facing down the negation from the opposing Skull Guardian, really, really well played by him to outplay that. Maguro has played historically a lot of Centurion and Fire King, so excited to see what happens there. And Goryoku, of course, having a lot of experience with the Pearly and Labyrinth, does suggest that this team has a lot of versatility, even if we haven't seen too much of it on stream so far.
Now, we're in round 4. Do you think we're going to start to see some second decks pop up?
Yeah, I think we're looking for tech options. I'm actually pretty surprised. Maybe you guys had seen it that round 2. We haven't seen Labyrinth.
That's
right?
true, we haven't.
Well, okay, we did see Labyrinth in round 1.
Labyrinth ended in about 30 seconds.
You know,
That
we
was
didn't see any
unfortunate.
Labyrinth cards.
Yeah.
So that
We
could have
saw-
been anything.
We saw more Heavy Storm than we did Labyrinth.
We saw the Labyrinth cards in the graveyard, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Labyrinth. I think it is, you know, not really a first choice ever, but I think it's a good counter pick. And like what we were talking about a long time ago, earlier today, there's 2 different variants that you can play. You can play like a 35 trap version with not too many monsters, or you can play the furniture variant, which can potentially combo off maybe more than you'd be expecting from a trap deck. I mean, it is a trap deck, but also it has a lot of combos, and it can even play like the Unchained stuff too.
I love that it's called the furniture variant. It's just, it makes me smile when you think of just like the silly little nicknames it gets.
The thing with the furniture variant, though, in regards to how it performs, yes, it's a little bit more easy to get going than the alternatives. However, it's also susceptible to disruption.
Yeah.
Once you remove the furniture from the graveyard, it's really difficult to get back into the game. So it'll be really intriguing to see just how that is executed upon.
I laugh at the idea of removing the furniture from the graveyard. Makes me think of Indiana Jones. That belongs in a museum.
And I think that what's so cool, interesting about the Furniture Labyrinth build is that we see people, the numbers have changed so much between Butler and Coup Clock, between all these different formats. But right now, I think that Coup Clock is very clearly a 1-of, with Butler being a 3-of. Butler being a great card to actually get some advantage if your opponent does manage to have that Ash Blossom against either the Welcome Labyrinth or the Big Welcome Labyrinth.
So Arius, the Labyrinth Butler, is it Arius? I think.
Yep.
But I used that in Dynamorphia for a while just because it functions as a searcher for any normal trap. So really, really valuable to have it to open up a lot of these games.
And with the coup clock, you are you have to have another furniture in hand to be able to activate the whatever welcome labyrinth you use. But with the butler, it just discards itself. You set a card, you can activate it immediately. So it is kind of like a much smaller combo and resilient to interruption for sure.
And this is us about to jump into the game between Team 7 and Heroes Future, the top teams in Group B.
This is consequential. This is the most important game we're going to see so far.
Heroes Future can afford to lose this one. Not that they want to. Team 7 is really, the pressure's on them. They have to win this.
They have to take 5. They take 5, they tie it up, and that's a really good position. You want to control your own destiny going into the final round.
That would be quite interesting if we did have the tie happen.
Yeah, two top teams.
Who are we
Love to see
jumping
it.
with? We got Ryan Yu
Versus Tusaku himself.
Okay, this is a pretty big matchup. We see Fenrir getting special summoned. Probably
Tailman's Kashtira with the
Horus
precious
Sense.
cannon rates off on the field as
Instead
well.
getting Ash Blossomed.
Okay.
Such a good target for it.
So actually, this is Tusk on top. So that suggests to me that, well, I mean, it makes it very apparent that it's not the voiceless voice. It makes it apparent this is indeed the second deck, as you alluded to.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't get confused by the cameras here. Team 7 is Team Blue.
We'll get that fixed up shortly.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, Million Destrudo Shiren? I mean...
Shiren is the one to get going.
You know, I guess you can't complain too much about tier limit mills because the fact remains that all the cards in their deck are good to mill.
And the Ash Blossom Joy Spring has already been committed.
That's
this is
true.
Really
See
easy.
the Kit Kalos
I
come
mean,
down.
the Horus Engine serves as such great bait because you have to. You have to. If you have an Ash in hand and they're doing the Emma-Steady, you have to Ash that.
Yeah, and obviously it might look like, you know, very unassuming right now. We only have a couple cards in hand, but we still have our normal summon. We still have the Kit Kalos secondary effect, and the Rhino Heart is going to trigger here, and it's going to be a big deal. We're going to see probably more fusion summons, I would imagine. Oh, we're going to mill some more. Okay, Chilman's Kashtira. Was that a second Royal Rare copy? Or no, that was Shovelback for Kit Kalos.
But Grief is also getting milled, so let's see what he's adding to his hand.
We go for Sulik, very powerful. Kind of like an infinite impermanence there. A lot of options with the trap cards. You can have Crime for the negate, you can have the Sulik, you can also have a Book of Moon effect. Very versatile.
Any game you open with Kashtira Fenrir nowadays has to be considered one of the optimal starts for any deck.
Absolutely.
Yeah, as a one of.
It's free. It's absolutely free.
Summoning that Tillman's Kashtira.
Okay, we
Kit
got...
Kalos is triggering. Oh, we milled a Nibiru. Milled a Nibiru. So maybe one copy, maybe 2 copies, maybe 3 copies. Who knows?
It belongs to the graveyard now.
We're going to see a Sphere Mode soon.
We see the Destrudo getting special summoned here, so now we have access to potential synchro summons. What's interesting about this particular board state is that the Destrudo, I believe, is level 3. Yeah, so we could actually go into Baron to Floor if we wanted to. Let's see what happens, though.
Tusaku is thinking.
Okay, I believe we
Okay,
are
here
going
we
to go
go.
for the Baron, probably, or maybe something else, maybe another Link Monster. There is the Baron de Floor, one of the best level 10, if not the best level 10 synchro in the game. And that's going to be it, actually. Well, that's going to be it. That's quite a bit. But we do have the effect negation in the back row. We have the Baron in the extra monster zone. I was going to say the front row. And we have the Fenrir. So that is threatening 3 different interactions on the board right now. There's an unknown trap as well. Could that be another tier limit trap? It's certainly possible. And, you know, the tier limits players are always trying to find ways to fusion summon on the opponent's turn because they do not only play on their turn. That's kind of what they're known for.
Exactly that. Now Bonfire starting things off again, just a good opener. Suggests that we will see the Snake Eye Fire King in the hands of Ryan.
Add that Ash.
A lot of thinking going on so far. Do we commit the Baron single-use negate?
I think going for the trap card is definitely an idea. It looks like it is going to resolve, though, adding the Ponix, not the Poplar. Okay, interesting. Does it surprise you that Jesse's not on the Fire King Snake Eyes?
A little bit. Perhaps we will see the king of the Telements mirror back on Telements, though.
Yeah, that is true.
So I guess if you are committing to one really strong deck, you'd want to have it on multiple teams. Oh, there we go.
Okay, let's see what's going on here. We are thinking about a response.
Yeah.
A lot of different
So
options.
basically, if you want to commit to having a strong Telements deck and a strong Snake Eye Fire King deck, you want to spread out amongst players so that you can benefit from two of the strongest decks.
Oh, we had the Meta Noise face down, so that was the unknown card. We were going for the Crash with the Snake Eyes Ash, which would have triggered the Ponix, I believe, but unfortunately it is getting cut off by the one unknown card.
Havness as well now hitting the graveyard. Honestly, these...
What are we going for here?
These Telements sends have been really good.
Yeah. So now we have a Baron still online. We still have the Fenrir online. We have a Rukalis online. And we have the back row for an Infectation as well. I mean, this is a lot. Luckily, of the decks to push through all this, I think Fire King is a pretty good option. But it's still tough. It's going to be a rough one.
Yeah, Fire King, High Avatar Kirin now hitting the field. Not too sure how much else can be accomplished here. Fenrir finally resolved.
Exactly. I mean, since it's a monster effect, it's going to do it.
I also do want to point out right here that the Baron and the Rukalos are both over 3,000 attack, so Typhon has to be in the mine.
That Rukalos coming out at a critical time. Unfortunately, the little birdie's gone bye-bye, but he does pop.
Rukalos taking out the Ponix, Fenrir taking out that. Rukalos triggering the special summon itself.
Such a powerful, just being able to recycle itself.
Even through all that, we are still playing through Baron in a back row. Yeah, this is, I mean, there's already game on board right there. Baron can simply pop a card. I mean, I guess I say simply, there could be like a Ponix or whatever triggering.
Yes.
The Ponix is going to add back to hand, but it barely matters because there's already a ton of interactions here to stop it.
Has the Baron negate been used yet?
No.
No. Still live.
Well,
yeah.
That should very well be that. Then.
Pop Ash, negate Ponix. GG. Very strong opening from Tearlamit.
Primeval Planet, Pearl Rhino.
If it couldn't get any stronger, we draw the planet.
What a top deck. Things you love to see.
Man, this card was at 3 one time. That's kind of crazy. Tearlamit's so adaptable to different formats. You know, I think I've mentioned it before, but so many different hits in all the different formats and still playable.
I do like that this card is such a priority that it brings Rainbow Bridge of Salvation.
Yep. And Emerald Tortoise is an Aqua.
Yeah, true.
I would do it with the you do it with the ABCs as well, because Union Hanger, you rely on that. Rainbow Bridge of Salvation. Oh, what a fun combo to search out a field spell.
Going for the Kit Kalos again. Royal Rare, of course. You know, I've said this. I think Kit Kalos is the most seen Royal Rare of all of them. I swear half the Tearlamit players,
this is your conspiracy,
if not more,
right?
have Royal Rare Kit Kalos. So is it that they're going for it, or are they getting lucky?
Well, when you love a card, you want to see the highest rarity of it. I know that in
it
the
is
TCG
summoned every
life.
game, right?
Yeah.
So makes sense. We're resolving the Kit Kalos here. I'm assuming we're just going to go straight to battle phase. There's like
he's got enough negates on board.
15,000 damage on board. Ponix is going to get negated almost immediately here, I would guess.
Yeah, I do wonder if Ryan will see any rarity of any card for the remainder of this game now, as it does appear that Tusk is closing this one out.
Absolutely.
No, I think this is, I mean, you know, wasting the, or not wasting the Rukalis. Using the Rukalis, you know, opens you up to Battle Fader, but I don't think we're going to see a Battle Fader.
No, I mean, you got the 2 cards in hand, 1 negate on board, an Omni negate. We're going to see what happens.
And the Fenrir is always a threat. We milled the Triv Karma or whatever that card's called.
Trivikarma, yep.
Trivikarma.
Oh, so you're just going to get...
the classic word. We mirrored another Shiren. We got a Scream. I mean...
You're getting your pick of the litter, whatever you want.
Is there even a reason to, like, keep doing this right now? Kind of a question, right? I mean,
demoralizing the enemy?
No, I mean, you can always... you always want to make sure you're not, like, throwing the game away just in case. And there could be a Kirin in hand, I suppose. But with the Baron, it just seems so strong.
You could. I mean, I don't know if we're going to see Kaleido, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
There she is.
I mean, I still like it when they bring out Grapha, when they start to...
I miss that combo.
Yeah, King of the Swamp or Beast of the Swamp. Grapha's incredible. But I think that we might be wrapping it up at least on game 1 over here.
Yeah, that's a clean 14,000 damage.
Wow.
That was very tough. I think Ryan really was just not in a position to be able to do anything. And honestly, I think the unknown meta noise really clinched that up.
And with that, Tusk sealing the deal against Ryan. Heroes Future now taking the lead in this round against Team 7. First place in Group B.
Oh, wow.
Oh, look at Jesse's board here.
No, that's his opponent's board.
That's his opponent's board?
That is Maguro
We are jumping
on
into
behalf of
a
Heroes Future.
pretty rough situation here. I'm not so sure about this one. I mean, it is Jesse's turn, and I think that is good. He does have the initiative. I'm assuming we're going to be seeing a Tearlament deck right here because of the Imseti, but it could potentially be something else. But I'm assuming it's Tearlament.
There's no way they let him
It's
set the
Jesse
kid off,
Cotton,
right?
so I'm assuming it's Tillerman's.
Yeah, no. Appaloosa with 2 negates left here. It's hard to say. I mean, the
Oh,
SP's still on
no.
the board. Maybe it's just SP and Appaloosa. Well, just SP and Appaloosa. We will have to see, though.
You still got that one more Appo, 2 in hand. I mean,
Now, the nice thing is, right, the Imseti can
It's bait.
immediately come back.
that's true. That is true.
And then it could attack over Appaloosa. It could attack over the SP. We have a
Trivikarma,
Trivikarma
okay.
Engrave. That's very strong. One
So-
of the strongest cards.
The resilience of this deck cannot be understated. It is so potent that Maguro, despite having such an advantage on the field right now, the graveyard
Well,
is like
rare
another
planet.
field for the Tillerman stack.
Yeah. So I
That
think we
is true.
could see the Imseti get special tier and then an activation of the planet. Not sure, we're jumping in a little bit late. I'm not sure if there's another Horus card in Grave. Looks like there's not.
Honestly,
Running
just
over the
get rid of
Appaloosa?
the Appo, right? Just one negate off the board, and we'll start to try and build a main phase 2.
Now, one point of that we always have to remember with Fire Kings, even though there is a Sanctuary on board, if you can remove the Sanctuary and then remove the Fire King Island, you can wipe the entire board for free, basically. So that might be on Jesse's mind right now. Obviously trying to set up your own board, but trying to break the opponent's board too.
Tillerman Sharon, not a bad start here, but the Little Knight is still able to resolve at
Discarding
some
Rhino
point.
Mill Snow, you see that?
That's perfect. You can't ask for better things to mill.
I think that is one of Jesse's signature cards, Fairy Tale Snow. He's a big fan of that one. And we see a Supreme Sea Mare Royal Rare. Check this out. These are really cool Royals.
If this card is normal social summon, you can send one Aqua Monster from your deck to the grave.
It's basically
Huh.
Rhino Heart at home, yeah. We're sending Havness to the grave, so I'm just going to assume Jesse has not activated any of the graveyard effects of the Tearlaments, so he has all 3 of them online, or 2 of
If
them.
Jesse does not win this game, then Heroes Future will take a 3-0 lead in this round against Team 7. Team 7, their tournament is still on the line here. They can
Absolutely.
still make it out as first seed potentially if they take down Heroes Future here.
Even if this game doesn't go his way and they take the loss on that's 3,
Royal Rare Kit Kalos, by the way.
they just have to get to 5. You know, you take 3 losses, that's okay. You could still get to 5 wins. A little bit harder, but you
It
can
is
still
so
do it.
important to win a game in the first set because you want to put your opponents in a situation where they have to go 3-0 if they want to cut you off a set 3. So you want to win at least one
Yes.
game to stay in it.
They're going to do it. They're going to pull it out. These guys are the best.
That's
Credit to
interact.
Jesse for actually turning what looked like
A very bad board state.
a very completed field, honestly, into
I mean, he picked off the Appo. We're seeing the SP getting used.
I think the Imseti with the field spell was a pretty big deal. I think in the TCG, you don't see the field spell necessarily all the time unless they're going really hard into Horus. A lot of times you just see the King Sarcophagus, but it's good, and the effect is on the field is good too.
I mean, a chance to bring back a 3,000 monster for those perfect situations.
So we see the SP with the Kit Kalos here. Kit Kalos is going to add Royal Rare Tearlaman's Kashtira. Imseti's effect is going to trigger non-targeting sending a card on the field to the graveyard.
Oh.
Incredibly powerful. I'm going to assume that the Promethean Princess has already been activated.
And
We're going to
there
see the
goes
island.
the
This is
Fire
exactly
King.
what I was talking about. The island is going to go to grave.
Oh!
Wipes out 4 monsters,
Okay.
free Regeki.
Now, you got the whale that's going to come back.
Okay, we didn't know about the whale in the grave. Yep.
But we'll see how that kind of plays out. So the level 3, do you bring back your rank 3?
That's not even a good card to destroy. I mean, there's nothing that's good to destroy.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see the Tearlament Kashtira. Not sure what we banished there for that one.
Okay.
Oh, a Grief. Okay.
Oh,
Mailing another Imseti and one of the Shufflers, I believe.
okay. So we could have had a better mill, but I'm curious the board he's going to establish.
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of at an awkward level situation. 8, 4, and 7 is not really ideal. But of course, there's Link monsters, and you know, we're looking at probably Graveyard on the other side of things that has all sorts of different attributes. So the Charmers always have to be on your mind. But I'm very curious to see what Jesse does from this point. The Fairy Tale Snow.
Oh, bringing that back.
Of course.
Okay.
Fairy Tale Snow is not only a good, I mean, it does everything. It's an interruption on the opponent's turn, or even on your turn. It also is just a great extender. It's non-once per turn. Do not forget about that.
There we go.
In 7 cards does sound like a lot, unless you're milling 20 every turn.
Did you give a shout out to the Royal Finish Fairy Tale Snow yet?
Naturally. I mean, we have 5 cards on field. 4 of them are Royal Rares. This is a Jesse Cotton difference. We're going to see an overlay.
Zombie Vampire? Oh, no, actually, Abyss Dweller. Sorry, level 4s.
So maybe not the craziest end board, but Dweller is...
Dweller against this, I mean, I can't think of anything that would shut it down better.
Yeah, versus Fire King, you definitely can just...
win off the Dweller, especially in a simplified game state with like 2 cards in hand.
Exactly, hoping that you didn't top deck something fantastic, but yeah, immediately activating the Dweller, the Graveyard is shut off.
Cuts off everything.
Whew.
Can still perhaps react to it.
You can SP, but
you see
like,
Jesse getting all loosened up in there. He's ready. He's ready for a fight.
Well, you know, the Fire King version of Snake Eyes hasn't been super popular in the TCG recently, and not that it's like the only reason, but I think that the island really is like a good, I don't know if choke point is the right thing to say, but it is scary having fire, even with the Sanctuary on the board. If your opponent just has 2 removals,
yeah, you're
you
plotting
lose everything.
You're plotting your own demise right there.
Yeah, it's very scary, and I think that that is one of the advantages of the other versions of Snake Eyes.
Well, especially if some of those effects were already used to build your board. Then you don't even get the destruction effects the second time around.
Yeah. We see a wanted Sinful Spoils. Now, keep in mind, the Dweller is good against this too.
Yep.
I mean, it's not even just good against monsters, it's good against everything.
Yeah, you cannot get the shuffle back. And also, so because Dear Bellstar needs to send stuff to the graveyard as well, it gets progressively more difficult to actually make any kind of play here.
Now, let's not, we don't know at this point, I mean, do we have original Sinful Spoils in deck? Maybe. We'll see what the Dia Bellstar actually sets here. If there is an original Sinful Spoils online, it's important to remember that there aren't a ton of interactions on Jesse's field, but in the graveyard, we do have that Fairy Tale Snow, which is, I mean, that can just be game ending.
Going to okay,
no search targets, because
no.
Wanted is limited in Master Duel, I believe.
Immediately going over the Dweller, which makes sense, not having to deal with that a second time.
But we're not...
Do you get the opportunity to have to worry about dealing with it a second time, though?
These people are top of their game, so I'm hoping they took that into account.
What's so crazy about the situation is that even if we try to go for Typhon here, the Snow can just immediately book a Moon it before it even gets a chance to bounce anything. Yeah, this is I think this is looking very good for Jesse. I think he has really navigated this, I mean, as we would expect, one of the best players in the entire game. But he has navigated this beautifully.
Okay.
Princess.
What do we bring it back? I mean, the graveyard is unfortunately... Okay, so he's...
Okay, so basically you want to banish any viable targets for the Promethean Princess.
That's going to trigger the field spell, popping the Promethean Princess, and that is going to be game. Exactly, actually. That's the Royal Rare difference.
Dang.
Exactly plus 2,800.
Yeah.
That is a great job by both Duel Cell. That was a good game.
Very nice. Wow. Yeah, I mean, when we think, considering when we jumped in, like you had said, 4 cards in Jesse's hand, I think, maybe 5. I think it was 4, though, staring down 6 monsters. Still managed to play through there. And especially, let's talk about Appaloosa against Tearlament specifically. One of the best counters. Yes, you can chain block to kind of play around it, but you need a lot of starters to happen. Appaloosa's insane.
And with Jesse's victory there, we do see Team 7 moving up to 1 and 2 against Heroes Future. Still, however, have a huge uphill battle.
Anytime against these players, every match that's a win is a godsend. So yeah, they got it. If they want to be able to tie, they have to take 5 out of the 9.
This round will decide which of these teams potentially escapes as seed number 1 of the group, but also potentially escapes the group end of sentence.
Exactly, and like any competitive game, whether it be sports, whether it be Yu-Gi-Oh! Or chess or anything, you want to control your own destiny. So if they can, whoever takes that first place spot, if they know their first place spot, nobody can usurp them if they just play well. They just have to rely on themselves.
This also means that you would dodge the top seed from the opposing group as well.
Oh, really? Okay. Can you explain more a little bit about that?
Because the #1 seed coming out of Group A will face off against the #2 seed coming out of Group B.
Okay.
And vice versa.
Very cool.
And
the
I think that,
semifinals.
especially from Hero's perspective, you're thinking, if we just win this match, we don't have to necessarily worry so much about the next one. I mean, I'm pretty sure they would be guaranteed to make it to day 2 if they do manage to start off 4-0. I mean, and they have a ton of games, even if they weren't guaranteed. Their tiebreakers are incredible as well.
Yeah, when you throw an 8-1 in the tiebreaker, you are stacking points.
Yeah. And I think that's where Team Snipe Hunters is trying to be at as well.
Yeah,
Like,
even after losing the first game, but taking that 8-1 and then a 6-3, I believe.
Yep,
I mean,
6-3.
that's still a phenomenal
Every game
performance.
counts.
Yeah.
And I think that is one of the most, I keep hyping up the 3v3 format at Master Duel, but I really think that this is one of the most interesting formats that they have at the World Championship here. The deck situation is obviously pretty cool, but also this whole idea of each game mattering really doesn't come up in Yu-Gi-Oh! Too often. I mean, in TCG tournaments, each game, it's not like you report that when you go up to the stand. You just
I
write
took
who
3
won and
wins.
who lost.
It's like, it doesn't matter. Yeah.
So it's really interesting to see each game matter.
Especially in a team environment,
Yeah.
You can always find a way to help your team.
I would also just like to kind of take a step back from the game itself and just further contextualize the individuals that comprise those teams that we have in front of us. When you look at the amount of respect and acknowledgement that both Ryan from Team 7 and Tusk from Heroes Future command from the other players here, it's really apparent that these two are considered by that top level of competition to be the best players in the world. We saw how many mentions they got from all the other competitors in the surveys that were asked to the participants.
So it's not just a win, but when you have that much respect and you're able to play against these people, it's more than just seeing final attack on the screen. There's a lot that comes with that, and that's a lot of pressure too.
And that's probably going to put some wind in your sails,
Exactly.
I think it feels good to be noticed by the community, and I think that's one of the cool things I was talking about earlier on the stream, that, a lot of content creators are also competitive players, and it's so cool, sharing the information, being able to be open about things, not necessarily leaking their deck list for events right before they go to something, but really being able to help the community out. And I think that that's one of the things that so many people do so well, and I think it's been awesome to see the rise of so many competitive content creators in the last couple of years here.
I love it. It's nice just to look, okay, what is this person brewing up? What did they cook? And you're kind of curious, like, I never thought of that tech. I never thought to add that. There's over 13,000 cards in Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah.
And some people just know every single one, and that's incredible because they're able to build something that you just normally wouldn't think about.
Yep, 13,000 plus cards, and they can share only 3. So it'll be really interesting to see just how different these decks can be. And indeed, if we see these competitors swap to different decks for the next set of games we have in this round.
It's going to happen. It's going to happen. We haven't seen all the decks yet. Sphere mode could still pop up. That would make me so happy.
You missed in the earlier round that we featured Heroes Future.
Yeah.
A big discussion about last year for Tusk, because he's kind of on a redemption arc at the moment, having used a lot of that card pool to try and make his Bestial Punk deck function last year. But then it ended up having poor matchups into a lot of the standard metagame, and therefore a lot of those cards that it was kind of holding the resources of ended up just falling by the wayside because they sunk so much into a deck that was not being selected because it had a bad matchup into a lot of
you still have to
others.
give it to him for the chutzpah to try and go out there and throw some bestial punks at a world championship. You got to respect that. Even if it might have not been the best technical play, that takes a competitor to do that.
I mean, that was last year, and this year so far, it seems like the team captain of Heroes Future means strictly business.
Yeah, no, and I think that, you talk about the sharing cards and the tech options and 13,000 cards. One of the differences between the greatest players and just good players is they're willing to try new things out. I think people get stuck sometimes just thinking about the meta and what's so popular, but you have to be willing to explore, and I think that's what the top players are so good at, and especially in an environment like this where you really have to look wide and far to find all the cards that you can play between the decks. I think that's a huge advantage if you're able to do that. So we have some really tough competitors.
Do you know what's another thing that's the difference between the greatest players and good players?
What?
About 100 feet. About...
Are we good players?
Yeah, we're okay, but about 100 feet is the difference between the greatest players and Yu-Gi-Oh players.
Well,
Right.
regardless, I would consider Jesse Cotton to be a great player,
Oh
but
my
he
God,
seems
yeah.
to not have changed away from Tailorments in a year and a half now.
I mean, if you got a pet deck and you're great at it, why stop?
If it ain't
he's played
broke.
every version of it, basically.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it,
Yeah.
right?
And it gets to use Fairy Tale Snow.
I actually haven't got a chance to see these up close and personal yet.
Please,
Welcome.
take a look.
I believe that's the one that says Master Duel.
The
in all caps.
Master of Duels. This is incredible.
Would you like to show it to the camera?
No.
Thank you, Cubist, by the way, for providing these.
I'm doing it on like the angle to remove the glare.
Yeah.
I'm pretty much a content creator expert.
Have you seen the #1 prize here?
No, I haven't.
That's
I don't
right-
want
right next to it.
I don't want to touch that. I almost knocked this over. If you go back and watch that in slow motion, you're gonna see I almost knocked this over.
No,
That is really cool.
The trophy's the one you gotta watch out for. That one's really like top heavy.
What rarity would this be considered?
I believe it is platinum rare.
Platinum?
If I can't
Platinum
see it at the
quarters?
moment, I believe it is platinum rare. I'm
That's really nice.
pretty sure that is
That
platinum.
is very nice. The Cubist did a great job on
Jazif
these.
is an expert.
I'm a rarity expert. Yes, I noticed the royal rares. I noticed the the prize cards. They can be whatever rarity they need to be, and obviously they're still going to be a huge achievement to own.
Do you ever get a little bit of like a deck envy when you see that he's pulling out all those royal rares and you're sitting there with your comments? I know I do.
I got some royal rares too. No, I think it's fun to kind of go for royal rares and decks that you really like. I was talking about Exo Sisters earlier, where I have all the SR cards in royal rare. But I think it is, if you're gonna play a deck a bunch of times and you really like it and you know that you're gonna keep playing it, I think it's fine to kind
You
of
want to
go
make it
for
look
those
good.
sometimes.
Yeah. Oh, even in the
if you have
TC.
some extra dust.
Yeah, that's true. You got to collect the dust if you want to be able to do it. But even in the TCG, when they start doing those rarity collections, I'm like a kid in a candy shop.
Yeah.
I want it all. I
No.
want to sparkle.
No, royal rares are pretty cool. I mean, you got a 1% chance of pulling them, 10% chance of the glossy, but when you pull them, feels great.
Indeed it does.
It does.
I was, for a time, trying to craft a Royal Finish Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames.
How much dust does that cost? Just out of curiosity.
So you are crafting materials 30 ago for...
Yeah,
there you
that's
go.
split crafting.
Okay,
yeah.
so, but how many did it take you?
Oh,
You gave up?
I gave up.
Oh, okay. I thought you were
I
like,
decided to prioritize crafting
I think it was just
Volcanic.
one more away from what you were doing. I
Volcanic
think
Snake Eye.
everyone going for royal rares that give up one craft
true.
too early.
It's
I think
what-
you should go craft one.
I'll
right
keep that in mind.
do you ever think about just one night dropping all your time and all your gems just crafting? Come on.
Sometimes.
Yeah, you should do it. You know what we should do? We should have a craft off. And
A
we'll
craft off?
we'll see who gets the royal rare first.
I think the
now.
reason
Oh.
that we're not on the competitive stage
It's because-
playing is because we do things like this instead of reviewing gameplay footage and actually playing against the best of
Well,
the
let
best.
me tell you what I do. Every time I find a new deck, I deconstruct all of my old cards from a previous deck and put them into a new deck. So at any given point, I only have one deck.
You should deconstruct your replays instead to understand how you could improve upon things.
Dang.
That was constructive. That was
roasting.
not. That was not.
I have you know.
That was constructive.
That hurt him. He
At
He
the-
felt it in
I'm
his
sorry.
heart.
At the Austin event, I went 3-0 and won myself a playmat, okay? And they said, did you win that or buy that? I said, by gosh darn it, I won this 3-0. I
I'm
even
proud
won
of
on
you.
time and burn damage. Felt like a real evil person to win on time and burn damage, but
I'm
it was
proud
for a
of
mat.
you. We
Thank
are-
you, Doug. Thank you.
We are waiting a sec to go into the second set here. Like I've mentioned, there is a little bit of shuffling around of the players. It's not just like instant, so that is something to keep in mind. But, I am still curious. Are we going to see Jesse Cotton run it back with Tier Elements? Are we going to see Ryan Yu run it back with Fire Kings? Or are we going to see some pivots?
I feel like not running Snake Eye Fire King is
A little bit of
a
disadvantage.
waste
Yeah.
of a round, essentially, unless you do have that surprise factor. I'm curious to see what Ray brings to the table here, as we are about to see so ourselves now, as we are jumping into that second set.
I was going to ask real quick, if you lose the first game with a deck, do you carry that knowledge into the second game and decide if you're going to switch decks based on your first game's win or loss? Or do you just kind of take each game at a time?
Case-by-case basis.
I think it's supposed to be case by case, but we have that human aspect where we just know we see something like this just hurt me. I
we'll
want to
also
change.
find out in about 15 seconds time once we
right.
see a first turn.
Yeah. Now, I don't think we saw what Ray was playing, but maybe we can see. Okay, Jesse Cotton won first set 3. It could be tier. Could be tier limits.
Is he doing
hypothetically.
lab at all?
Maybe we see Piri
This should be
Rise
Yubel.
Magic-
We have Yubel in the house.
Or it's Exodia going for Royal Magical Library. Also, we do see in the bottom corner there in Duel A that
Another-
Ryan is still playing the Fire King deck.
Wait, there
Okay.
is also a Yubel, by the way.
Another Yubel in Duel C.
So,
Duel C.
this Piri Rice map, I wonder what we'll search with it.
Well, the Yubel is on the blue side.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, true.
Grabbing the Terror Incarnate.
Okay, so is he going to make Phantom of Yubel immediately? Okay, instantly. Oh, he's got the opening of the Spirit Gates. This is a good hand to pick.
Dark
Adding
Beckoning Beast being added, starting the combo.
And Chilled, you were kind of telling me about it, but the opening of Spirit Gates is not only important to get you to your combo, but it's really good in the grind game too.
Yes, it's an absolute extender. So he's going to grab the Chaos Illusion Beast since he happened to open with opening of the Spirit Gates and not Dark Beckoning Beast. He's going to grab that. He can go into pretty much any Link 2 that he wants to. Dark Beckoning Beast allows for an extra normal summon as long as Dark Beckoning Beast is on the board. So we're going to kind of see how that goes. But in terms of continuing the game, yeah, Spirit Gates, you pitch something from the hand and you get to bring back a 0/0 monster.
So for Link 2s, do you go for the SP Little Knight, or do you just go straight into the Unchained monsters to start your combos off? Cross
guess-
Sheep maybe as well, I think.
I do love the Cross Sheep route, but it really depends on, okay, do I want a 3-man Appaloosa, a 4-man Appaloosa? It also depends what I'm dealing with in my hand. Do I want to bait out maybe an interrupt if I have a thrust or a tactics?
What
Also-
I like about the Unchained Yama is that it's so good if you get interrupted and just have random fiends on the field, which of course they are. So I
Absolutely.
feel like the sequencing going for the Cross Sheep first and those types of cards first, and then if your opponent does end up stopping you, you can just simply
Go into the Yubel package.
and make the Unchained stuff. So we do see
Yeah.
the Chaos Summoning Beast getting summoned here. The extra normal summon effect, Dark Beckoning Beast.
What we saw last time with Yubel, which was a surprise to me, the Muckraker bringing back the Chaos Angel. They don't really do that in the TCG too much, so seeing that pop up here was very cool. But instantly going into the Cross Sheep, he's going to probably bring out Phantom of Yubel, get the Cross Sheep effect. Let's see how it goes from here.
Yeah, Terror Incarnate definitely coming to the field shortly as well. Does mean that...
I got shuffled back in, giving us the Phantom of Yubel.
Oh, okay.
And then
yeah.
we will get a Dark Beckoning Beast in Grave. Will pop back out, allowing us to link into more things.
Phantom of Yubel being one of the most powerful cards in the deck. It really made a huge difference when it released pretty recently, actually. And one of the reasons it's so good is not only because it has the on-field effect, but also just being able to summon it for basically free at any point in the game is huge. And I think what we've seen a couple times too, and if you guys have seen it in the ranked ladder as well, you can even use cards from your hand for it. So
Oh,
if
it's
you
so nice.
start your turn and your opponent doesn't max C immediately, if you go into main phase, you have player priority, you can just immediately go into Phantom of Yubel and then potentially stifle a hand trap. We're going to see the Cross Sheep and the Dark Beckoning Beast for SP Little Knight. This is not a bad field already. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to do anything more.
It seems, a little conservative, but then again, when you're dealing with 3 back row, maybe you don't want to overextend.
I'm curious to see what those 3 are.
Called by the
Called
Grave.
by.
Yeah, that actually did take the
The Dark Beckoning.
SP's activation though. So,
We'll be able
that's
to attack
true.
directly this turn.
yeah. The Phantom of Yubel wasn't going to attack for
Probably
much anyway.
not, no.
Yeah.
Oh!
See the Gruesome Grave Squirmer
Okay.
in hand. This is this card's so versatile. It just gives you a ton of options to kind of do whatever you want. So we get it, I guess, just as a free extender. We're not using the destruction effect, which is totally fine.
Yeah, unfortunately, there'll be nothing to destroy at the moment.
We
But
go for the
Chaos
Chaos
Angel?
Angel.
you know what? He's just cleaning the field up, which makes sense.
Now, we don't have the light protection, but we don't even need it. The thing that makes Chaos Angel so strong is that you can just plop it on the board without a tuner. See the Forbidden
And a
Droplet. Okay,
droplet.
so I think Jesse might have actually been
A little
on
bit of a-
Tearlament still
Yeah.
or something and just drew a really awkward
Was
hand.
that Trivia Karma that just got sent?
Yeah, so that's actually a pretty good send. And I think setting it is a really good play because it, if you do brick, it seems like Jesse maybe had a struggle with this opening hand. If you don't open great, you can set bluffs. Bluffing, it's a card game. Bluffing is definitely part of it. And you want to make sure that your opponent, they might play a little bit more conservatively if you have 3 back row cards, even if one of them doesn't matter. Even if all of them don't matter, they
especially
don't know that.
Knowing that you could
Spirit of
change
Yubel?
Spirit of Yubel,
That should get the Nightmare.
Nightmare Pain,
Pain?
and
Yeah.
you know what? The combos are going to continue until morale improves.
Let's see what we're going for here.
But you're absolutely right. When you have no idea if Jesse had swapped out his deck or not to something like Labyrinth, you don't know. So maybe you do want to play a bit more conservative, and you just want to kind of, let's figure out the back row. But depending on what's in Jesse's hand, Hero's Future is kind of controlling the game at the moment.
Because it sounds kind of silly, but if I see someone set 2 back row, I'm not necessarily thinking that they're playing Labyrinth.
Yeah.
But if they set 3 then
back
I'm like,
row?
okay. So I think Jesse really made the right play there. We're going to see the Nightmare Pain get activated. Let's see what we're going to do with it.
So they already got the Squirmer, so they might be searching. Let's see, maybe you take a Mature Chronicle, or... No, you're taking another Squirmer. Okay.
Fair. Spirit of Yubel is going to trigger.
I have to check to see if Nightmare Pain is just monster effect. It might just be a monster card.
Got Yubel to the field.
And let's not forget opening the Spirit Gates. So any Fiend monster with 0/0 in the graveyard is free.
Oh, we're using all 4. Are we going for like an Appaloosa now that we know we're playing against Tearlaments?
We
3-mat Appaloosa. Very strong. I mean, we were just talking about it last round. Appaloosa, one of the best cards against Tearlaments, and Jesse probably is not feeling great about the fact that he had to use his Forbidden Droplet already, because Droplet is a really good card against Appaloosa.
Oh, it turns it off completely.
I mean, it's so good, but I mean, from Jesse's perspective here, don't con him out, okay? I mean, we got, sure, there's 4 monster negates on board, but we do have the Trivi Karma in the graveyard to search the planet, which is great. We have 2 cards in hand as well, and importantly, we're going against 4,000 life points here.
And this is what these competitors are so much better than me at the game, because they know when to conserve. They didn't use anything for opening the Spirit Gates. They didn't try and use Gruesome Grave Squirmer to attempt to build a larger board. They're saving those resources.
Yeah.
Me, I'm just like, nope, I'm doing everything. And then they draw unevenly and you lose.
I'm just quietly sitting in the middle while Dazif advocates strongly for Tearlaments, and Chilled Chaos really enjoys the Yubel.
Yeah.
Oh, it's such a... I mean, look, after 10 years, Yubel is finally seeing itself in the World Championship.
I like that the original ones get played. I think that's very cool.
Yes.
See the planet activated. Planet's also, like, if you can find a way to chain block, Planet's a great way to potentially pop the Appaloosa as well.
It's... Oh, okay.
And this is indeed Jesse versus Goryoku. Team 7 versus Heroes Future. Heroes Future still with the lead in this set.
I like this.
Oh, the chain.
Remember, Appaloosa is only once per
But you still have...
chain.
And he's gonna conserve the Phantom. Okay.
Milling 3 spells, that's not really ideal.
No.
Although I might have... was that a Tearman Scream? It was a Scream. Okay, so that's pretty good. I mean, it adds a trap, which, you know, maybe isn't exactly what you want right now. We're going to grab a Sullik.
Yeah, because as we were talking earlier with Yubel, it's hard sometimes to finish off your opponent. So you can have all these negates and these Yubel monsters, but if you can't attack into anything, there's nothing you can really do.
Yeah.
Jesse, the only member of Team 7 to claim a victory in that first set. Can he claim another here against Goryoku?
We see that King Sarcophagus, well, now it's called King Sarcophagus, in the field spell, and we might see a situation like I mean, we just saw this, right? You add the Imseti, even if Appaloosa negates it, you will still have, you know, at least a special summon in hand, or in graveyard, and even the Imseti discarding a card could help too.
You're in Jesse's shoes right now. Do you just attempt to... Well, no, actually, you can't. So yeah, the Appaloosa you can't run over. I completely forgot the Nightmare Pain. That's why I love that deck. As long as you have Nightmare Pain on the board, nobody's running over Appaloosa.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Link Kribo thing, but if Link Kribo was crazy.
Yes. It's the old school when the Disco Thero Coliseum, where you can essentially negate one attack.
So we're going to summon the Shiren. We're going to link these off. Let's see what we're going for here.
Little Knight.
Yep.
I would assume so.
Pointing left and right.
No effect on the Little Knight, by the way. What did we discard with the Imseti? Was that another Horus?
I missed it.
It was instant. I felt like it was another Horus.
You know, with these Alienware 4K computers, everything just goes by so fast.
Yeah.
It renders everything so fast.
So, of course, you're going to Appaloosa that. There's no reason not to. We're going to chain the SP. This might finally force out the Phantom of Yubel. I'm sure. Yeah. Okay, so we see the Phantom of Yubel getting activated. And, you know, I'm not going to count Jesse. I know it's not a great situation, but I don't want to count Jesse out right here just because the Yubel deck doesn't necessarily have, like, the same, like, comeback mentality as Tearlaments does.
Whoa, let's, okay.
Yeah, I would never talk bad about it. Spirit of Yubel getting activated, summoning the regular Yubel.
Yeah, and honestly, even if you pop that regular Yubel, you're going to get the Terra Incarnate, and then next round you have the Squirmer in the graveyard, you have opening in the Spirit Gates. There is so much recursion that I really want to see how Jesse's going to get over this, because he is one of the most accomplished duelists.
It was a discard of another Horus monster.
Oh, so that's 2. That is 2 you're going to get on the field instantly that Appaloosa cannot touch.
And now there's no Phantom of Yubel either to block the attack. So
Well, unfortunately, Yubel is still going to block the attack with Nightmare Pain on the board, so he would still be forced to attack it, and then he call buys it.
Oh, call buy on the Imseti.
That's
It's also
hurt.
really intriguing that you mentioned the resilience of the Yubel deck when it comes to having access to recursion. Not only does that apply to the monsters that are just getting destroyed and coming back, but also opening of the Spirit Gates, underrated additional effect, is that it can bring back the likes of your Nightmare Pain.
Absolutely. So even if you have to send things to the graveyard for costs for any given card, you just get it back. Who made this? It's beautiful. I'm in love.
Because we're using these two. What do we think we're going for here? We got the Dark Charmer.
Yeah, Dark the Dark Charmer, Gloomy, having access to any Dark-type monster in
It's gonna get
Goryoku's graveyard.
Gated by
What's
Apo.
it is, yeah. So there's got to be a secondary play here. I know he's got something else.
Does he? Do you think it was a slight missequence to not summon Imseti first?
Imseti was called by the Graved.
I think it was a summon the other horse and then called by the grave.
Oh, you're saying end with have a 3,000 monster at that
Yeah,
point.
I mean,
okay.
I wasn't even thinking about the call by the grave. They're so hard to play against because they are, you know, they summon without starting a chain. We're going to see the Dark crashing into the Yubel, taking some damage here. End phase.
This is going to be hard. This is going to be hard, but there's the gruesome
Don't-
Grave Squirmer.
I think Yubel kind of has this locked down.
I think
Yeah.
Jesse is already looking at Ryan's game.
Yeah, at some point, I mean, sure, the Dark might get a, you know, oh, and the Terror Incarnate is now on the board. No, I mean, this is, you know, I was talking down the Yubel recursion here, but when you got all these cards on the field and engrave, you're set. You're good.
You're going to see, if you're looking at this board and you are the Yubel player, you're smiling.
Yeah.
It comes down to, do I have enough resources in my extra deck to even make... I have too many things I want to make. You know, you need more cards in your extra deck because you have the option of adding like 7 or 8 more bodies on the board. Squirmer bringing out the other one. Spirit of Yubel will give us another spell or trap depending on what he's running.
Now, we do have to find the damage,
Oh, another Nightmare Pain.
but Yubel can crash into the opponent's monsters, and we do have an 1850 on board, so it's not like
Okay.
unheard of. We're grabbing another Dark Beckoning Beast. Obviously, opening the Spirit Gates is limited newly in the TCG, but in Master Duel, you can play as many copies as you want. So go ahead. We got Chaos Summoning Beast getting added to hand here.
If he just brings out one more Yubel, it's over because he can ram
I
the
have
1850 3
never
times.
felt so threatened by so many monsters with,
With
zero
zero
attack.
attack.
Yeah. Yeah, it's different even from like Makenko, where like you kind of, it's so fun. Look at this.
That's the third
There's
one.
6
That's it.
monsters with 0 attack on the board. I love Yu-Gi-Oh so
It's-
much.
it is.
And we're going to the battlefield. I love Yu-Gi-Oh's the best.
1850. 1850. And do we have one more 1850? Of course we do. 1850.
Wow.
What a match.
Oh, and we see that Heroes Future did win one of their other games as well, so this could potentially be over.
Is that
Let's jump
at 5?
into
You have to imagine if Heroes Future do take this final game here, they will secure first place within their group.
Ibris, I'm in heaven again. It is another Yubel. This time we're getting to see a little bit of the Unchained. And again, it's Unchained, or sorry, Yubel versus Tier Limits.
About to say, it's the exact opposite matchup here. It's kind of interesting how that's happened. And Ray, I will say, you know, is in a pretty dominant position. I mean,
Absolutely.
we're kind of jumping in. It looks like it's main phase 2. Who knows if SP activated its effect already? Maybe it activated the on-summon effect and we couldn't attack directly. We went through the Yama. This looks like a pretty secure board. I mean, we are playing against the Chillman Scream, which kind of goes crazy sometimes, especially like paired with a Rhino Heart.
So,
But it's hard to say.
I can only assume face down. I mean, I don't know if the Sharvana has been brought out yet. I don't think the Sharvana might even be in hand at the moment. So I'm curious what that face down for Ray is. Could it be the Abominable Chamber? Maybe. Or Abomination of the Unchained Chamber. That card, which brings back one of them. But we'll see in a second here.
And I think that, you know, I don't know about you guys, have we even seen like an infinite impermanence activate from hand ever this entire day? Like, I am wondering, you know, I'm very curious to see the stats on who picked infinite impermanence as their third card and who picked Call by the Grave or anything else.
Very cool to see the co-link and the draw card off SP Little
It's
Knight
great.
and Nightmare.
Oh my
Very
gosh,
cool to
those
see
Nightmares
that.
are so strong.
There's the Sharvana. What is he? He's popping his own Phoenix for that.
It is a Fiend monster. Keep that in mind. Triggering the Yama on Grave.
To bring back another Fiend monster, who is he going to be bringing back? Is it going to be his own Yubel friend? No, it's bringing back the Unchained, so he's going to be linking it off on his opponent's turn, which should be kind of exciting.
Soul of Rage providing a little bit more removal just by offering you the opportunity to link away one of the monsters.
And of course, bringing out Phantom of Yubel out of nowhere.
Well, effective negation of a monster effect as well, thanks to Phantom of Yubel.
not only is this a good board, it's different types of interactions.
Yes.
The SP, banishes, the Unchained can kind of use it like Underworld Goddess type situation, and the Family Yubel has a Monster Negate.
But honestly, one of the best cards you could probably draw at the moment for tier limits, Foolish Burial.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
It's not bad. I am a little bit worried about, I don't know. I mean, it's a good thing for like baiting out the Phantom just by sending a tier limit.
Yeah, but then playing with one card, we unfortunately don't know the face down
Shaddoll
cards.
Beast. Okay, so this is kind of like a Hail Mary.
Is he going to let the draw go through?
Probably. I don't know.
I would. No, he's not. Okay.
Interesting. I mean, maybe they're thinking we don't know if he knows what card is in hand.
That's
I
true.
suppose that the Foolish was definitely the top deck, I would say. So you might just want to put your opponent on no card. It's kind of like the, do you Judgment or negate like a Pot of Extravagance or that kind of thing? And it's like, well, you could negate that card, or you could let him draw 2 cards and only have 1 negate for the 2 cards.
Or did he top deck Sphere Mode, and we're about to see the greatest upset?
Already at the moment, we have 36, 46, 54. I can do math.
Yeah.
54 damage on board.
There's the Spirit Gates.
64 life points. This seems pretty wrapped up. I mean, we don't know what the face down is, but we know that it can't really be your tier limits trap because there's no tier limit on the board.
The Spirit Gates have opened and the game is about to be closed.
Ooh, I like that.
Another one to the hand, by the way, so you can open it again.
And also, and just in case you guys did not know, while you can only activate 1 Spirit of the Gates, opening the Spirit Gates per turn, if you have 2 on board, the recursion effect is a soft once per turn.
Exactly.
So you can use it twice if you have 2, which is great. And I think we're going to see the game clean up right here.
A very good job by Team 7, giving them their 2nd W.
Ray's win here is extremely important because that would have been the match.
It kept them in it.
It keeps the round alive for Team 7 here, and it keeps that first place position potentially within their grasp.
If Team 7 can pull off that reverse 3-game sweep right now, they will be in the first position in their bracket. And I would love to see it, but asking for 3 wins against any of these players, that's a tall task.
It's very difficult. I mean, this is kind of a similar situation as we saw with the Snipe Hunters round 1. If Team 7 loses a single game, they have already been knocked out of the match, which is not ideal. Obviously, they can keep playing and get a couple more games to kind of add to their tiebreakers, but they want to win this one. I think taking a second loss here in the tournament, it would not go great. I think that really lowers their chance of getting to the second day.
Especially when you look at the fact that they have powerhouses like Maxi, like Double Noir in the group as well, also vying for that 2nd place.
Yeah.
So take a look at some of the standings, and we're kind of seeing as some of the other games and some of the other competitors are going that aren't featured matches. We have, I mean, you tell me.
Is that a 9-0?
Am I reading that right?
Yeah, I believe so. 9-0 for Mygo versus Double Noir, who were looked at as being
They were competitive. They were very competitive. Double Noir has good standings.
I was going to ask you guys, so in round 1, obviously, but in this 2nd set, none of the Team 7 players, I don't even know if any of the players switched decks. What do you think's going to happen in this 3rd set?
How many times do I have to say it, Doug?
Are we
We're
going to mix it
see
up?
Sphere mode.
We might see a Wing Dragon raw deck. It could happen anytime.
We're going to see Sphere mode.
Are we going to see Tillaments again for Jesse Cotton is my question.
So
was
I
50-50,
believe
right?
Jesse has not been paired up against the other tier limit players, so we could see a tier limit mirror match.
Well,
which,
Jesse is the best at the tier limit mirror
about to
match.
say, very, very comfortable
Although,
in that situation.
I think Quantal may have won last year.
You know, what can you do? But we could theoretically see like all mirror matches, which isn't very likely in the 3v3. We haven't really seen that too much, but I think if no one switches decks,
I'd be so happy if every single match was a mirror match. I have no idea if that makes for good television, but that excites me. Every time you're looking at it, it's just like, who can play the deck better? Whenever you're playing online against other people, I don't know if you feel the same way, but when someone's drawing the same deck as me, I take it as like a personal pride, like, I'm the better player of this deck. I can pilot this deck better. So sometimes there's a little bit of that personal pride going up in the mirror matches. And like you guys were saying,
difference.
Yes, the skill difference. You know, or as my friends will commonly say, Chilled, you have a skissue. And whenever I use when I lose, I have a skill issue.
Yeah, and I think that's really interesting too, because these players have practiced these mirror matches so often. They really know what's going on. So if we do see some mirror matches, we're going to see some pretty epic plays, I would imagine.
Mirror matches are going to give you the highest level of gameplay. You know the deck the best. You're going against it. You know the interrupt spots. You know the weak points. You're not going to get caught off guard by anything. So you're going to see every single play is going to be thought about because you're like, it's chess. You got to think 3 steps ahead. If I do this, I know they can do this, this, and this.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see that, but we'll see. We'll see what the matchups are going to be. It's been a long day here, but everyone's still all smiles because this is Yu-Gi-Oh, man, and we love it.
Heroes feature on your screen right now. You previously saw Team 7. These are the teams that are vying for those qualification spots in Group B for Day 2.
Absolutely. Controlling your own fate is very important. Now, we'll wait until the end before we kind of look over some of the other stuff, but getting a chance to kind of crunch some of the numbers, that could be kind of exciting. See what kind of wins are needed.
Indeed, and Heroes feature team captain Tusk, as we said, renowned for being a really prominent player, respected to an almost unparalleled degree when it comes to the representatives in this tournament. I say almost unparalleled because Ryan from Team 7 was also mentioned time and time again as a player to watch by the other competitors.
Well, how much does that help when you guys duel, knowing if you have someone who is your coach, your leader, the tip of the iceberg when it comes to being so good at the game, knowing that he's on your side, he can walk you through things. That's got to be a confidence booster. That's got to be a little bit of a plus to morale, knowing even if I don't draw the best, I got someone behind me backing me up.
And actually, on that note, I do want to highlight the fact that we had Jesse win 1 game for the team. We had Ray win 1 game for the team.
Yes.
Ryan, the win here is contingent on him.
It is. It's
also
needed.
Finding
Well, they
one.
all need to
It's
win.
needed, yeah.
They need to go 3-0. Not
Everybody
that it's
needs a W.
impossible, but it's scary. I think being in that position really puts it. I mean, I keep talking about pressure over and over again here, but you don't want to have to go 3-0 to get the back door, and but especially as the team that has the lower record.
That's true. It's hard. I mean, again, 3-0ing any of these guys is a test to be had. But when you look at some of the accomplishments, just going over Jesse, 6-time YCS winner, 2-time Ultimate Duel Series winner, 4-time World's Competitive tied for the most YCS wins and tops. He just won Sacramento. I mean, if you want anybody doing it, that's like you're talking to a heart doctor and this guy's got a perfect record. It's like, that's the guy I want who's going to save my life. If I want anybody on my team, I want Jesse on my team, I want Ryan on my team, I want Ray on my team. But I know it's an uphill battle because everybody's good.
Yeah. Well, and like we were kind of talking about earlier, it's like, even if you're a great player, even if you did all the great deck building decisions, Yu-Gi-Oh! Sometimes is a game about luck.
It is. It's a card game at the end of the
Just
day.
because someone lost doesn't mean that they're the worst player than the other person. Like, doesn't mean that they misplayed. Someone has to win.
Exactly.
Like, unless every game's a draw, someone has to win, and it can be anyone.
I'm going to take that attitude to my locals where it's like, I just happened to have a bad hand today.
Yeah, every single round.
You know, we highlighted again how last year we saw Tusk run that really unconventional strategy and it didn't pay off. It didn't work out. But this year, playing a standard competitive deck, he has been so reliable for this team and such a good team captain, just consistently bringing victories by way of Heroes Future. And honestly, if he can do it again here, they will win this round 2.
Leading by example is a real thing. So if you see your team captain and he is just winning and winning and winning, I mean, that's what you want to see. That's the guy you want behind you.
You know, when we're talking about like those rogue deck choices, it's always this question of when you're playing the best deck, everyone knows how to play against it. They know what every single card does. They've practiced against it, so you have that disadvantage, but the advantage is that the deck is so powerful, so consistent. When you play a rogue deck, you're probably losing something. You're maybe losing consistency, you're maybe losing resilience, you're maybe losing, I mean, maybe your end board isn't as good. But where you can make up some of that power loss is by having the surprise factor. There's so many cards in the game, and not everyone is going to know every single card. It's hard to have them all memorized. You know, I can't remember stuff for tests, but I can certainly remember some cards out there. But it's hard to know about everything and know about every deck. Even if you understand a deck on a basic level, if you don't really understand the interactions and like how they really work, especially at the World Championship, you could be in an unfortunate position. I'm sure that they tested against all sorts of decks, but you can only prepare so much. much.
You gotta feel good if you know if your opponent's like, hold on, can I read that card? That's when you know, like, oh man, I caught you off guard. This is a surprise.
How many people were preparing for super heavy Samurai Centurion?
Probably not too many. Probably none of them.
Yeah,
Same thing with like Pearly, which, you know, that was that matchup, but Pearly is a deck that I think is a total underdog. I'm not actually sure if anyone else is playing it. I think there might just be one player, but those choices can really give you the edge in the tournament. But we normally see those as a second deck option, where the first deck option, which we're seeing these players stick with, they're sticking with it because it's so consistent, because it's so reliable.
Yeah.
So I think as Team 7 going to this last round, if you are, or this last set, you're thinking about what's going to give us the best chance of getting this 3-0. Are we all going to switch to our second decks and try to get the surprise factor on them, or are we just going to keep it clean, keep it consistent, play the best decks?
And then I know we've been harping on the idea of like, okay, they got to take 5s and go first place and control your own destiny, and it's very important to do that. But there's still so much Yu-Gi-Oh to play.
Yeah.
That even if they don't do that, they are such a good team that we're going to see what happens in round 5, where they could 9-0 somebody and it doesn't even matter.
Absolutely. It's not over till it's over.
That's true.
Group B seems to be shaping up with a few title contenders in
I
it.
think so. It's not over until Beatrice sinks. And she's not singing anymore in the TCG.
Do we have any score updates for any of the other teams?
I have some.
Oh.
Let's take a look.
So, what we got is Group B. We have Mygo currently in second place now, overtaking Team 7, thanks to their 9-0 victory over Double Noir. Heroes Future still happy in first place.
Yeah.
Could very well find themselves falling down the standings a little bit if they drop this game to Team 7. Rogue Rulers and Maxi now sitting at 5th and 6th. And Double Noir actually falling from 2nd all the way to 4th.
Oh, after that.
But it's a rough loss.
That shows just how
One
close
match
this
matters.
could be.
Yeah, one match can take you from 2nd to 4th. I'm curious though, if we look at if we go back, I'm so sorry, if we look at some of the 4th and 5th place finishes, depending on how their final round goes, like for example, Max Yi. I mean, that 1-8's going to hurt them, but they also have an 8-1 and a 4-5. In their next couple of rounds, if they start to take some 6 out of 3, you can easily see a 5th place player going straight into 2nd place.
I don't know. It's going to be tough because there's only, I guess, yeah, the 4th round hasn't been posted in there. So, you know, it is pretty interesting. But I think we are jumping into the game right now. Let's see what's going on.
Got it.
Let's see what's going on indeed. Team 7, their tournament is on the line here. Can they find the victory against Heroes Future? Maybe the winner of this will escape as seed number 1 of Group B. But it's that second seed that is all important, as it will guarantee day 2.
And as my wife always says, go Yugi. She thinks Yu-Gi-Oh is called Yugi, so it's really, I've been trying to teach her. It's very upsetting.
Close enough.
Yeah.
2/3 of the way there.
She keeps calling Yugi Yu-Gi-Oh.
Okay, so we do see Ray on the U-Bell again, summoning the Lotus. Now this is kind of a spot where Ash Blossom messes you up a lot.
Bring me the same enthusiasm for Yubel the 3rd time.
The 3rd time, absolutely. Well, I mean, look, when you see your starter get Ash.
I'm about to say, no called by, no. Okay, we do have the Nightmare
Throne. So we, unfortunately, though, our options are kind of limited. We're gonna. You have a lot. You can destroy a card here, so you can at least end the board on Spirit of Yubel, or sorry, Phantom of Yubel. You can choose to follow up for next turn. Maybe you grab a Dark Beckoning Beast, or maybe you want to try and grab Simsar again. There's a lot of options here, and I can see that's why it's taking a little bit of time to pick it, because you got to figure out, how do I want to advance with this? Your normal summon is shot.
Let's take a look here. And I think what's so nice about the U-Bell deck is that even if you can't really do too much, you can almost always get to Phantom. We are going to see a Maxi on the Spirit. That's going to hurt. Not only because...
and they're dancing. They're dancing.
That's a good one. That's a good one. And... okay, so we summon the U-Bell here.
Feeling good.
Yeah. Now they still can make the Phantom of Yubel from the graveyard. They still have the chance. So obviously that's going to be one extra draw if they choose to go that route. So we'll see how Team 7 is going to play it. This is a hard one, and they're going into it.
It's so awkward because it's like, you know, you're putting a negate on your board, but also you're giving them a card.
Exactly. And then set 1. Do we think, I don't know what they run, could that have been Eternal Favorite? Are we going to see Yubel the Loving Defender?
We could very well. But actually, I do want to just go back to what I said at the start of this set.
Yeah.
Tournament is on the line for Team 7. When you think about it, Mygo actually beat Team 7 earlier in the day. And if Team 7 end up 2-2 here, Mygo already 2-2. So potentially their tournament will no longer be in their hands if they drop this.
Ebreeze, you're breaking my heart.
Ooh,
They're
we
gonna have
see
to play hard.
the Imperm immediately activated on the family U-Bell. That is a huge issue because it's just a 0-attack vanilla monster now.
But that's okay. He's playing defense with the Max C, so we'll see how much they want to overextend. Unless, of course, he feels like he can just put 8K on the board.
I was going to say, I do want to say with the Max C in this environment specifically, as I've mentioned with Nibiru earlier, you pretty much know that your opponent isn't going to have Nibiru. I mean, there's a low chance of them having Nibiru. There's only going to be 3 Nibiru between 6 decks. So I think game pushes through Max C are going to be
you think they're going to pop up more
a lot
often?
more viable. Okay. Yeah, obviously, if you push too much and you don't play around the Ash Blossom or Ghost Mourner or Ghost Ogre or whatever, then it's not like perfect. But if you're without a card that just ends the turn like Nibiru,
exactly,
you can kind of push through. If your deck I mean, all these decks have so much card advantage that they can get that they can often just push through a lot of hand traps.
We are going to be seeing, though, the Snake Eyes Fire King, and that's going to be rough looking at a Phantom of U-Build that is currently negated in 1 set card that's unknown. Of course, though, he is playing under Max C, so we'll see how much he wants to extend. But I think you're right. With not having that threat of Nibiru on the board, well, again, we don't know. That could be the one in his hand.
We do see the Infinite Impermanence on the Ponix, though. That is going to be, you know, not bad. Do we have a Kieran in hand to dodge? That would be incredibly powerful. There we go. We got the Kieran. Kieran's so good, not only for like getting your combos going, but for that quick effect on either player's turn.
Now I know why he was dancing earlier, because he just had everything.
The instant destruction to have that effect if the opponent's resolve, and effectively waste the Infinite Impermanence.
Going right to the battle phase here. Interesting.
Okay.
Do we have nothing else, or are we just not willing to play under Max C?
I think that's got to be it. He's got TT.
Oh my gosh, the TT.
Honestly, oh my god, you
no,
steal the edge.
Side frame driver.
This is going to be a top deck is going to decide this match. That is insane.
How much you want to bet that that's an Imperm face down or called by? It's like, I don't think we have the material engraved to summon another Phantom.
I think just 1 Spirit of U-Bell. So he could have drawn potentially a Dark Beckoning Beast or a Samsara or any of that. He does still have Nightmare Throne on the board, so it gives a bit more leeway, but we're going to see.
Added back. So right now, it's like not only is it difficult to do anything, but also setting up a board. Oh boy. Okay.
He top decked 1 of them, so he's making it.
Yeah, but
if Heroes Future take this, they will have first locked, because no other team is even close to them. They are the only team with 3 round wins at the moment, and they will be the only team in their group to get 4 round wins if they do manage to take
And nobody
this.
else can even get to that at this point?
Indeed.
They
Excellent.
are crushing it. So we're going to see the activation of the
double
quick play
pop.
spell now.
Oh.
I mean,
we do have Nightmare Throne, though, coming up.
We do get the Nightmare Throne, but we also have the Kieran.
I don't mean to be a fanboy for U-Bell, but it's just, I mean,
I think it's perfectly fine. I think it's a really interesting strategy with a lot of unique effects that we don't normally see. And like we saw that last game, you know, 6 monsters with 0 attack. That's pretty funny.
It's funny.
We can see the
throw
Ponic
the
summon, adding Fire King Sanctuary. Yeah, this is probably a wrap, isn't it? I mean, we know we have Sci-Frame Driver in hand.
That is it. So he just needs 8K. And unfortunately, I think Ray knows that too, where it's just kind of, and Bonfire to put the icing on the cake, and they are not stopping him from dancing.
They know. So Heroes Future absolutely dominating this side of the bracket.
My God. Especially when you think about the team here. I mean, Team 7, incredible. All of them are all incredible. And they were able to handle it. Now, we still, again, they may not be able to take 5 wins, but we still have 2 other duels, Duel A and Duel B on the bottom, the Team 7. From what it looks like, there is blue kind of controlling the board down there in the bottom left. So they can still scoop up some more points to make sure they stay in 2nd place.
And bottom right, you know, 5 cards in hand, not bad either. So each game counts. Don't forget that. Even if we lose a match, each game counts.
And time again, we've said Tusku is so good, but his teammates have also shown up. Maguro with the Snake Eye Fire King, showing you why he was entrusted as the duelist of this team, of Heroes Future, to use the dominant deck of the format.
You trust me, right, Ebreeze? If we were playing together, you'd give it to me?
100 maybe percent.
Are you going to main sphere mode? Because that changes my answer.
I am three sphere
So we're
modes.
going to see the Sacred Fire King Karunix, and you know, from this point, it's just textbook. All you're doing is counting up math. We don't even need 8K. We only need 56 to end the game, and we have
Your fixation on
60.
counting so far today has been a great help.
Thank you so much. You know, it's tough for us English majors to count, but sometimes we get in there. There's like 10K on board.
We have. I don't know if you guys are seeing it in Duel A as well.
54 plus 36. Plus
Heroes Future just won in Duel A. I don't want to.
No. I think Blue won in Duel A. Blue won in Duel A.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I can't read or count.
Regardless, with that, Heroes Future will take this round.
Let's jump into, which I was kind of expecting, the tier limit mirror match here. It looks like it is Jesse's turn. He is facing down a Kaleido Heart and a Baron de Floor. Luckily, that Roller Rare Destrudo is going to come in hot. You know, Roller Rares cannot be negated. That's the rules. So here we go. Let's see what happens with it.
DZ loves counting. He loves counting royal finish cards.
Yes.
I just got to admire them, you know. We got the Crime. Oh, man. Very powerful. Sending Keldo, which is a good card to put in the grave. Anytime that you can use Crime to actually put a good card in the grave, you're looking pretty good.
You can't be saying Crime is good, right?
I would never.
Okay.
Jesse's at 4,000 here, so that's a little bit rough. It's hard to say because we're just jumping in now if the Baron activation has already been used for the negate, but we will see. There's also an unknown back row too, which could have been a search tier limit back row, or it could be like a random card that we don't know about.
Honestly, I don't know which state I'd rather be in. Jesse's or Team Hero Future. 3 in the hand, 2 on the board. Versus 3 on the board, but I mean, those are powerful monsters, and you got the field
it's Tillerman, so I guess
Left
it's
arm. Is this a grass? Come on, grass. Here we go.
Okay.
And it looks like the deck size. Oh, there might be a Baron.
the graveyard is what is important in the Tillerman's mirror match. So let's
Oh,
see.
it's negated.
Oh,
Oh, that makes me
okay.
so sad.
I feel like if that's happening, Jesse.
That was a last maneuver, right? Like a desperate Hail Mary.
Maybe there's like a. What could there possibly be? I mean, a snow engrave, maybe.
I really want to see that resolve. I really want to see it resolve. Sometimes there's cool cards you just want to see.
I mean, we could go for like an SP. Oh man.
End phase.
SP coming back. Royal Rare, of course.
Hey, I'm going to set you up with a pun. I think you're about to say Heroes Future is controlling their own future because I think this is getting real close.
I don't think I was going to say
You
that.
weren't? You can use it free of charge.
Thank you.
See the Kit Kalos come back off. I guess that was what was banished off the SP. Kello being activated in the end phase here. I don't know. I mean, the Baron not only, you know, you could keep it on the board for the pop effect. The pop effect against these 3 monsters isn't really great. We're even going to see the field spell used on their own Kaleido Heart. But the Baron also, don't forget, has that special summon effect in the standby phase that can get whatever you want, be it Rhino Heart or Rhino Heart primarily.
Yeah.
Let's see.
It
Oh
can
my
restart
gosh.
your combos.
Activate the Kaleido Heart. Yeah, this is getting out of hand.
What are they returning? Oh, the Kit
I mean, to be
Kalos.
fair,
Kalos.
now that the bronze negation has been used, there's limited opportunities for it to actually affect the field now.
Yes,
Right.
which makes sense. Of tagging it out would make so much sense.
Can Jesse come back from this?
I don't think so at 4,000 life points. I think even just with the stuff that's on board right now, I mean, maybe his graveyard is huge and he has a Fairy Tale Snow. He's not looking so good in the camera there. He seems like he's really, I don't know if really frustrated, but seems like he's a little down. I think Team 7 has had a pretty rough run in this feature match.
Yeah, it's a long day too, so you can't fold anyone. But these guys are all playing the top of the game. That takes a lot of mental energy.
I think every opponent of Heroes Future so far has had a rough time of it.
Oh!
Yeah, true. They're the people you want to dodge. If you think about, I mean, yeah, drawing that side frame driver, it's been rough.
You know,
sometimes you draw with driver.
It's exciting though, because you're gonna see, I guarantee you, most of these duels
Okay,
tonight.
like, do you see what I'm saying? Every Kit Kalos we've seen summon has been a Royal Rare.
This
We
is
have
a
not
conspiracy.
seen-
You are right. You are right.
I am telling you, it only comes in Royal Rare.
You know what the exciting thing is? Again, like all these duels tonight, they're going to look back at these matches, at least the 4 that will be advancing, and they're going to analyze everything, which is great because seeing how Heroes Future has been able to command, you know they're going to be analyzing their gameplay.
So Heroes Future, what an unbelievable run they have had.
Yeah, you love to see the celebration. I love that.
Holy, like, wow.
Yeah, and just to contextualize, again, with this set victory, they do move to 4 wins, 0 losses in total across the rounds, and they do make it through as one of our Day 2 teams representing Group B.
I have to say, I'm pretty sure they could even go like 0-9 and still be in first or at least second. It is incredible.
We can definitely crunch the numbers, but the only team that remains undefeated from it all these incredible players, and there's only one
Oh, there's no in the Group A?
No.
Wow.
Only undefeated team.
Truly showing their dominance and also showing that they're definitely favored for tomorrow. They are
Yes.
the team to beat.
Yes, absolutely. Because if you can go into tomorrow knowing that, and again, anything can happen. It's Yu-Gi-Oh! That's why we love it. But knowing that the team that went undefeated, and again, there's still one more round to play. But if you're able to knock out that team early, that's got to feel a little bit of pride than going into the finals if you are fighting them in the semifinals.
And I do want to look at the flip side of it because Team 7, they were one of our favorites.
Absolutely.
To take the whole thing. They're finalists from last year. So many accomplished individuals. Seeing them struggle this much is really concerning.
I don't think they're necessarily out of it, though,
They could very
right?
well still make a comeback, however. Yeah, as you
Yes.
mentioned. The only thing is they could find themselves actually struggling against Mygo, who they did drop the earlier round 2.
That's
Yeah.
true. But since everyone's still got one more round to play, it is still anybody's game.
Yeah, Team 7 really need to kind of shake it off and focus on this
They will.
5th round.
You don't get 700 accolades without being able to shake off a few losses.
But sometimes you just have a bad tournament run. I mean, you can't avoid it, especially in these decks that have cards you don't
That's true.
necessarily want to draw, or you get max seed, or there's a number of things that can go wrong. As much as you prepare for, you can't prepare for everything.
This group turned out to be incredibly competitive.
Yes.
Especially with the likes of Double Noir also looking at that 2nd seed. You have Maxi, Rogue Rulers, Mygo also aiming for it. Team 7 definitely have their work cut out for them, but their tournament dreams are still alive.
With all of these highly competitive players, how do you think I would place in this whole thing? If you had to just, give me a number. 1 through 6, what are we feeling?
7.
I'm glad you took it. I was setting somebody
What
up.
I think is
this
interesting.
your occasional bad tournament?
Is this, my
occasional.
Everybody gets one.
What's interesting looking at this is that basically every team besides the Heroes only have 2 wins. It's
an even field.
They've been destroying everything.
Yeah, everyone else completely even field. So that's why, Hero might have this unlocked for the number 1 spot, but you have at least 3 people or 3 different teams vying for that number 2 spot. And that's Yu-Gi-Oh! Maybe anything could happen.
Ton of pressure in this last round. Can we take a look at the Group A and see if we have any more information about those teams?
Yes, indeed we can. As Snipe Hunters, when we last checked in, were firmly in that 1st position, but they've now actually since fell to 3rd with their game still ongoing as we speak.
Well, luckily, when they fall to 3rd, it's just because they don't have any numbers getting added. So we'll have to see until the end of the round.
So CER and CER2X FCG are currently in 1st and 2nd there.
Okay.
However, we could still see this go any kind of way.
Well, we can crunch the numbers using our math abilities. If we do the 5 plus 3, that's 8 and 12. And we're looking at 18 points for CER2. And then we have Snipe Hunters coming in at 14, 17. So,
That's some quick maths right
according
there.
to my rudimentary math, if I understand this correctly, Snipe Hunters just needs to win 2 games to retain the 1st spot.
One team's at 20 already.
Like I said,
3
I
games.
play Yu-Gi-Oh!
Well,
I can't do math or read.
Regardless, we are really happy to be able to bring you these games and bring you this next round. But before that, let's talk about the sponsors that make all of that possible.
So we have Alienware. If you are excited about A counters, you will love Alienware. All the competitors here playing Master Duel, Duel Links, Speed Duel, and Duel Links Rush Duel are on Alienware computers. Thank you, Alienware, for the support.
And next coming up is Logitech. Every computer needs some peripherals, so if you need yourself a mouse or a keyboard, Logitech. It's only logical.
And that is how you could play on the digital Yu-Gi-Oh! Titles. But if you're still playing TCG, OCG, why not play on an MPD game mat like our competitors are doing so here?
Are you telling me those are the people that made the actual physical game mats that we're all playing on?
All the 2-player ones. All the 2-player ones.
All the 2-player ones.
That is incredible. Wow, I wonder if they could send me one. MPD, I love you.
Just put your email on a card and be like, here you go.
MPD, call me.
Yeah, no, my locals has a bunch of those. They're so cool.
They're incredible.
So
The
nice.
2-player mats, I will never go back to one-on-ones. The 2-player mats are where it's at.
You just force your opponent to use it.
Exactly, yeah. I kind of do.
Things really heating up here as we are going to head into round 5 in
Yep.
a little bit. Tournament really shaping up to see who we will have actually make it into day 2. As we mentioned before, thanks to their really strong performances throughout the day, Heroes Future, the consistency is being rewarded. They have guaranteed their escape from this group.
Yep.
They're doing good. That must feel great.
We will
Now,
see
I mean,
what else can transpire.
do you... I mean, probably. These are all very competitive players. Do you just take it easy the next round if you're them, or do you just try to push? I know what they're trying to push. They're trying to go... Can you imagine if they go 5-0?
I mean, you love to see
It's
it.
a statement.
Yeah, it is a statement, but it's also kind of a come at us move, which is you love to see it. It's a competitive game. But yeah, they are currently commanding lead by 6 points. So as long as they take 3 games of their next set, correct me if I'm wrong,
They'll
they
be
got first.
Yeah.
They're at 25. The next closest is 19 and 19. So it's going to be a battle for that second place. We'll see.
I found it interesting that last game, like I said, in that entire 3 sets, we never saw anyone switch decks. People are just sticking with the consistent, the strong, and, you know, that's fine. And I think actually throughout this tournament, we haven't really seen too many people switching decks, but I think we are going to a break here and going to watch some replays, I believe, and then we'll be back for round 5.
Very cool. Welcome back, everybody, to the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2024 Master Duel category. My name is Ibriz. I am joined by the wonderful Dzif
Hello!
and Chilled Chaos.
Hi, thank you for introducing us.
Usually I introduce Chilled Chaos first, so I thought I'd switch it
You
up.
did throw me for a loop.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, you know.
I was like this, I'm like, oh.
Big fan of you both. Big fan of the teams we've seen play throughout today. Many, many good players actually showing up. And really excited to see just how these groups play out.
Can I tell them you told me I was a top 10 friend here? He said I was a top 10 friend here, but he said that to about 12 people so far.
So we're entering the final round today, round 5, and we actually have a really interesting feature match. So we are bringing back Snipe Hunters. They have, other than the first round, they have been crushing it, and they're going to play against CER. Now, we saw them play against CER2 last time, but different CER this time.
Yep, CER2 actually taking the opening series of the day against Snipe Hunters. Will be interesting to see if CER can actually replicate that and claim first place by defeating Snipe Hunters.
All right, so Ibris, help me with my quick math right here. We're looking at CER sitting at 20 total points. They're 3-1 at the moment, 20 total points. And then we're looking at Snipe Hunters, who's looking at a total of 22 points, 3-1.
It's close.
So what do we need? We need a 6-3 from CER if we want them to usurp first.
It is incredibly close because not only would you have that, but it also has implications for who will escape as the second seed of this
It
group.
matters. It matters a lot.
So what you're essentially saying is, let's say, for example, one of them 9-0s, they can fall out of second place and essentially out of the bracket.
Theoretically, you could have... How many? Wait, let me calculate. Any of, I think, 5 of these teams could finish 3-2.
Yes.
It's a lot of pressure. And, you know, I'm thinking about when we were just watching the B bracket match, we don't have a situation like Future Heroes in the A bracket. No one is completely dominating, and I think that's going to end up with a really like important feature match here that a lot of pressure is going to... God, how many times can I say pressure? But this is a very important, if not the most important feature match of day 1.
But it's safe to say one of those two teams will be going tomorrow to the semifinals.
Yep,
Yes.
Heroes Future for Group B have pretty much locked their position there. Their future looks good. The future of the Heroes is at least a semi-finals finish at the Master Duel category of the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2024. Who will be joining them? We will find out shortly. It's looking like it could be either Mygo or Team 7, depending on how this last round plays out. But it is Group A that we'll be watching as Snipe Hunters, our defending world champions, will be taking on CER.
Like Ibis just said, it's pretty much Heroes Future has this almost locked up. They would, for some reason, have to go 0-9, and the two remaining teams would have to go 9-0 for them to potentially even lose it. 9-0 is a little bit, 8-1 might be the exact number, but they have a huge lead where it would be, it's almost insurmountable for them to lose it. Yeah.
And I think looking at this too, you know, we're talking about individual games matter, everything matters here. It's a World Championship. Notice that Team 7, who was second last round, is still in second despite losing the match.
Yeah, that shows just how contested this group has been. And it really does show that even if we have a clear front runner for first, that second position is anyone's for the
It's
taking.
contentious. It's very contentious. Which is exciting because we know, I mean, as much as we're going to be excited if we watch the feature match, I know my eyes are going to be peeking on that scoreboard seeing how are the other teams doing, because every singles game, everyone else's game, well, kind of affects the whole outcome.
Contentious like the viability of Sphere Mode.
I even made it bolder so those at home can see that I believe Sphere Mode is going to come up.
That was the one setup you're going to get from me. Mostly Dzif is with you on that.
This guy, he cares. He cares. He's still top 10 friend, right?
Top 50 duelist in the building, that's
So
for sure.
I know I've said this, I know I keep saying this, I am very surprised at how few second choice decks we've seen today.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's been a, you know what, you find your winning pick and they've just been sticking with it.
I feel like
Conversely-
last year was different.
I think that the Snake Eye Fire King makes sense, that it does kind of eliminate the possibility of pivoting to that second deck just because it's so good. However, Snipe Hunters was one of the team where we did see an instantaneous swap. In particular, Emre going from the Centurion to the Flunderees was really, really interesting.
And that's, I don't know if I can be honest, I don't know if I expected Flunderies to pop up today.
Shifter's a really good card.
Yes.
There's one deck that, you know, we haven't really seen. I think Vanquish Soul is out there, though. I don't know if it's it's probably not the first choice for anyone, but Vanquish Soul is actually a pretty interesting second choice. It interacts with cards in a lot of weird ways that we don't see in the other decks. Haven't seen it pop up yet. I don't know. It's been very weird. I think the dominant strategies that these players are going for their first strategy is just they're so good that they just keep playing them.
We also haven't seen much of a case made for Labyrinth, and we know for a fact that that is a viable option. It just hasn't been really played to a lot of success.
Do you think
far.
after the heavy storm incident of round 1, Josh has ever played Labyrinth this entire tournament after that? I'd be in a rough spot. I'd be like,
well,
what's gonna happen?
That's the one thing too. Have we really seen a lot of board breaking action? No, this has been a combo building and piece by piece chipping away at it. We have yet to see something. I mean, we saw a couple in the bureaus in some of the smaller games. They were on the bottom of the screen. You had the heavy storm incident. But
other than that, though,
we as evenly matched procced off.
No evenly
matched.
No.
So I'm excited, and that's what's great about Yu-Gi-Oh. We got round 5. We can still see new things.
I think in round 1, in some screen, we saw an evenly matched in a runic deck get set, but not activated.
Not activated? Okay.
And here we have Snipe Hunters. They are back, running it back. We had them round 1, and we have them round 5. They've been killing it. You know, we said that earlier, but here we go.
Yep, this team needs no introductions. You're returning world champions. You're reigning world champions. Emrit on the left-hand side there, so consistent. So committed to the Flunderies strategy for so long in the TCG, now bringing it to the world stage. Josh, team captain, content creator, amazing competitive player extraordinaire. Records have been broken. And add Quantal on top of that, who is so good at pretty much every deck, that this team has a lot going for it. But another team that has a lot going for them is CER. CER, of course, comprising the likes of Greed, with his experience with the Pearly throughout the Duelist Cup last year, playing a lot of Snake Eye, playing Tyr, really, really prominent player. Sobaduk is a returning contender from last year, and of course you have Nakwal, who did play the super heavy Samurai Centurion build that is still something we're talking about even now.
Yeah, you just weren't expecting that to pop up, and that's, I think, a testament to duelists when they want to try new things and see if it works. Yeah.
We see a little bit of yawning from the CER team, and I want to clarify here, we've been here a while. These competitors have been here all day, and yes, there was a lunch break, but it is about stamina. I hope they've been drinking their water, but let's hop into the game and see what's going on.
Round 5 now beginning here, and round 5 between Snipe Hunters and CER. This will dictate who escapes Group A. Let's see how it goes.
Oh boy, it's like the intro of a movie.
A lot of pressure. How many times? Can we get a pressure counter? I gotta look up some synonyms to that. All right, so we're starting out with Greed versus Josh.
Immediate Ash Blossom on the bonfire.
Makes sense.
Greed, you have to imagine, will be playing the Snake Eye Fire King. Again, we mentioned that those players that have been chosen to run that deck typically won't swap to their secondary deck.
Hard drew the Poplar, by the way, so you'd still get to the original.
That's true, but the
Max C, and it's important to do it right there because the next step.
Oh.
Ash Blossoms on both sides. Importantly, though, you Max C early because otherwise they'll just immediately go into Link Kribo and you've missed a draw.
Yeah, and you can see Josh immediately looking at his teammates' screens like, oh, I might be in an unfortunate position. How are your games going?
If I had $1 for every time we've seen a Max C and Ash back-to-back in someone's hand, I'd have like $4
Well, that's the thing, right? I mean, there's 3 Max C, but there's 3 Ash and potentially 2 Called by the Grave and Cross-Out Designator. I mean, there's so many different cards. We go for the Link Kribo play regardless. Do we have some way to put another body on board? I mean, Dia Bellstar is pretty strong. I mean, do keep in mind, these Snake Eyes decks are a lot less consistent in this than they are in the TCG. A lot of cards are limited, so let's see if we can actually find a way to get to a combo.
We can see, I know it's a little bit small on your screen, but the Super Heavy Samurai is being played on Duel C. They got the Accel Synchro Dragon. The Super Heavy Samurai is coming out.
Looks like U-Bell on the bottom left there.
All right, we got a
Wow,
gluttony of
so we
games.
hard drew the Poplar and the original... Or wait, sorry.
No,
never
the
mind.
original
Yep.
Simple
That
Spoil
was
Snake
added.
Eye did get added.
Yep.
But it will resolve here because the disruption has been committed by Josh already. You saw the Ash Blossom Joy Spring, you saw the Maxi. It is still Greed's turn, and it is still in Greed's hands as to whether or not he wants to continue
Infinite
extending
Impermanence would be
his
really
combo.
good right here. I don't know. Ooh, we don't even see a reaction from Josh, so I don't think there's any more hand traps we have to watch out for.
This is, you're going to let these, the combos they're going to build. I mean, what can you do? You drew Ash and Max C. What more do you want from me, game?
Going into a Link. No, actually going into Snake Eyes Flamberge.
Yep, activating the Ash effect.
Yeah, then link those two away. You'll get the Flame Burst effect.
Now we go into Link 2, which should be...
What's he
IP?
taking? Ooh,
Yeah, we're
IP.
going to go standard combo here. I mean, if you are Greed at this point, you shouldn't really, I mean, you don't really need to be worried about anything. It's very clear that Josh has no interaction in his hand. It's not even, you know, in Master Duel, you can see if it passes back to the opponent to give them an opportunity to actually activate something, and it's not doing that. So unless Josh has, I don't know,
Could this be the infamous Nibiru that we're finally going to see?
unless he has Nibiru, Greed can just kind of pop off here.
I don't know, but look at Josh's, you know, he was checking out for like a little bit, but he's like back in immediately. Maybe something is going to happen. He's still peeping his teammates' games.
I mean, right now we're locked into fires, so Appaloosa isn't really a threat. If he would Nibiru, I would assume it would maybe be right here. I don't know, though, then the Flame Bridge trick. Okay,
And face on it.
that's
Okay.
it. Amblo Whale plus Flame Bridge. We used to see this combo pretty common early on in the Snake Eyes lifespan. We see the
okay.
Ponix get normal summoned.
Both these teams sitting at 3 and 1 heading into this.
Adding the Fire
Really
King Sky.
crucial for
Good,
their
Ed.
tournament dreams.
So the hard draw of the Fire King Sanctuary, which is nice. But, you know, in an IP Masquerade, that's going to be up in the board soon. So it's sitting there. Doesn't look too threatening, but it'll be up there soon. And just like that, IP Masquerade will be joining us.
Might immediately see an SP here.
Yeah, I think you got to take care of the field spells at this point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Fire King Island needs to be removed.
Oh, the
Cross
crossout
out on
designator!
Flame Bridge? That is...
This is Yu-Gi-Oh! This is what I love to see!
Okay, so we've cut off all the interactions besides the Princess and the Whale.
Yes.
That sounds like a band name.
Princess and the Whale. I
yeah.
love it.
That's huge, because you have to keep in mind, not only is that stopping the IP into SP, but it is also stopping the Flame Bridge into the Poplar, into the Ash, into the ads.
It is also stopping Josh from leaning into the Snake Eye aspects of the
That's
deck.
true.
But you can just rely on the Fire King, Sacred Fire King Garunix. Now, starting
And we
things off,
see a
but
Maxi.
Maxi fired off in response.
called
Okay.
by Crossout. Oh my gosh.
All the disruptions.
Who scripted this? Who gave him these hands? This is insane. And the Fire Kings, you know they become big boys. We could be looking easily at 3,900 Garunex.
Well, it's like they both had a lot of counters to each other, and you know, that's sometimes where the opening hand here, the Ponix, may be being a little better than the Poplar in this situation.
Yeah. Does he send the other one to allow for the destruction on the field? Take him to 3,900 attack, beat over the Ambler Whale, beat over the Flame Birds, because now you don't even have to worry about the two monsters coming back because Crossout Designator was
Promethean
activated.
Princess Bestower Flames now coming through, though. The Ambler Whale's getting
you're
destroyed.
Right. You're right.
Something else is getting destroyed with it.
Snake Eyes, May looks dead, but it's never gone.
Promethean Princess coming out there. Runic still has to resolve.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of comes down to what that last card in hand is. Kieran is so strong. Activate that. Get a special.
The super heavy Samurai cannot be stopped, as you see. CER picking up victory in the bottom right.
That was a quick one. Oh, man.
It's like it always wins when it's in the small screen.
Yeah.
See the Garunix coming right back to the field. Back
Pop
again.
Flame Bridge, which makes sense. You're not going to get the Oak. You're not going to get the Ash back.
Do we know the last card in Greed's hand? I don't think so, right? We just go straight to battle phase here.
Oh, are we the 2,700
We
versus
do kind of have to
2,700?
crash. Definitely can't leave the Princess on the field. There's
No,
no
too
way.
strong.
Yeah, the special summon back is too much
Triggers
to deal with.
the Amblo Whale. Pop the island.
Okay.
No monsters to blow up at least.
Look at these boards. And a set 1. You think we're sitting on an imperm? What do you think we're sitting on?
I think we're sitting in a situation where neither player has anything. I'm very curious to see. I mean, we've used 2 Poplar on that
might
end.
be the Fire King Sky.
It could.
And the beautiful thing,
that would be
Ponix comes
great.
back to hand, allowing him to have a bit of recursion for his next turn, assuming we get to a turn.
We do have to
4.
remember here, Original Sinful Spoils is in the grave, which kind of gets greed to everything.
Ooh. Yes, you
See
called
that
it.
activation.
Here comes a draw.
This is actually the ad. It's even better.
Yes.
Josh looking off screen. Is this going to be resolving as he's searching for the card he wants to draw?
I mean, I can't imagine maybe like another called by the grave would go kind of hard, but
Oh, this is going
adding
to hurt a little
Oak.
bit.
The Oak himself.
Oak hitting the board. This is where the combo might start to begin, but
You know, one thing I find so interesting about the Snake Eyes cards in Master Duel versus the TCG is that we do not see, and obviously we're seeing Fire King, so that makes sense, but we don't see the Snake Eyes field spell anywhere. I don't think
No.
we've seen that card activated once.
Divine Temple of the Snake Eye?
Yep, and I think it partly is because, you know, Nibiru isn't really a threat, but I think it's just because the Fire King variant is so popular in here versus the TCG, you already have a field spell going up. So we're gonna link away. No, actually we're activating the Oak effect.
yep. And now Flame Birch hitting the graveyard again, so you are getting free resources.
Oh, you know, we're kind of reverse engineering this a little bit.
They are.
Oak send Flamebird, summon Poplar instead of the other way around.
And then you get the thing off of Ash, so I mean, it is almost carte blanche. I gotta wonder what that set card is.
Adding the Ponix here. We have used the normal summon, but it doesn't necessarily mean anything.
If you had a guess, you're still thinking the that set card. You still thinking what it is?
Could be the quick play spell.
Could be.
Could
You know what?
be
He did.
Infinite Impermanence.
He took the quick play from Ponix, correct?
Yeah, I think it will be the Fire King Skyburn.
Okay.
We see the Hida. Okay. What's so difficult in this situation when you're playing these Fire Mirror matches is that these cards like Hida just get unbelievably strong. Because you're not only just stealing a monster to link away, you're stealing a monster to activate its effect and then activate another effect, and it starts the whole combo.
This is going to be rough for Josh.
Summon regular Garunix. There he is. Battle phase, that is 5 million damage, I think, by my calculation.
And your math was so good all day.
Yeah, so... final blow, do we have a response? We do not have a response. Who knows what the set was?
What a good match, but... Oh, Droplet's been activated on our little Centurion friend.
Okay, so we're switching it up. So we have Emery on Centurion, so that was actually his opening deck. Did
That
not
was
realize
indeed.
that. Versus Bell here. Kind of a... Now I'm confused. Okay, here we are. Here, I think that was just a graphic mix-up. And there it is again. All right, and then we have the Gruesome Grave Squirmer. Isn't he gruesome? Okay, third time's the charm.
A little bit of foreshadowing, maybe?
So,
Who knows?
the disruption you want to use here is on the Legacia and the Auxilia, because we're already far enough along that there's no option to negate the Primera or the Trudea. What these will... Oh,
Crash
okay.
in,
Yeah,
dude,
they're just crashing. It's
6,000
I
damage.
guess.
It's a little self-inflicted at this point, but I don't think there's enough on board unless we're going to see... Oh, Gruesome Grave Skirmer, so he's going to be able... Yep, he's going to destroy one of them. It'll bring out another one, and it should be enough. Destroying the Nightmare Terror. Nightmare Throne goes off, allowing him to special summon.
Oh, we do have the ultimate... What is that? Ultimate
yeah,
Terror
someone was
card?
running Ubel the Ultimate Nightmare.
Someone's
it's
bringing the
right
big
here.
one. Oh, there it is! You never expect to see it!
The Phantom Darkness cover card itself.
And it's so difficult because usually you just go from 10 to 11. You don't need the extra one, but that 12 is going to make all the difference. Now, granted, he's following up a Spirit of Ubel, but he can do 10,000 damage if he wants. He's not stopping.
Wow.
What a battle phase.
It is so funny seeing zero attack, just 5 zero attack monsters.
Yeah.
But
And you never see that guy use those. Just to get a chance to see all 3 of them attack in a row, oh, you love that.
Yeah, strong opening from CER here as
I would
they
say
claim
so.
3 victories in
was
that
good.
first set against Snipe Hunters.
and we've talked about this time and time again, you do not want to get 3-0'd in the first set.
No.
That is not where you want to be. Tons of pressure on Snipe Hunters for this next set. And I swear I'll look up a synonym next tomorrow. But This is a rough spot to be in. These 3-0s, especially because Snipe Hunters really needed each game. They want to secure that first place, and obviously if they lose this, they can still fight for second place. But as we were talking about before the game, when we were looking at all the different scores, it's really close. So every single game counts. Even if they, lost that set, they would have much rather had gone 2-1 or 1-2.
Absolutely.
So earlier when we saw Snipe Hunters start to struggle, we saw the secondary decks actually come out.
Yeah.
I want to see Flunderies.
I think it's going to be here. I almost feel like that would have been an interesting first deck choice.
Well, let me ask, if they go Flunderies and they drop a Dimension Shifter, what deck here besides Flunderies is going to play through that?
We'll see.
I think that's the point of it.
I think that's exactly it. So I think maybe you've seen how you did against the first 3 matches and you mix it up. Now, granted, looking at the full numbers here, Snipe Hunter versus CER, they're only down by technically 1 in the total standings. So even though a 3 sweep kind of hurts, that doesn't put them too far back.
It is a bit disheartening, though, to lose the Fire King Snake Eye mirror match.
It is. It is.
I think that really does impact a lot of the decision-making for the remainder of the series. However, Josh has had tougher losses. He's faced more difficult situations. And if there is ever a case for someone being resilient enough to make it through, it would be the world champion.
That's true.
Here we have CER, and they are feeling good. They are feeling secure, and I'm hoping that for Team Snipe Hunters here, they're not having a little bit of the feature match curse, which I know a lot about, but they're used to feature matches.
Being a top-level competitive player yourself, Dizzy.
Yeah. But I think that this is an important set of games here, and it is really interesting to see now that we're at round 5 how looking back at the rounds, thinking about everything that mattered leading up to this, here we go.
Yeah, this really has implications for not only who escapes as first seed, but also a really good indication as to just who will make it out as the second.
Dude, I was just happy to see Ultimate Nightmare. That guy never comes up, and the fact that he comes up in the battle phase and he's the extra 2,000 damage that you need.
That's pretty slick.
Yeah, that's awesome.
To be fair, the niche that it filled there could have also been done by the Phantom of Yubel, but
that is true.
I shared your enthusiasm. It was nice to see. Hopefully,
can't summon Phantom of Yubel in the battle phase.
You cannot.
Truth.
You know what I want to see though? I want to see it. Sphere mode. I want to see some board break in action. I want to see someone.
We're not on camera, but he is holding it up for the radio
for dramatic
listeners.
effect. Yeah, for the radio listeners there. Sphere mode is being held up. I would like to see it. I want a board breaker. I want someone to build the most perfect board, and I want to see Sphere mode and evenly matched just potentially come out. Because that's the Yu-Gi-Oh! That always happens to me at home, so I want to see it happen here. You know what? Have we seen a Dark Ruler No More resolve?
I don't believe so, but we did see a Forbidden Droplet.
We've seen a couple of them, which is, Dark Ruler Light.
Snipe Hunters on your screen now, they are collecting themselves. We saw them in that first feature match to open the day. We see them again to close it out. Round 5 here will decide just who makes it to day 2.
Yeah, and they're looking, Josh does not look happy here. It's been a long day. They want to make it to the next day. They don't want to have to worry about, these really small tiebreakers, and a win here would mean a lot to either one of these teams, really. But I think especially Snipe Hunters, they've been having a tough time, at least when we've been watching them.
Do you know Josh and I are best friends?
Would he say that?
No, he wouldn't say that, but I got a chance to duel with him and a few other players at the Master Duel Invitational. He is so positive, and he knows his stuff that, if you want anyone to lead you back from 0-3, it's probably Josh.
Now tell me a similar anecdote about Sir Sana. CER Sana.
I am their best friend. I don't know if they did that as well. And we did the Master Duel Invitational together, and he led me back from an 0-3. Definitely didn't tell me to Ash of Danger, so it was totally okay. Yes, that's right, Chad. I asked the danger, and I deserve to be mocked for it.
We live and learn, right?
Yep, but like I said last time, I did it more than once.
Second time. Well, okay, well, first time, shame on me. Second time, shame on you.
Yeah, they have a saying where I come from. I think they have it by you, too.
Yeah, don't ash danger.
Oh, yeah, don't ash danger. Definitely
the
not twice.
Phrase. So we are jumping into this second set, and one team at CER is up 3 wins. So if they are able to secure 2 wins, they will instantly win the match, and I don't believe we will play a set 3 at that point.
We could very well see Snipe Hunters come back, however.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. Really interesting to see just how this one plays out.
I'm going to have to destroy this by tomorrow, right? It's not going to happen?
And I really think here, like, I know I was kind of joking about it, but, like, this is, you know, is Josh going to play Labyrinth? Is he going to switch it up again, or is he done with it?
One Heavy Storm should not stop you from playing a deck that you dominate with.
You'd think so.
Yeah.
But
I still think playing the Snake Eye Fire King is really important, especially when you consider that no longer trapped in the mirror match.
True.
You then approach almost every other matchup at an advantage.
Exactly, like its own individual game.
So I think, yeah, definitely we will probably see Josh play that. Greed has been on a tear.
Every time he comes up, he wins. Every time he comes up,
really promising. But the one that I'm most excited for is actually Nakball with the Super Heavy Samurai.
We might see that. I mean, every time we've seen it, or when we saw it in the actual feature match, it has kind of struggled. But potentially, this could be the run. I think when you're, I think when that deck is functioning and not having to play against 8 Material Noir, it goes a little better.
Yes, and it's just something new and different. I shouldn't say new, but something different, at least when you see a lot of the standard decks here. They're doing something that you wouldn't expect, and you kind of always want to cheer for that a little bit. Who's going to go out of their comfort zone to make something that on paper seems good, but how is it going to turn out against some top duelists around the world?
Yeah. I'm excited to see possibly Book of Moon, Book of Eclipse. I don't think we've really seen Book of Moon too much today, but we have seen Book of Eclipse a number of times. And of course, if Emery does switch to Flandreese, that Snatch Steal. And I got to assume
oh my God, yes.
I'm assuming Change of Heart is in there as well. What's so cool about the Flandreese deck is that if you go first, all of your engine just gets you to what you want it to, so you can afford to play the going second cards because you don't really need back row to, you know, protect your board. You already can inherently set the Dreaming Town, and you can just get everything.
Magnificent map as well, going a long way to just extending. So it'll be really important to see whether or not Emirate does bring that to the table, because the Centurion build was looking okay, though it hasn't had much success on the feature match. Clearly is doing something correct.
Yeah, if people are using it, yeah, absolutely. And the same thing that we haven't seen really with Branded as well. Branded has not come up as much as I thought it would, or even the Bestial Engine being shared around. It hasn't come up as much as I thought the Bestial Engine would be popping up. It's still a very formidable and powerful cards to side in.
I believe from what we've seen so far today, the majority of teams are dedicating the Bestial to the Branded if they're playing it.
Yeah.
Or, I guess, to the Centurion. Though
We've seen it in Centurion.
We've seen it in a lot of things, actually.
Yeah, I mean, they're good cards, and they are, you know, you have multiple cards that you can spread across. I mean, the Druis Worm and Magnuma are limited in Master Duel, so you don't really have, well, and the TC, but you don't really have a situation where, like, every deck can play them, as we keep talking about, but I think in Branded specifically, they are ridiculously strong.
And like we were just saying, too, with the Centurion as well, you know, you have a 6 and a 4, you do the Druis Worm, you get to send one card, you make the Chaos Angel, you get to banish a card, and then you got a 3,500 monster on the board. It's strong. It's good to keep it in there.
I think I saw the Bestial Lubellion summoned earlier as well.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Not seen that one yet.
My friend still plays, he plays Bestials, and I keep trying to tell him, like, no, we got to get you off something different. I'm tired of getting Gimmick Puppet Nightmare locked, but he loves doing it.
Looks like the TSG players are having a party over there.
Oh, we got some excitement going on.
I wonder if their Swiss just ended. We have CER again, feeling good, starting 3-0.
How can you not feel good 3-0?
You know, I don't think it's possible.
Coming into this one, very confident. CER going to see if they can indeed make it out of Group A, as you have to imagine that first seed. But again, the dream is still alive for the majority of the teams in this group. Those two top positions very, very much within the grasp of a lot of the teams here.
You know, when I was first kind of looking and you go through like the first round or two and you start seeing like, okay, this team won 6-3, this team won 8-1, and they're just points at that point. But as you go on and you see some of these matches and they start to finally fully develop and you see the point, that's when it really gets interesting. But I would say for me, by the end of round 3, middle of round 4, you start to really look at those first game losses. You're like, oh, I needed those extra points. It doesn't mean much in the beginning, but it's getting tight down towards the end.
No, I mean, it's like when you get to the end of the month and, you know, you're low on funds and you look back at all the tacos you bought and you're like, oh, if I just would have not bought that taco, I would have had a little bit more. You know, but I think that every game matters, and that is kind of a different situation in this tournament compared to a lot of the other ones.
That's
And
true.
here we go with set 2, CER versus Snipe Hunters. CER up 3-0, but can Snipe Hunters make the comeback and secure a spot in day 2?
Let's keep it a clean fight, gamers.
Clean duel.
Open with a Foolish Burial, sending Despian Tragedy, actually, adding a Luber.
Branded.
So we are finally seeing the branded come up. It's been a couple of times, but it's nice to see it in the feature match.
I wanted to point out in Duel C, I saw Effect Veiler. We haven't really seen a lot of Effect Veiler this weekend, which actually really surprises me.
I think it is a casualty of the shared card rule,
Yeah.
and it only being applied to 3 cards.
Yeah,
Gonna activate that Aluber, probably getting the Fusion, or depending on what our hand is. Okay, right
Taking
to
the
Branded
Branded
Fusion,
Fusion.
I mean,
Now, are we
keep it
sitting
simple.
on the Ash? That is always the question. Oh, the Max Caesar,
Okay.
you're
We are
guaranteed
seeing
one.
this again. Yeah, interesting. So I wonder how far we're going to push, or are we just going to do an Albion pass? I mean, the Albion pass that we saw earlier worked because there was 2 trap cards to back it up. Maybe it's worth going for...
Oh,
it
is that a
is
snow I just saw?
Yep, so that is going to be the Albion.
Okay.
Yeah,
But what
Albion
else
the
are we doing?
Sanctified Dragon here. Do we see the
Thrust.
effect? Okay, thrust.
What are we thrusting for, do we think?
I
All right,
maybe
fair. We
King.
can just wait and watch, you know. Okay, it is
okay.
diffusion duplication. That is
This is-
very strong.
So basically what this will do is allow access to the Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon, a little bit later on, and just further reinforce this opening field for the branded player.
And almost a repeat of the last branded match that we saw, playing under Max C, getting the fusion duplication to avoid having to give your opponent extra cards for summoning.
And that's the thing that's really changed about Branded. I mean, not that they still... I mean, they don't want to get ashed, but if you think about when Branded first came out, they just lost if you ashed. I mean, that was like the end of the
Yeah.
We see an Imseti discarding a King Sarcophagus from Quantal. Kind of an
So-
interesting discard there, because that means if this does get stopped, he wouldn't have had a way to summon it back.
Yeah.
I think this will be the Horus tier
Oh,
build
I
from
would assume
Quantal.
so, yeah.
Yeah, and Quantal, of course, being a renowned Elements player, having, well, won the World Championship last year by piloting that deck for his team. Really good, really comfortable with the Elements cards, and to be honest, we're now seeing just what it can do against Subaduk. Are either of these 2 cards, Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring or Maxi? We shall see.
I think the Imseti on the board here is pretty good because it has that extra effect while on the field. You know, it's not just for rank 8s. And also it has 3,000 attack, which is huge this format. We're just kind of seeing what Quantal is thinking about here.
Better commit this turn before you inevitably get Mirror Jaded. Or,
That's true.
potentially we'd seen like Jaugen the Spiritualist summoned off of the Albion.
Oh, no.
You know, when you see people running, almost everyone's playing 2 King Sarcophagus, and this is exactly why. If you open one,
Havness.
Havness in response to the Albion.
That's nice, actually. I would take that over a Ash Blossom or Maxi any day of the week.
Chain the fusion
Absolutely.
duplication, and importantly, with the fusion with the fusion duplication, you can't ash that because it is copying the effect. So
Yeah,
you know it's going to happen in resolution.
Fusion duplication, of course, coming out to copy the branded fusion does mean we can expect to see Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon, hitting the field, unless Subaduk has something else in mind.
No, I think you
looks
might be
looks
right.
like we're summoning that Lubellion, right? Albion,
Albion.
sorry.
Albion
I
the branded
can't read
dragon,
attributes,
then
yep.
bridging into another fusion.
Havness Mill Snow and Tearlament Scream,
Oh,
I believe I
man.
saw.
It's a lot of snow.
Not bad. Okay, this is what I'm saying. Albion has summoned Maxi like every single
That's the
time.
3rd time we've seen that.
It's
That's
so funny. Let's activate the Scream. Snow's really good in here just
Oh,
for...
but Dazif, will the Kit Kalos be royal finish?
I would guarantee it, yep.
Conspiracy.
Let's activate the Fallen of Elbaz. I mean, this is pretty much exactly what we saw the last time that Branded got Maxi. What was that discard? What was that? I didn't catch it.
I'm not sure. My apologies.
Forbidden Droplet coming down. Do we have any sends that would like really matter here? I mean, obviously very strong.
Yep.
We can send that Maxi right back to the graveyard. That is not bad at all. We can Droplet, discarding Imperm. Okay, get rid of Aim Prim. So now we can hit both of those activated effects on the branded side of the field.
That's strong. That's
This
very
really
strong.
sets you up. Yeah, there is still the unknown in hand, which could be nothing, and the unknown set, but let's see. Also, not insignificant the fact that it reduces them by half, because that sets up your lethal pushes a lot easier.
If you're still going for that AK when you're looking at those 3,000 meters, yeah, absolutely.
See the King Sarcophagus activated to send, I don't know what its name is, but the one that gains 1,200 usually.
Duometer?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know, why don't people just play Happy? That one's easy, right?
He's straightforward.
But we're going to see the discard here, and that is probably what's going to happen. Now, against Branded, are you still zombie vampiring or no?
I think so. I
Yeah.
think that you can actually win the long haul kind of resource intensive kind of game against the Branded deck, especially when they front load the field with the larger fusions pretty much immediately out the gate.
And they've already used a lot of their effects anyway, so what can they really do? Oh my, this literally is the exact same board. So we do see the Branded King, the brightest blazing Branded King, that is.
It is exactly almost like a rematch. I love it. Popping that, so turning off a few. Oh,
And negate, yeah. So it's gonna hurt a little bit. It's gonna negate that King Sarcophagus.
Okay.
We see the triple tactics talent. You know, it's so funny when we were entering the state, we were kind of saying triple tactics talent isn't as good as it was last year. You know what? I'm gonna say I think we were wrong. I think this card is very, very strong in the current format. That and thrust.
Quantal on tier, triple tactics talent drawing 2 cards. Is it 2023 all over again? Will Snipe Hunters win again? Let's see.
what I just love with Triple Tactics Talents, what we've seen today, it's every effect has been used. It's been a draw 2. It's been a change of heart. It's been the Forceful Sentry. They've used all the effects in different moments.
Yes, yes.
When they revealed that there was Ash Blossom and Driver in his hand in the previous match, what knowledge? What incredible game knowledge.
Mudora the Sword Oracle now coming down here. Again, very reminiscent of Tier Elements when it was at its strongest, when it had all of the Earth Fairies available to it.
Okay, so we're just cleaning up the board a little bit, right?
I did want to point out, just in case you guys cannot see, that in Duel C and Duel A, it looks like Josh has stuck with Fire King Snake Eyes, and Emery has stuck with the Centurions. So we, once again here, how many times today have I said it, we are seeing people not switching their decks.
I see that Nakwall has also stuck with the Super Heavy Samurai.
Yeah.
If it's broke, don't fix it.
Okay, let's see what we got.
Unless, of course, it's really broken, then maybe we should adjust or errata.
Mudora, pretty strong actually against the Branded. You can definitely screw up when they try to go for putting stuff from the grave or, you know, back into the deck. You can take those out.
So
I'm gonna attack over this and see, like, this is what I'm saying, like I mean, not like a hot take or whatever, but the attack really does matter. You know, you don't necessarily think about stats mattering that much. You think about the effects and what the cards do, but attack really does matter for situations like this.
Yeah.
now, what happens in main phase 2? What do we think? Where are they going with this? Obviously, you just can't leave those 2 on the board. What's the next step for tier limits?
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna go the snow in the battle phase to run over the Aluber. I believe that's what we just saw Quantal activate. Yes,
Yep,
we are.
okay.
Mostly banishing just random spells, which is perfect. You don't really want to banish a bunch of monsters, but snow coming out. It is. I wish we could see how many cards were in the graveyard. I think that was probably most of them. being taken out.
1850, that's mechanical chaser levels.
And oh
That's
my
low
god!
levels.
If only they had a Gemini Elf. I can't believe I sent the bank order for that card.
Main phase 2, here we go. Where does Quantal go with this? Some options available. Again, the Branded deck did, you have to imagine, overextend, but was it really an overextension
I
when
don't
the
think-
field was set up so perfectly?
No.
I think they did exactly what they needed to do. I think Quantal just navigated this perfectly.
Dugares.
Dugares, you getting a couple of draws off this?
See the Fairy Tale Snow activated from Subaduck here, which is, so we got Snow versus Snow.
And Dugares is not a quick effect, so do you think they're just going to turn off Dugares immediately?
I would guess so, yeah.
Okay. But no, you're absolutely right, though. You can't, Subaduck played it well. You just can't expect to run into a TTT and a Droplet.
Oh!
Maxi for a little bit of a draw.
Oh.
Now, Maxi here is kind of interesting. Do you think that implies there's another Maxi in hand? Or are we just trying to get one draw to possibly set up the board a little
I
bit more?
think just
one.
trading one Maxi for any kind of additional disruption
Yeah.
is beneficial at this point to see if you can get something that can interfere with Subaduk's next turn.
Because
Okay.
Quantel has to be thinking, I mean, just looking at the card economy here.
Oh! Could you ask
What
for
a
anything better?
You could not. I wonder if that was the draw off the Max C. That is unbelievably strong. We're gaming. I mean, we are locked in. We're activating Tier Element's effects. Tier Element strongest. Let's see what happens.
God.
Primeval Planet Perla Rhino now coming through. Tailorman's Kashtira being summoned off of it.
Let's check our mills.
Mildred Destrudo and
Happens?
Trick Clown
Was-
and
was that
Shiren.
Happens?
Three
Shiren, sorry.
effects. That is unbelievable.
You got to feel good if you're Quantum right now.
What
How
a
does
mill.
that happen?
I mean, you can see Subaduk is not looking happy about this, and I can understand. We do see down there, we got a red win and a blue win.
Okay.
So it is on Quantel to, he really needs to win this one, yes.
You got to keep it close. You got to keep it a 3-2. If they fall behind 4-1, that's going to start to hurt a little bit.
Well, because remember, yeah, right now CER is at 4.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Oh, you're right.
Quantel-
That would be a 5-1. Oh,
Quantel
you're
has
absolutely right.
to win this one. I will say, judging from the situation, it looks like Quantel
Yeah.
will. We're
Yeah.
popping the Dugaras to get the snow back in graveyard. I like that play.
Very cool.
And the Mudora that was under it as well, I think.
Oh, you're right. And with Madura in there, that's a
That is disruption on the graveyard.
that's a nightmare for Brandon.
Have we normal summoned at all, or is this Rhino Heart really happening?
I've been so into the action that I don't even remember if we normal summoned.
I want to say we didn't. I don't know. Because Havnus got specialed, Imseti, activating Destrudo here, targeting the Trick Clown. What do you think we're doing with this Destrudo? Are we going for a Baron? Quick Baron? Possibly?
I mean, we're sitting at, what is he sitting at, 3?
Yep, I would say it's a
Yep.
Baron.
Oh, absolutely.
And there it is.
And you don't pop snow here, right? You don't even give him a chance to have the snow come back.
You know, honestly, I think that Subaduk is really low on cards in the graveyard.
Oh.
You probably still don't pop it, but potentially if there are like literally zero
Zero
cards
cards,
in the
yeah.
grave, maybe you do just to not give them a body. Because by leaving it up on the field, you could see a normal summon into an
And
SP
start link 2,
or
SP,
whatever.
and all of a sudden,
yeah.
even if you have some of those charmers, all of a sudden you're at 3 cards and then 4 cards, and just, it gets out of control pretty fast. A free body can sometimes hurt.
Might see a Dweller come down too from Quantel possibly. Okay, we milled all sorts of stuff. Sorry, there's so many cards on the screen, but we do have the Havnus activating here.
And the last 4 minutes all happened because of a Max C.
One Max C
One
drawing to that
Max
planet.
C.
Yep. Not quite a 1-for-1 trade, huh?
No!
Not like a 1-for-8 trade. But
So asking if it worth it, I think it was definitely worth it.
yeah, I think it was very good. And I really liked the, we milled shit all beats too. so
Oh,
we got
he's
the
getting
Rukalos
Rukalos.
there. This seems pretty secure.
It does. You're
Not
dealing.
gonna, oh, and we milled the Trivi Karma. I mean,
To be
this
fair,
is-
we milled like 12 cards.
Yeah,
That's true.
So we're adding the Scream to the hand. I mean, this is just unbelievable. And I'm still, I don't know. Have we normal? I keep saying, have we normal summon or have we not? Let's see. Let's see.
I mean, between the Baron being the Omni Negator, Rukalos is the special summon. I mean,
Sometimes it is just a numbers game, right? We've seen this before where we have a negate, two,
Oh,
two
it's
negates and
over.
a Dweller
It's
versus
over.
3
You
So
can't-
cards.
shutting off the graveyard now for the Branded. Really difficult for Subaduk to actually make a comeback here.
you can even pop snow if you want now.
Yep.
It's not coming back from the graveyard.
And we're gonna see that right here.
Yep. Wow.
I think this is pretty much,
And
I
a
think
set.
Quantel has secured this to a third set.
I think so too. Unless, of course, Dark Ruler no more.
Actually, right here, say it.
Oh, I ripped it up. It was Fear Mode.
You ripped it up? No way! Sphere mode would go kind of hard right here, but even that, I mean,
Would.
no, it's just...
It's too much.
It's too much.
It's
It's too
too
much. We do have the Brained Retribution. I'm not actually sure when that got to the graveyard, but I'm sure it happened at one point. We got the Retribution targeting Lubellion, was that?
The Retribution is probably, is that going to bring back the Branded Fusion?
Fusion, yeah, I don't know
maybe.
how that would target Lubellion unless some crazy stuff was
Oh,
happening.
but you know what? Does not matter. He's
Chain
throwing
the
them all
Medora.
back in.
And you can see there how good the popping the Dugaris set was, putting the Snow and the Medora back in the
Yeah.
grave.
Oh, he's just putting everything back.
Putting back Max C, yep. If there's a time that you don't want to draw Max C, it's when your opponent already has 3 monsters on the board.
Absolutely. So knowing that we don't have the Brand Retribution anymore, Branded Fusion might not be a problem.
You still have the Baron negate, by the way.
Yes, and
so-
the Rukalos
And the
as well.
Rukalos and a potential set. Tyrellman Scream, by the way, don't count that out. If any monster gets summoned, I mean, this is going to be Mill in 3. I don't think Brand. Yeah, we're gonna see a pass right there.
If Subaduck wins, I will go over there personally and shake his hand. Doesn't mean much, but I will definitely go there and shake his hand.
I think he's kind of
This is hard.
giving up.
Ooh.
But you never know when a Gores, the Emissary Darkness, will be right around the corner.
Straight to battle phase because, like you said, why not? Why risk it?
If you got enough on board, you might as well clean it up. And we are going to a third set. Very well played by Quantal. This is not over because it's not over.
Quantal keeps Snipe Hunter in this set, in this round.
They needed to take at least 2. They took 2. We are going to set 3. We just got to see who is going to be the first to 5 wins. CR just needs 1. Quantal's got to pick up a couple more.
Group A really heating up now as we do have it all coming down to this final set of this final round.
How many times have we been here? Once again, Snipe Hunters has to 3-0 to get this round. But I know that they are thinking too, even if they don't win, they don't want to get 3. Like, they need as many game wins as possible. I guess, like, you know, even if they go 2 wins, 1 loss, that makes a big difference because these games count. We've said it time and time again. Every game counts, and we are coming down to the wire. This is the last round of Swiss. This is what it's all down to. This is the last game of the day.
Last game of the day?
Yeah.
Last set of games for the day, potentially.
Last set of games for the day. Yeah.
Short of any
games time 3.
Any tiebreakers that need to play out,
Yeah,
which
yeah,
could
no.
very well be a possibility given
Last
how
round,
close
last match.
this
It's
group has
scary.
been.
It's a lot of.
Well, because you're looking at, I mean, if we're just looking at the scoreboard, you're looking at CR prior to all this sitting at 20 points, and close behind it, you have CR2 sitting at 18 points. So depending on who finishes what and how CR2 places in their final match, you could have a tie.
Brazil
pretty
also at
interesting.
18 points as
Yes,
well.
Brazil's also at 18 points. So seeing how they perform as well could also be a tie.
It would be pretty interesting. I mean, obviously, you know, we want to see how this plays out, but it would be very strong for CER if both of their teams made it to day 2.
That would be quite a showing.
And if that were the case, it would mean that Snipe Hunters were eliminated.
Yeah, you know, it is what it is, but I'm not giving up hope. I think that they know what's at stake here. They know they have to go 3-0, obviously, and they're going to put it all on the table. Now, do you think they're going to switch to their backup decks? I don't think Josh is. I think Emery might.
Yeah, I think the Flunderies actually is a very reliable option. I'm also really curious to see if we see Super Heavy Samurai Centurion take yet another game.
We might.
I want to see Flanders. I want to see something new. I want to see Change of Heart. I want to see Snatch Steal. I want to relive 2005. I'm excited to see it.
I think we all are.
Yeah. Plus, Flanders is one of those things. It just, you're talking about the original. Well, I mean, obviously there's an original to die, but Flanders in the last 3 years is one of those decks. It just does not die. Regardless of the format, Flanders is in it.
Yeah.
You've always seen at least one. It's a very strong deck.
No, I mean, it makes you wonder if next year when we're all back here, if there'll be Tearlaments and Flanders in the format again still.
I promise you, Flanders will never go away. It's going to be here forever.
There's always one of them at the locals, right?
It's always happening.
Is it Emra? Does Emra go to your locals?
No, he does not. That'd be a quick plane trip, huh?
Yeah.
But yeah, we are about to jump into the final games here today. What do you think is going through these competitors' heads?
I think at this point, you're really hoping to win this and hopefully secure the first seed, because if you are caught up in that second place tie, or even if you accidentally fall further down the standings and end up missing out entirely, it would be heartbreaking.
It would be.
And I think, you know, kind of like in golf and baseball and all sorts of things, we got to think about the follow-through. This is the last, you know, games, the last 3 games. You can't just, you know, it's the very end of the day. This is it. You're probably hungry. You're probably thirsty. You're tired. But you need to be locked in for these last 3 games, especially Snipe Hunters.
Day 2 is within the grasp of both of these teams off of these next couple
I
of
just want
games.
to say, what a great analogy, the follow-through. I haven't heard, it takes me back to Little League when my dad's just like, follow through, Anthony, follow through. And obviously it's a little bit more traumatizing at the moment, but thinking back on it, he was right.
Yeah, a little foreshadowing. He knew about snipe hunters.
Whatever you start, commit to. Whether it be, like I said, baseball, follow through your swing, and if you are on game 5
Or
and
crafting Royal Finish, Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flame.
follow through.
You gotta craft one more. It's always one more past when you think it is.
You have to be a good Konami representative. Follow through.
Snipe Hunters versus CER.
What more can we say? There they are, CER. 4 wins versus Snipe Hunters 2.
CER, team captain Greed, really prominent player, especially towards the end of last year, made a name for himself in that Duelist Cup using the Ghost Trick Pearly. Didn't quite bring Pearly this time around, but has been dominant on the Snake Eye Fire King. Subaduk returning after last year, didn't do quite so well at the previous World Championship, but has been consistent so far. And Nakwal, the Pendulum player, really doing great stuff with the Super Heavy Samurai build. On the other hand, Snipe Hunters. No introduction necessary. We've said that every time we've introduced them and then introduced them anyway.
Let's say that you're going to introduce them.
Josh is really good, as it turns out. The world champion himself.
There's his head.
Yep. And there are his 2 teammates that he
He's showing off
handpicked
his big
to
brain.
accompany him. Emre, quietly consistent, has his pet deck of the Flanderies. Quantal, arguably the best player in the world during Snipe Hunter's victory last year, has continued to impress across TCG events, across Master Duel events, plays a variety of things, but finds himself defaulting back to that tried and true Tier Limits yet again.
And I think Tier Limits is a deck that really rewards you playing it over and over and over again, format after format. You are just, if you've been playing it for as long as Quantal has, you are so far ahead of anyone that's just now picking up Tier Limits.
Guys, I've come to a bit of a breakthrough. I believe Sphere Mode is not going to come out today.
Is it in no deckless? Is it in zero deckless?
No, I've just accepted the fact that I did rip up my Sphere Mode, but if you put together all the letters from the ripped up,
What is that?
it says me loser. Why does it say that? How does that happen? I really thought Sphere Mode was going to come out. You know, a guy comes to a Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, wants to see some monsters tributed. Doesn't happen. Doesn't happen. Doug, are you going to be okay over there, Doug?
Could very well still see some monsters linked away by Unchained Soul of Rage.
That's true, yes. Which I will incorrectly say tribute, and I need you to correct me on.
You got 3 UBEL games in a row. I think you're thriving anyway.
Let's get one more UBEL game, just one more. Look what they did to my Sphere Mode. They took me into a me loser. I'm losing my mind over here, okay? Where's my tributes?
Anyway.
I'm losing my mind too in the Sphere Mode. Oh my gosh.
Regardless, very, very, very important game now coming up here for both Snipe Hunters and CER.
Yes.
This set of the final round will dictate just who escapes Group A.
These people are going to remember 3 things. They're going to remember the day they got married, the day they bought their first house, and the day they took first place at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2024.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Oh, okay.
Today, they're going to remember winning Round 5's feature match. That's 2 for one of these teams.
An attempt to win the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2024. I'd put that over my wedding. No, I wouldn't. Wife, I love you. But it's a very good accomplishment. It's a very good accomplishment.
Have we seen, is there even a way to really see draws at all? In terms of individual games? Are there any decks that could put you in a situation? I don't even think, I think I've had less than 5 draws in Master Duel's history in the last 2 years.
Well, I have a question. So it kind of played out into that the Rescue Ace that we saw, where
Yes.
Josh Kipp did a complete 180 of the way we thought it was going to play out. What if they both ghost mortared each other at the same time?
And then what, both monsters were sent to the grave at the same
both
time?
burn effects, yeah, you know, let's say a Dark Hole comes out, and then you get Ghost Mortar for some whatever reason. I mean,
Yeah.
anything's possible in Yu-Gi-Oh! Whether or not it's plausible.
Likely, yeah.
That's a different story.
I mean, it could happen, but, you know, I think that'd be really interesting. But I don't think we've seen that in either this year or last year's Master Duel 3v3 for the World Championship.
Can you check if there's ever been a time in any Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship, if there's ever a draw? Who will we
there's
have
been
to
draws.
ask?
Yeah, there's been draws before.
What are you asking me to check?
Well, I don't
My
know.
brain?
Well, you got the thing.
You do-
You're
Dazif.
You got
Anything?
the Konami representative, so I gotta, you know, you can call back home and find out the answer.
CER
Running it back.
versus Snipe Hunters.
I mean, what can we say? We're trying to escape to the next day. We got a lot of pressure, and Sphere Mode isn't here.
I'm trying to escape chilled chaos.
You're never going to escape me. I'm going to be here tomorrow, too.
Tomorrow, I'm going to be sitting in the middle, and
No way. If you are sitting in the middle, I will take that as a personal affront if you are not in the middle. You are the guy in the chair. You have all the knowledge.
you know, we've been here.
Please be quiet and drink your Calpico.
Ah, yes,
Calpico,
Alpico.
mango.
Something to drink when on the go. Calpico.
Wow, you could be like a spokesperson. You are a spokesperson for them.
So,
It's very good.
CR versus Snipe Hunters. This will be dictating who we have escaping Group A. Snipe Hunters,
True,
of course, your
true.
returning world champions. Really high expectations for them. CR, though, pleasantly surprising with their record throughout the day.
Do we have any updates on Group B? It looks like they're all still kind of playing here. Are we
Allow
gonna
me
reset
to
it?
check.
Because that would be really interesting. I'm very curious if Future Heroes have. Looks like everyone's still playing.
Yeah, we got all 6 matches going off. Yeah, all 6 are in
So
the
that means
battles.
all of them probably went to the 3rd set. And that's what you want to see. I mean, while blowouts can be kind of cool for the people that are winning, it's kind of cool to watch 9 games. And I think we're going to hop into the game right now. Let's check it out.
In the meantime, we did have BOTB actually climb to 1st place in the group by clinching a 3-2 finish over CER2 x FCG. But this game will actually decide who else joins them there and who overtakes them for 4-1.
And, you know, not to, like, you know, correct you, but do remember that there are these games still happening, so
Yes,
they are in 1st
indeed.
place because they've been able to finish theirs.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But the 3-2 record will still maintain the same.
Hey, Effect Veiler. We are seeing Fluandaries, Effect Veiler, and then, okay, so what's cool about Fluandaries is that they have not just the Advent of Adventure to dodge it, but there's also, and I'm forgetting the name, there's another card that's essentially just Advent of Adventure 2. So you have 6 ways to dodge things like Imperm and Veiler, while when Fluandaries first came out, before all those cards, they almost instantly scooped to Imperm every single time.
Deciding match. And Emra brings out the Flanderies to keep Snipe Hunters in it.
You got to keep the opposing team on their feet, and you know what? Let's do it with cards that released 2.5 years ago, but they're still so good.
I just saw in Duel A Triple Tactics talent, and in Duel B a Branded and High Spirits.
TTT is really, like, you aren't kidding. You know what? You were saying it was going to be a powerful card, but I didn't think it was going to be as much as it was used last year.
It is just unreal. You know, even way more popular than Thrust. Not that Thrust is a bad card, but when you're going first, if you don't have like a crazy trap to set, I mean, you can't use the spell unless your opponent has a monster. What do you think Emery is going for here?
Yeah, I think he's contemplating what to banish and what to add.
That is fair.
Or rather, actually, I think he did banish.
He banished the Rabina.
Yes, which will then have its effect activated.
Adding a map.
Yeah.
Okay.
Critical card for Fluandaries. That is really what allows you. You have 2 ways to kind of play on your opponent's turn. You got the map, you got the Dreaming Town. Both very important.
I really love with Yu-Gi-Oh! I love the term when they go, our turn.
Yeah,
Makes me smile.
So we got the Toucan ad right here.
And the
Maybe
map
we're going
comes out.
for like a, I don't know. Sometimes you see people go like Stree Toucan. We'll kind of see what happens. If we see a, was that an M-Pen that was banished? That's kind of like the play that people do go for sometimes, but I didn't quite see it because the thing's covering it. Let's take a look though.
You'll have to kind of lead me through this because I know whenever I've been playing for Fluandaries, even for the last 2 years, all I'm doing is cursing whatever's above me because it is such a resilient deck.
Can
You know-
Super Heavy Samurai play through it, assuming Nakwall is back on that?
It kind of depends on what we're seeing here. If we're seeing Royal Rare M-Pen and an Apex Avion that can negate 2 things with the bounce back, I think it's going to be tough. Yeah, I think it's going to be really hard.
Can I say I love the adjectives of their rarities every single time? I always love that you say that.
Well, okay, so the yeah, I mean, I'm just immediately breezing past that. But the Super Heavy Samurai thing to keep in mind with M-Pen, their Link Monster won't work. And that's a huge problem.
oh, okay, you're absolutely
You can
right.
still do, you know, your synchro plays. You can still get some advantage on the board. Wow, and we see the Unexplored Winds. This is every Fluandaries card in the game on the board.
Has just made an appearance, right? If you're going to make a show-off video, you're going to be using this one.
I don't think we could ask for a better hand, really. And taking a look at the other 2 games down there, we're seeing Kit Kalos summoned down there and Tearlaments. We also are seeing the branded player activating the Fusion Duplication. That card has really been good this particular format.
Yes, Fusion Duplication, really useful for just accessing branded Fusion again.
And I think
Fusion
in
too?
both Duel A
It is Centurion.
and Duel B that you had Max C's R resolve, so you'll see some drawings.
So the Centurion Super Heavy Samurai hybrid build that Nightwall is piloting, really, really potent. But is it potent enough to shut down the Flunderies? We shall see.
Yeah, let's see here, because we are now activating the conga line of birds. So we got the Rabino, we got the Toucan, there's an Eagle and Banish, I'm pretty sure, or it's in the hand. We got, I mean, this is just so much. You know, so many Yu-Gi-Oh decks these days, once they get going, they really do get out of hand. But when you're watching decks like this, Labyrinth sometimes feels like that too, when they're doing like Chainlink 4 and adding stuff back. It's disheartening to go against. Adding the Stree, you know, pretty good interruption. Maybe not the best interruption against Centurion, but not bad.
Hey, we finally got my tribute.
Yeah, we have
finally got my tribute.
So this is kind of what I was talking about. We have the Apex Avian, but remember, we also have that Dreaming Town face down, so we can negate a card with Apex Avian. We can bounce it back to the hand, use the Dreaming Town, summon it again. That's so much. It's so much. We see a Maxi discarded, not really what you want to see, not what you want to Maxi against the Fluanderies. Field Spell is decent, though. I don't know. We could also see a Mega Ryza come down if that's kind of the route we're going for. I don't know. I think the double Apex Avian is usually better, but Mega Ryza can be pretty critical in certain moments.
Yeah, and running interference on the Trudeau, which is of course one card starter for the Centurion components of this deck, really important.
Yeah, they didn't even let him get started. No, that's it. That's his turn.
It is the equivalent of the Prodigy Wakaushi for the Super Heavy Samurai parts.
Okay.
And it is really, really powerful if you can let it get going. However, Emre playing through it masterfully.
So from this position, Emre, I think, basically I mean, we don't know what the two face downs are. I will say that Nackwall does not look super confident. We just saw him maybe looking at a teammate, kind of saying something. Once Fluanderies gets going, it's just so much to deal with. And even the continuous spell there lets you tribute back row cards to summon your mind. I mean, it's just so good.
That's true, and you could chain block anything you want with this deck.
Yeah, that is. I mean, the fact that you can insulate versus Ash Blossom and stuff like that, mainly Ash Blossom, it is a big deal.
And just taking a quick peek at the other games down there, it looks like the board states look pretty even in Duel B. You have Sir, looks like they have a more dominant position, but I can't really make it out from here. In Duel A, Snipe Hunters, I saw them coming up with a little bit of Rukalos was on the board. They're going on the attack. So we'll see how they handle that.
I don't know. Duel A, I think might be a wash for Red. This might actually be game down there. Let's take a look here.
Yeah. They're going for it.
Yeah, no, I think the 3K, that
would be an important victory for Snipe Hunters to keep themselves in this.
As they're crawling back.
That Snipe Hunter, Snipe Hunter is red. Sorry, Snipe Hunter is red. I'm all confused.
You're all good.
Yeah. Okay, so that they are still in this.
They've crawled to within one. They're within striking distance.
I would say Fluanderies will likely win. Like, I would give it 95% chance of winning this, maybe even higher. So we might be down to the very last
That's so exciting.
match.
That
the very
is
last game to determine
Josh
this.
on Snake Eye Fire King versus the Branded.
I will say Brandon has a lot more cards on the field than Josh does. But it also looks like it's Josh's turn, so by having the initiative, maybe he can do some combos. We might be seeing that in just a few moments here.
Speaking of initiative, Emre, it is his turn right now, and just seems to be enjoying life with the Flunderies.
Just going with the wind.
You know life is good when you can just continue the combo. You let out a sigh, nothing's bothering you in the world. You're just doing your normal routine.
We got game on board right here. If there's no response, which it seems like there's no response, it's just over. Mega Ryza in particular is one of those cards that, you know, maybe it is the third best tribute summon in the deck, but it can just secure wins by stacking your opponent's deck and giving them the worst possible draws.
Oh my god, yeah.
Centurion Phalanx, I mean, not bad.
But I don't know if that's going to be enough.
I don't, we'll see here.
Not bad, but not enough to salvage the game.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, that's kind of where we're at, right?
And we're still looking down there in Duel B. That's still a back and forth. That is anyone's match down there.
Yeah, it looks like Josh has 3 cards on field. I think a Mirror Jade was activated. So
He
that
just
might
took
have
the
been,
Fire King Sanctuary, just drew that. So that's
Okay.
going to allow him to extend a little bit more.
We might be jumping over to that in just a moment. Yeah, I'm pretty.
Knackle's in a little bit of trouble, but he's still got the field spell. So
Even if it's not game right here, though, we are looking at one of the situations. Sometimes it's just numbers. 2 Apex
54.
Avian negates versus 3 cards.
You're right, that's difficult.
2,600. So the trap did keep him in. We see the Royal Rare Pot of Prosperity. That is can't be ashed. That's how the rules work. And let's see how many cards we're banishing. 6, of course. Pot of Prosperity is at 1 in
So
TCG.
we're
and
just-
Natural at the moment.
What
There's
is-
the snatch steal.
What is Flunderies going to do without the extra deck?
Yeah, we see the Jack in the hand. The Swallows card is the
Taking the snatch steal for
We're
follow-up,
snatch
okay.
stealing the game, I think. So
Oh.
that is certainly, you know, it's like when they add GG Easy to their hand, right? So adding snatch steal, perhaps needed on the crackback. More likely than not, though, this is going to be it. The field spell in particular, not so hot because it does have to send a card to use its effect. Mega Rise coming back, by the way.
Let's see. Okay, we're starting with the 1-card starter,
We
but I
got
don't think.
Trudea, but the
It's-
field spell.
Yeah.
Additionally, Mist Valley Apex Avian, making this a bit
Yeah.
Just stop it right there.
Oh,
And now if you need to, you can summon it again against the 1 card. No, this is going to be
That's
easy
kind
game
of
for the
it.
Fluandery. You really, I think Emery could not ask for a better Fluandery start. Not even just himself, but also Knackwall opening Max C2 is great as
Exactly,
well.
yes.
It's a dead card in the hand.
Yep. No, he had all gas, everything. You wanted the profile of Flaunderies, you just saw every card.
And we're going to hit directly with M-Pen for game. We are moving on to the final game of day 1, round 5. We are here. This is for all those marbles.
doesn't get-
Josh did a very good job at dismantling the established branded field. Again, we're
Absolutely.
seeing a huge branded field just getting completely removed. And the Fire King Snake Eye is still going.
Still going.
I do believe we have to watch out for the Mirror Jade in the end phase, but, you know, maybe that's not that big of a deal. As long as you can dismantle everything and stop their follow-up, especially because if you think about it, there's only 1 branded fusion, and the fusion duplication, God, that's word so hard for me today,
Duplication.
banishes it. What are they going to do?
How do you get it back? Yeah, how do you get it back?
Like, again, Polymerization for Guardian Chimera with, you know, 4-card combo, but that goes everything right there.
I can't believe that we're getting it's 4-4. We're down to the final duel. This win right here means a lot. I can't believe we're getting a chance to see this. This is essentially who's going to be the first in that bracket.
I think Snipe Hunters was thinking about feature match round 1, where they also needed to do that 3-0, and they didn't quite get it, and they're ready for it this time. Mirror Jade in the end phase, popping SP. Okay, actually,
Oh, this is going to be interesting because
Branded and High Spirits gets added back. There's like nothing on Josh's side of the field. Blazing
Oh, and he's
Cartesia getting added back as well. Maybe this isn't as cut and dry as we thought. Maybe
Subadoc
there's
with gonna be
Aponics in here.
Subadoc 5 in hand. We're going to see. That set card better be a miracle.
You know, Dimensional Barrier would, that'd be pretty good. So we are going to see the Garunix come back. It won't destroy anything, but it is a big bird.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, there he is. And then also, I mean, don't forget that if that is destroyed by battle, you get a special summon
Gold
from deck.
Sarcophagus.
Gold
Counting down.
Sarcophagus.
Oh.
Oh, man. So with Tactics, the card effects have to be activated, the monster effects have to be activated in the main phase, but what makes Thrust so good, or one of the things that makes it so good, is that it doesn't care what phase your opponent activates an effect monster.
Branded and white, so we're going to be using the banish pile a little bit?
A little bit of Miracle Fusioning. I mean, you only have 1 Branded Fusion, so I like Branded and white, and it has that recursion effect as well. Probably in there, you know, more as like the Albion target, the main deck one.
Where's
but
he pulling from?
Also just a good card.
Looks to be resolving now, so no disruption from Josh.
Although I'm trying to read Josh's mind right now, and he's blocking me off a little bit. I can't make it, but he's got something.
He's
right?
looking like he hasn't given up.
Yeah, exactly.
We see the Mirror Jade for Mirror Jade.
I mean, and everyone knew that was coming out. We kind of expected that. But there's no sign or anything. There's got to be something set.
Maybe. I mean, if this is just, but it's not just Mirror Jade. We got the Brandon High Spirits. We have the Blazing Cartesia. We got an Elbaz, apparently.
Then Josh has the best poker face I've seen. Oh, there's the Psy. Okay, we're going to see how this continues from here.
Titaniclad getting sent as well, which is just even more advantage in the end phase here.
Subduck is just kind of popping off at this point. Mirror Jade wiping the board at the end. You know, it hurts. You can break someone else's board, but when you know you send that Mirror Jade, they are breaking yours right back.
We keep saying it. It's never resolved, I don't think, on stream. But what if there's a Nibiru? You know, you never know. It's one of those cards that, you know, you never expect getting hit by it, but when you do, it oftentimes loses you the game.
Cartesia coming out. We're going to see
Cartesia
the
now coming
effect.
out to essentially bridge your way into Grand Guignol. Foolish Burial.
Mirror Jade sending Sprint. We got everything. We have the
Oh.
Kieran effect.
Okay.
So by doing this, we can make sure that if we do survive until the next turn, the Garunix will wipe the board.
Yes.
Honestly, kind of similar to the Mirror Jade effect in the end phase.
Like distant cousins, dragons and birds, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So get the Kieran. Unfortunately, Garunix isn't going to have like a immediately activatable effect here, but it will, you know, trigger. Oh, we had the Sacred Fire King Garunix
Already
in the
sitting
grave.
there. Okay, great.
Okay.
Cartesia about to fusion
Fusion
off.
summon. Yeah. Quick play fusion summon.
What are we making, boys? What are we making?
I don't know. In hand, you know, we know that there is the Elbaz, I believe, is still in there from the Brandon High Spirits. We also have, I mean, I don't think we can go into a third Mirror Jade. I doubt that that's in the extra deck, but looks like we are using the Elbaz in hand. Oh,
No, the fall.
well,
Yeah,
Elbaz
okay,
as a dragon.
yeah. All right.
We see the Granguignol. How do you pronounce that?
Grand Guignol.
There you go.
Actually, again, as you mentioned before, it's Foolish Burial on legs. You can send something to the graveyard.
Me and my friends call her guacamole.
Oh, and we are using the other effect as well. I mean, we got Chain Link after Chain Link after Chain Link. Sacred Fire King Garunix is going to activate. I mean, not that Fire King Garunix is bad right here, but we have used the Kieran already, so maybe we send... Okay, we do send the... Volcanic... Whatever, yeah.
This is down to
The
the
Gale.
wire.
Yeah, they're kind of playing on a shoestring budget.
The
both of
Quem
them.
is pretty strong here.
Yeah. Quem sending Lubelli. Oh, no.
Okay.
A whole nother
that's-
engine to work with. That is awesome.
Let's see what we got. I think that was actually... Okay, we said... Oh, we got the Retribution in the grave. Potentially adding back... I don't know what we have in there.
I'm assuming if they're sending Retribution, Branded Fusion probably was in there from earlier in the
Yeah,
day.
we might not. Maybe they didn't fusion duplication. So maybe we can.
Oh, Branded in red. Okay.
We could see a huge Guardian Chimera here, potentially. Does Josh have any interactions? No, he does not. This is going to be unfortunate if this is a Guardian Chimera for 2 draws and a pop.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Using the Mirror Jade and the Elbaz. Going for the Lubellion.
Okay.
Searing Dragon we haven't seen much of as of recent.
Evenly matched. Discard evenly matched. It's like one of the first evenly match we've seen this entire tournament.
And now that the monster has left the extra deck, we're going to get Quem's effect.
Yep. This is the thing, though. That's what I'm saying. Like, a lot of decks right now just spiral out of control. And, you know, that's kind of what you... I think we call it inevitability, right? Like,
Yeah.
once they get going, they don't need your opponent's cards to function. They just win the game.
What are we going with here?
Playing Draco's
Oh, just for a
Stapelia.
negate. Okay, I can see it.
Interesting. Okay, so we can't win right here, but what the Draco's Stapelia will allow us to do, I would have to double check the Garunix text. I'm not sure if it's all one effect to come back and destroy the field, or if it comes back and then destroys the field on summon, kind of like a 2-effect, you know, Altergeist Multi-Faker situation. Spring End's Kick getting added in the end phase from the Sprint. We also have the Titaniclad. Never mind. See you later, Titaniclad. Maybe no targets. Standby phase. Garunix coming back. Special summon this card. No, it is 2 effects. It is 2
It is 2 effects? Okay.
Well, it says if you do... Yeah, it's 2 effects. It's 2 effects. Draco's Stapelia. I mean, 2,700 here is pretty big. The Blazing Cartesia is going to be a big problem, though. Get that Predaplant counter on there. It's level 1 now, by the way. So no rank 8s. I mean, Josh, the good news for Josh right here is that he does have the Fire King Island.
Yes.
We don't know what the back row is. It seemed like it
It played no
wasn't
effect.
anything. Yeah, I mean, nothing that could be used last turn. Oh, we go right into the battle phase.
So we just want to get that
Crashing.
negate off that board.
Well,
Okay.
okay, so the negate's already been used, but we're going to trigger the Garunix to
Yes.
summon from deck. So what's so good about this is that whatever we go for, this is all happening in the damage
I think
step.
you can get Volcanics and then tag into the Garunix again.
Right, and there's no way you can interact with it because it's all happening in the damage step, so like, maybe this is fine.
Guys, this might be above my pay
Volcanics
grade.
right there, yep, just like he said.
This is definitely above my pay
Wow,
grade.
okay, this is coming down to the wire. Do not count either of these players out.
I love the determination on both duelists' faces.
Snow.
Fairy Tale Snow.
Yeah.
Hard to say how many cards are actually in the graveyard here, but I would imagine, I mean, we've seen a lot of cards milled, but we've seen a lot of cards banished too.
Oh, there
There's
goes our
7. I mean, that's like every card we've seen this match, so that must have been... I don't think there's 2 snow active. I mean, it's always kind of hard to get 2 snow activations, but this will be pretty good. Bookamooning the Sacred Fire King. Kieran would be insane, right? Okay, well. Can't always have it, right?
So our Quem is preserved. Okay.
Still got the Blazing Cartesia online. Kind of terrifying.
Exactly, but what... I mean, it feels like Subduck's gone through his extra deck quite deep.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen basically every Elbaz fusion
Yeah.
monster in the game except the Rindbrum or whatever.
Rindbrum,
So, I mean, and that can't really be summoned here, so I'm not really sure what we... Oh, that's not...
It's not ideal, but we'll see.
I don't... You can never count them out. Got that. Okay.
And that is bringing back...
Itself.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yep.
Subduck's in a good position before he even draws.
Yeah, I would say so.
Nice.
I mean... Let's see what happens here. The
Okay.
Gold Sark is resolving. What did we banish?
Oh
The
my
Tragedy.
God.
Okay.
That...
Might not seem like the biggest deal, but it is good. We got the Springians kit. Shout out to Springians. Big fan of that deck. Very powerful.
But that Burial resolving, it just feels like a little
Okay.
bit of...
Effect Veiler. So that must have been the draw for turn.
Oh, but a dodge.
Chaining the Cartesia. I mean, that's... What else? You can't... Yeah, Cartesia is very hard to interact with. We see card effect. I mean, we've seen SP Little Knight be used like this a lot. We've seen a ton of decks use card effects that take their own monsters off the field and then dodge other effects. And I think that's really interesting.
And, okay, we're getting back.
Ranganol is getting summoned again. Springian's kit is resolving. What are we at in here?
Another Branded and White to work with the Banish department. Okay. Fusion someone, fusion monster from your extra deck, using monsters from your hand.
Got the Quem effect, of course.
Ooh.
This is not looking great
There's Sanctifier.
for Snipe Hunters here. Josh is not looking happy, I'm going to be honest. And I couldn't be either. I think this has been a very back and forth game, but
It's been a great duel.
he really needed to not draw Veiler for... He needed like a starter card for turn.
Oh, and there it is. There's the
Guardian
Chimera.
That
Just
looked
to-
like, what, 1 in hand, 2 on field, or was it 3 on... No, it was, yeah. Okay. Pop, pop. Protection.
Oh, okay. Very
Oh,
cool.
cross that designator face down. Not really what you want to see in this matchup against anything other than exactly hand traps. Looks like we're not going to be able to win the game, which is good for Josh, I suppose. And there's no Blazing Cartesia on the field because she just, correct me if I'm wrong, I think she adds herself back to the hand during the end phase, not to the field.
Yeah, she'll be in the hand as long
Okay,
as
hit
a
for
fusion monster hit the graveyard.
33. What a weird number. And then 1,500. Putting to 32.
Oh, okay. And we know that's the trap card that was added back. Well, we
Yeah,
don't know, but we
Very
can assume.
likely, yeah,
we
unless
can
it was
assume.
put back with the
Yeah.
high spear or the kit. But probably, yeah. So that is an interaction, and the Albion is an interaction as well. We do top deck Snake Eyes Poplar. Let's see what we're doing with it.
With the sub grabbing with the Sanctifier, you think?
It's hard to say. It's hard
Okay.
to say. You know, we've been through so many cards.
It is hard to not see the graveyard at the current moment.
Yeah. I mean, the question is, is there an Elbaz engrave that I mean, we'll see.
That's true. You're absolutely right. You got 2 cards to potentially discard, so yeah.
Max C to give the opponent. As usual, we have the Link Kribo in the graveyard already. If I saw that correctly. Yes, because it's in the main monster zone. Gonna activate.
Okay,
See
sending
the
it.
original.
Yep.
See you later. There's the Brightest Blazing branded king.
Oh. That is gonna put a nail in it.
You
still have
an island.
Island. Oh.
Are we actually out of
I think king
targets?
negates all face-up
Yes.
cards.
Island is a face-up card. Okay, that is gonna be. That's gonna be it. They're, you know, I say don't count them out until it's over, but nope, that is actually going to be game as far as I know. I don't think there's
He's
anything else.
taken off the headset. I think you are right.
Very back and forth, but Snipe Hunters are eliminated right there.
They have actually...
Oh, we're getting
Sorry,
the
I
final
don't mean
numbers.
eliminate. Like,
Yeah,
they
don't
lost
say
the
that
match.
when there's...
No, I mean the match. I mean the match. I mean the match.
So, CER locked first place in the group with that victory.
Congratulations, Seminole. 4-1 today.
Both
Very
of the
impressive.
CER teams have done very well.
And also, with that victory, you'll see... so with CER's
Was that
victory,
the final standings?
we have also seen Snipe Hunters now take second.
So they are making it through. Okay, wow.
And just to tell you how close it is, I mean, we're looking at this now, and hopefully you guys will see in a second. Snipe Hunters is taking second with... Well, I don't want to talk yet because I guess it has not been... well, okay.
No, they have been determined.
They
yeah.
have been determined, but actually, it's just crazy the way it works out. CER has less wins overall, but because they won 4 of their 5 matches, they get to take it. Now, Snipe Hunters, who is 3 wins to 2 losses, with 26 wins, they'll be coming in second place, at least in their bracket.
Yep.
But just to tell you how close it is, BOTB and Brazil, both 24 points. They both went 3-2 and both had 24 points. You're talking 1 game between everybody.
Yeah.
And with that result, we will just recap the standings as a whole for Group A.
Yep.
So, first place, CER. You saw that team spearheaded by Greed, really strong. Nakul with the Super Heavy Samurai as well. It was great. Joining them in escaping that group, Snipe Hunters, Joshua Schmidt's team, the reigning world champions, Emre and Quantul, also reinforcing them there. Really, really, really promising. But it does mean we'll say goodbye to BOTB. We'll say goodbye to Brazil.
Oh, I was just going to say that, you know, I think when we're looking at the Snipe Hunters record and how they managed to get second, it is very important that they didn't lose 1-8 or, you know, they didn't lose by that much in any of their losses, and that really did end up coming into play.
You can lose 2 rounds. You just had to keep them competitive.
Right.
Now, I know as you were going over that, and go ahead, continue, because there's something I really want to see after. I can't wait to see Group B to see if some team went 5-0. I think we all want to see that.
So along with Brazil and BOTB, we will be saying goodbye to CER2XFCG despite their phenomenal upset at the start of the day, and Thank Love, who were competitive in all of the rounds, but unfortunately could not finish it.
Everyone did a fantastic job. Every single team put it out there.
And we are still seeing some play in Group B, but the Heroes Future have secured first seed, 3-2 for Team 7. We could see MyGo perhaps contest that though.
Okay.
Depending on, yeah, it's hard to say when we're looking at it from here, but as we've seen, 8-1, 9-0, those can make a big difference.
Actually, I'm not sure if we will see them contest because of the points differential between Team 7 and MyGo for the individual games, even if they end up with
27 versus 19. That's a
Okay,
pretty big. So Team 7?
Team 7 sitting at how many points currently?
27.
27, and MyGo's sitting at 19. So the only way I guess we could see an upset at this point, and correct me if I'm wrong, they need a 9-0 sweep.
Yeah.
That's the only...
They need
Okay.
28 points.
So, you know what? We don't know at the moment. There could be a...
We just got the results actually, and they did lose
Oh, no!
to
So-
Rogue Rulers.
Interesting. So that means that Team 7 and Heroes Future, just like with the Snipe Hunter and CER situation, even though Team 7 lost the feature match against Heroes Future, they still managed to get that second place.
And as long as Heroes Future takes up 2 wins... No, they already got it. They already got it, right? Doesn't it matter? Yeah, because Team 7 has 3-2. Yeah, so Heroes Future is going to be our #1 seed in the bracket. But I guess We're just kind of curious, do they pull off the 5-0?
Right, so we now know, we've been talking about a lot. 1 versus second seed, 1 versus second seed for A and B. They're going to go against each other. So what it'll be Team 7. Well, I don't want to get ahead of myself.
Oh, actually down to the last game in that one, by the way.
Oh, very cool.
Okay.
But
so
I
could
think
be 5-0 or could very well see an upset.
I think you're right. Don't want to get ahead of myself. I could be completely wrong. Don't trust me. But it looks like Heroes Future might be going against Snipe Hunters.
Yeah.
And we could be seeing, depending on how these games play out, almost the reverse. So
Team 7 versus CER. Now, we're just speculating. These are not final results. We are looking at exactly what you guys are seeing on the screen right now. But we are, Chilled is a math whiz, so I trust him.
They used to call me the human calculator in first grade. Not even a lie. You do it like around the world in math. Oh, I loved it.
With the opposite ends of the bracket, with the 2 second place teams being theoretically there for day 2, it means that we could very well see a rematch of the World Finals in the finals.
That is exciting. Who doesn't love a rematch? That's a great story.
So, we actually are still seeing that
couple games finishing up here.
While
we're waiting for this, now that we're at the end of 5 rounds, we've sat here time and time again. What were some things that you were surprised about today?
Super Heavy Samurai Centurion. I'm still just thriving because of that, honestly.
Yeah.
For me, seeing the Rescue Ace come within 100 and ended on burn damage.
Yeah, that Ghost Mourner.
I could not believe that. Seeing the hole where you got 2 cards in your hand and you draw a third and you somehow are able to put up pretty much a 1-turn kill. And granted, the Ghost Mourner burn damage was on the opponent's turn, but that was a game. Love that one.
Yeah. We've seen a lot of big comebacks today.
Yes.
In addition to that, CER2 versus Snipe Hunters was a really phenomenal upset to open up the day. Now, that was the opening of the day. This is the close of the day as we now have the final standings for Group B and Group A. So let's recap. On Group A, we had CER make it out as first seed alongside Snipe Hunters at second. And for Group B, we have Heroes Future. Didn't quite get the undefeated record though.
It was so close.
Still made it out as first. And Team 7
and they only lost 4-5 too, so they did very good.
Yeah.
And I think that I have to point out here that with these first and second places that we now have finalized, this could potentially mean, I don't want to get ahead of myself, of course, but this could potentially mean a Team 7 Snipe Hunters redo of last year's finals. Now, I'm not going to count out CER or Heroes Future at all because those are incredibly good players, incredibly good teams, and especially Heroes Future. They did the best out of anyone, I'm pretty sure. But, I just think this is such a good group of players that we have ended on. We have watched all these teams play in feature matches, and I think we can see why they're here.
Yeah, definitely really exciting to see these teams that we maybe didn't expect to make such a deep run in the tournament. Heroes Future, we've spoken about time and time again. Tusku is a superstar. Snipe Hunters, team captain Josh, again, star power, star player, world champions. Team 7, Ryan Yu is so hyped and so deserving of that hype. He's put up result after result after result. And it is CER that is maybe the outlier with Greed spearheading them that really have captured the audience today with their performance.
Yeah. Would you guys say that, okay, so obviously Fire King Snake Guy's most popular deck. Yubel,
yes,
very popular. I think almost every team had both of those. What would you say was the third most popular? I almost think Centurion.
I think Voiceless Voice did make an appearance.
We didn't see too many of those in the feature matches.
Front-loaded.
Yeah, early in the day, they kept popping up a little bit, and then it seems like they faded away. Maybe they weren't in the feature matches, or maybe people might have been swapping out of it. But still a very potent and strong deck. Being able to play under Nibiru, even though we saw Nibiru resolve once, I think, in some of the smaller matches.
We saw it milled one time.
We did see that.
I think we also saw a lot of Branded, but it was like the same 2 players just going crazy with it. It was great to see, and really exciting to see what we'll see tomorrow, actually.
Yeah, no, I think we're up for an exciting day. So tomorrow we are going to have the semifinals and then the finals. That's how it goes. But tomorrow's actually pretty an interesting lineup because we're going to be, it's kind of like back-to-back with all of the games, semifinals, I think, and then into the finals of all the games.
Yeah, really excellent knockout bracket ahead of us. But before that, we do have a big thank you to say to our sponsors.
Thank you again to Alienware for setting up all of our duelists with these wonderful computers. We've been able to see those games in crystal clear resolution, as well as getting a chance to duel on some of the best PCs out there.
Up next is Logitech with the fantastic peripheral support. Great for gaming, great for user experience in general, and great that they're here with us. Thank you very much.
And Fnatic, who makes the coins, I believe, and all of the gold-plated stuff. You know, they're great. We love them.
It really has to be, it can't be understated when I look at the total win count and you just see the domination at Heroes Future, 29 wins.
Yeah.
Now, granted, yep, Team 7 right behind them with 27, but after that, those two pulled ahead from the pack. It was really Group A that had a bit more of a closer.
Was such
24, 24, 25,
I mean, there
and
were
26.
like 4 people in contention for second place in Group A.
You could have had, based on round 5, you could have had 4 different winners show up for that. That's how close it was. So it's going to be exciting to see those two pop off tomorrow.
Teams breathing a sigh of relief as they make it to day 2 now. Again, just every team that participated in day 1, we're so grateful that we got to see some fantastic duels from them. Really great showing across the board from every team. I think almost every individual player had a chance to shine. There were some great games, and tomorrow should bring some even better ones, hopefully.
Yeah, no, I think we saw a ton of cool decks, a ton of off-meta decks, a ton of, you know, the decks that you expected. Tons of great gameplay, lots of back and forth, but I think that is about it for us today, wrapping up the first day of the Master Duel World Championship 2024.
Thank you for watching, and we will see you tomorrow.
I'm just happy to be here.
Bye! We should do like a little jump up, like they do in old TV shows. Yeah, exactly. But make sure to come. Do we know when the stream starts tomorrow?
That is a great question.
Do you have that written down somewhere? Do we? I think it is 9 a.m. Pacific.
9 a.m. Pacific.
So that is, you know, bright and early for you guys if you are on Pacific, or
Regular time if you're in Europe.
regular time if you're in Europe.
Okay. Thank you.